Why not? Why? L'eau de parfum, Yves Saint Laurent.
This may look like a holiday shopping showdown.
Add this to the top of your wish list.
They say I'm dangerous cause I broke all the cages. No, I won't sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. To the battles won, still kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'd be sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street, when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a
Alright, what's up, you fucking delinquents? Alright, let's get started here.
so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie.
I'm just making an Instagram post right now.
I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
They said, don't fall. Don't forget all the things you've been taught, you've been told. Don't blink, don't run. Don't turn left or turn right or look straight at the sun. My mind's going in circles, I'm trying to fight it. Getting these voices inside to stay quiet. Going to the place where all this began. Just start again. Oh, you won't see the light until the dawn breaks. No, till it's all said and done, you won't know what it is.
Ready for a new way to play?
Okay,
Super Nintendo World. Now open at
now I'm
Universal
ready.
Studios
I
Hollywood.
should have done that earlier.
Prosperity is possible when the government spends less to bring down inflation. Prosperity is possible when we create policies that increase work flexibility. Prosperity is possible when we support more energy production. When we hold government accountable and get it working for us, that makes prosperity possible.
All right. Oh, shit! No one's on yet. Yes. What? What? Call of Duty Black Ops Gulf War is a thing? Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, do I have an interesting one for you today? Because we are not talking about Modern Warfare 3. We are not talking about Warzone, which is right around the corner. We are talking about Call of Duty 2024. Yes, the Call of Duty game that is
2024.
probably coming out around this time next year is what we are talking about. Because in a Windows Central, which is a publication interview that came out yesterday, we got essentially confirmation that Call of Duty 2024 is indeed going to be a Black Ops game. Now, there is a lot that this infers. First of all, it infers when the game is going to take place, the fact of what is coming inside of the game, the setting of the game, and who you will be playing as. So there is a lot to go through here and a lot to kind of tear apart. And as per usual, what I like to do is I like to dive into what I think the story is going to be here, because based off of the setting, based off of the timeline, we can actually get a pretty good idea of what is actually going to happen with the story in this.
All right.
So I want to start by actually looking at this article. The title of this article is Exclusive. Call of Duty 2024 is indeed Black Ops set during the Gulf War in the early 90s. So that part is going to be really important for what we are going to talk about moving forward. But the main aspects of it is what you need to know. As expected, the next Call of Duty
damn,
is
I'm
indeed
first.
another entry in the long-running Black Ops series. So
Okay,
this is
so
to
we're
be the
going to
sixth
do...
total Black Ops game. It is focused on the CIA. What that tells us is, once again, Russell Adler, potentially Frank Woods, and Alex Mason.
We're
We'll
going
dive
to do
more into
America.
that in a minute.
All right, North
The next
America.
Black Ops is set in the Gulf War and will examine the United States' role in the conflict. So again, like a lot of Black Ops games, specifically focused on the USA side of things. And previous leak points to a return of round-based zombies modes and remastered maps from previous Black Ops entries. So there's a couple of interesting things with that and that alone. We don't really need to read through the rest of the article because it's a lot of filler and I just want to hit on the main points here. So first things first, I want to talk about that round-based zombies mode and the return of Black Ops 3.
All right, one sec.
The title of this article is Exclusive. Call of Duty 2024 is indeed Black Ops set during the Gulf War in the early...
That is so fucking crazy because I was talking about how they like probably 2 weeks ago about how they should make the next Call of Duty about the Gulf War. That's so fucking crazy. If this is actually true, that's fucking insane.
'90s. So that part is going to be really important for what we're going to talk about moving forward. But the main aspects of it is what you need to know. As expected, the next Call of Duty is indeed another entry in the long-running Black Ops series. So this is going to be the 6th total Black Ops game.
Wait, what? There's already 5 Black Ops games? What the fuck? What ones have I missed? What? Are they... Is he counting Ghost as... No.
Focused on the CIA. What
No.
that tells us is, once again,
Focused
Russell
on the
Adler,
CIA.
potentially Frank Woods and Alex Mason. We'll dive more into that in a minute.
That's
Next,
crazy.
Black Ops is set in the Gulf War and will examine the United States' role in the conflict. So again, like a lot of Black Ops games, specifically focused on the USA side of things. And previous leak points to a return of round-based zombies modes and remastered maps from previous Black Ops entries. So there's a couple of interesting things with that and that alone. We don't really need to read through the rest of the article because it's a lot of filler and I just want to hit on the main points here. So first things first, I want to talk about that round-based zombies mode and the return of Black Ops remastered maps. So the big thing with the return
That's
of
pretty cool that
zombies
they're
to
gonna have a...
round-based mode, apparently the
I wonder if they're gonna have like
pre-order
another...
bonus for this year is going to be getting access to zombies weeks early, not a week, weeks, which is absolutely insane for several
That's
reasons.
dope.
First off, if it's like Black Ops Cold War, you're going to be able to level up your character and all of your weapons weeks before the multiplayer comes out,
that
which
was
means
bad.
A lot of players are going to have all of the weapons leveled up when multiplayer comes out, assuming that that is true. Now, based off of my speculation over the past few years, we have had early access to the campaign a week early for pre-order, and I would be pretty surprised if they got rid of that. So my guess would be 2 weeks before the game comes out, you get zombies. 1 week before the game comes out, you get campaign. And then when the game fully launches, you get multiplayer. spread out like that to focus the game on different aspects at different times, I could see that happening. But to get zombies just 2 weeks, 3 weeks early is insane. We have never seen anything like that before. Now, of course,
I'm gonna move
the
this
next
down to
thing that we
here
have is
so
it
he
being
can
a
move
Black
through.
Ops game. Now, I want to be clear. This is going to be the longest developed Call of Duty game ever of all time. 4 years. Normally, 3 years was kind of what we saw before. 2 years was kind of normal. This current game, Modern Warfare 3, was 16 months. This game, 4 years. 4.
Damn.
Which means expectations for this game are going to be incredibly high, which means it could either be amazing, one of the best Call of Duty games ever, or a total flop,
shit
which, of
show,
course,
yeah.
has me worried. Now, moving on to the next thing, we have the setting of the game. The Gulf War, and specifically taking place in the early 90s. This is where we dive in.
Well, yeah, the early 90s was when the fucking Gulf War happened, you fucking idiot.
And get more into my expertise, the story of Call of Duty. This part's going to be fun. It's my favorite part of the video. Now, if we have a look at our main characters from the previous Black Ops game, the first one that's going to come up is Russell Adler. He was the main character within Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and he was extremely deeply focused on...
Oh, yeah, I haven't played Cold War.
Seasons as well. So when season 1, 2, and 3 came out, he was in all of the cutscenes. He was a main focus of it. Now, the interesting thing about this is these characters are all going to be...
That would actually make sense that it would happen right after the Cold War, like with Reagan and stuff, because that basically was right after the Cold War. It was with Bush.
in their 60s in the 90s, which makes them relatively old, especially for a CIA operator. But that absolutely doesn't mean that they will be the main focus and the main characters within the game. And I will almost guarantee Russell Adler will be one of those. However, our other characters are where things get interesting.
Lowe's knows the best deals are the ones that keep on giving. So don't miss
There we go.
5 days of deals where you can discover these last-minute offers. Buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay.
The next one we move to is Frank Woods. Again, would be in his 60s during the 90s, and as far as he goes, he has been in every single Black Ops game except for Black Ops 3. Even Black Ops 4, which takes place way in the future, way after the death of Frank Woods, he is still in the game. They worked him into the story by a whole set of circumstances. We'll talk about that in another video. But he's been in every single game except one, which means to me they would be pretty dumb to have him alive in this universe and not in the actual game. And his story would fit in as a CIA operative, maybe working more clandestine and less physical operations. We'll get into the physical ones in a moment. Now, a character who cannot be in the game. This is where things get fun. So a character who cannot be in the game is Alex Mason. And the reason why we
I was about to
this
say,
is
I
because
don't
in the
think
year
Mason is going to be in it.
1986, it was assumed that Frank Woods shot and killed Alex Mason, and it wasn't until the year
The numbers,
that
Mason.
Frank
What does
Woods
it mean?
found out that, this is the canonical ending to Black Ops 2, that it wasn't a death. He shot him in the leg and the knee, and he ended up surviving that gunshot wound. But until the year 2025, Frank Woods had no idea that Alex Mason was alive. So if we fast forward to the 90s, if Alex Mason is in this game, he has to be seen not by Frank Woods, but could be in the game, but not working alongside Frank Woods, because Frank Woods thinks he's dead. He thinks he's dead until the year 2025. Now, here's where things get really, really fun. So if this takes place in the 90s, say early 90s, let's just pick the year 1991 because they were like working with ones in Black Ops for some reason. This would be 5 years after Frank
Well, that would be exactly when the Gulf War was happening also. So, like, obviously.
Woods thought he shot and killed
Like
his
1990,
best friend,
1991. That'd be exactly when
and I think that
the
would
Gulf
be a
War
very
was
cool thing
happening.
to do. But say this campaign goes somehow into the late 90s. Let's take the year 1997.
Well, then it wouldn't be the Gulf War. Then it would be...
Now, why do I say 1997? Because it turns out Alex Mason has a son by the name of David Mason. He was the main character in Black Ops 2. He was born in the year 1979, which would mean in the year 1997, he would be turning 18 and able to join the military. How cool would it be if they had a couple missions within the campaign that took place in the late 90s where you played as David Mason alongside Frank Woods, and he is mentoring you the entire time knowing he killed your father? Because keep in mind, David Mason didn't know that that is what happened until the year 2025. How cool would that story actually be? That would be an amazing thing to see. And on top of that, maybe, just maybe, we'll finally figure out how Frank Woods got captured by Raul Menendez. We still don't know that one to this day. So the final thing that I haven't touched on is the multiplayer side of things. We talked about zombies, early zombies, round-based zombies, but multiplayer is the one that we don't have a ton of information on. But the one thing that they do say in the article is that they're going to be bringing back classic Black Ops maps, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but based off of what we're seeing this year, I think they're going to want to focus a lot more on those newer maps, especially if this was a game that has been developed for 4 years. Now, the original rumor that we heard is that in the year 2025, there's going to be another Black Ops game that's going to work similar to Modern Warfare 3 that is essentially going to be all of the Black Ops remastered maps from Black Ops 2. So maybe in this game,
that'd be pretty cool.
Ones from Black Ops 1, but I would be very shocked if they brought back just
like the boat one. That one was sick. I forget what the fuck it was called. The one where what's the Black Ops 2 map where you're on a boat? That one was my favorite. Hijacked. Yep. That one was sick as fuck. I loved that map.
remastered maps. I don't see them doing that, but again, they bring back remastered maps every single Call of Duty game, so I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever, but to see that at launch of a 4-year development cycle, I'd be pretty surprised there. But as far as this goes, it kind of just reassures us that we are getting a Black Ops game, we're getting a Treyarch game, it's going to have round-based zombies, it's going to be in the Black Ops universe, should be fun. That's essentially what we can take away from this. And like I said before, I really think a David Mason, Frank Woods crossover mission would be cool.
Will Israel cause a world war? Yes, they will, probably. In my opinion, yes. Like, look at this. One sec.
The last few
this shit is crazy. I think it's Albert Pike. Albert Pike predicting World War III. Okay, so Albert Pike basically was a Mason, like a Freemason, and he also was a if that's who I'm thinking of here. Let's just see if what this video is right here. Oh,
you
this
guys
is
heard of Albert Pike?
No.
Oh, this is just a short little. But here.
The Third World War.
What are you talking about?
He was in the Illuminati. There was a letter that was found.
He was also a Freemason. And he was in the original Illuminati.
Game plan of what the Illuminati was going to do for the 3 world wars.
What did he predict?
Basically, this would be the last war.
Because we all live in harmony afterwards.
Let me just read what he
Okay.
said. It's adding up quite a bit. So he said, the Third World War, taking advantage of the differences between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic
See?
world.
That's
The war must be
fucking
conducted
crazy.
in such
He
a
wrote
way
that in the 1800s.
Islam and the state of Israel destroy each other. The other nations, more divided, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete exhaustion. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which will show clearly to the nations the most bloody turmoil. And the multitude, delusioned with Christianity, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer.
That's fucking freaky. He wrote that in the 1800s. How did he know that there was going to be 3 world wars, too? And that sounds quite a bit like what's going on right now.
As I'm sure you
fucking
folks
crazy.
know, a war has recently started in Israel. Hamas, the Palestinian rebel organization, has launched a revolt against Israel, and the fighting since has been absolutely brutal, to say the least. When everything's said and done, Israel is the size of New Jersey. It's not China, America, or a great power that will by itself change the course of history. However, the world stands with bated breath about if Israel will create a chain reaction pulling other countries into a global war. In the same manner that Bosnia itself was irrelevant, but it stood at the
I'm afraid of
crossroads
this
history
guy.
and an interconnected web of alliances that sparked World War I, and thus the course of the 20th century that we know today. Could Israel set us up for another world war?
Wait.
The world stands with bated breath about if Israel will create a chain reaction pulling other countries into a global war. In the same manner that Bosnia itself was irrelevant, but it stood at the crossroads of history in an interconnected web of alliances that sparked World War I.
What do you mean? Israel's not irrelevant. Like, there's a lot of Zionists who are like who lobby in American politics. So I think that Israel definitely isn't just like...
And thus the course of the 20th century that we know today. Could Israel set us up for another world war?
I like the song. Let's see what my cards
both
are.
in the theological world and also
Alright, I
in
get a
the
10
general
stack.
church world, that the church has replaced Israel. God is done with the Jewish people, and that's it. There's nothing to talk about. Particularly for us in these days, we're meditating on Ezekiel 37, the dry bones that have come together. They've gathered, and there's flesh on them. We look around us in the state of Israel, we see this is happening. I look at what God has said in these scrolls, words that he said almost 2,500 years ago. As we read them from the original Hebrew, we see that they are being fulfilled before our very eyes. God is not done with the Jewish people. God is not done with his plan for humanity. And I'd like to ask you, do you want to stand on the sidelines as God is moving so mightily in this tiny country among this small group of people, or do you want to take...
Looking at situations like this, you may see many things going on that you can't control. But what you can control is your meals. Cook Unity is the first chef-to-you meal delivery service, made up of over 70 chefs who believe that great food should be for everyone. These meals save me a lot of time and taste excellent. Each week, award-winning chefs craft hundreds of globally inspired meals from vegetarian to paleo and everything in between. Meals are delivered fresh, never frozen.
Maybe you should have fucking...
The menu rotates every
maybe,
week, so there's always something new to try.
Orange should have thought about this before he got himself stuck here. Because now, I'm going to do a 10 tray. Put a 10 stack down here and put the 3 right there.
Try. Another thing I like about Cook Unity is the flexibility of the subscription. You can pause, skip weeks, or cancel at any time. I got a keto turkey burger, which helps me stick to my diet and tastes great, with Cook Unity meals to try them out for yourself. For a disclaimer for people new to my channel, one of my catchphrases is that I'm betting against God. What I mean by that is that there are infinite ways to be wrong and only a handful to be right. The world...
That's a fucked up catchphrase. I don't like that shit.
The world exists to defy our expectations and is in its nature incredibly chaotic. I don't know what will happen, and anyone who claims to is lying. Even the great governments of the world, who have much better information sources than I, and probably more great minds working together than I, are stabbing in the dark. I change my predictions of the future every year, since I am incapable of understanding every factor everywhere, which is what's necessary to predict the future since everything's interconnected. So, take what I say with a grain of salt. That being said, our era of history is like a dam that's about to break. Long eras of peace set up growth which changes the assumptions of how the world works, which means that the social order that was established at the end of the last period of blood is no longer effective. This then means that a series of bloody wars is necessary to establish a new order. The powerful do not give up their authority easily, and across history, war is necessary as a reset. This is why, when you read the history of the world, war is so common. In the pre-modern world, there wasn't a concept that time was linear. There were some eras that had more time than others. There were eras of history where time moved faster and more strongly given those moments that determined the fate of history for centuries after occurred then. There were hours where decisions were made that would be more influential than a century of
Fuck, he's a
bureaucratic
bot.
management during peace. As Lenin said, there are hours in which decades worth of history happen. History either
He might
moves
break
glacially
that.
slow or like lightning. The reason that history is impossible to predict is that it's impossible to see the infinite amount of factors that go into those decisive seconds. You
Ugh.
could look at demographics, the self-interests of various players, and more, but you can't tell how those factors will all pile up on top of each other at that very moment. This is something I want you all to keep in mind. Whether or not we have a world war will be decided by a handful of people in the world's major governments. A series of dominoes have to fall for it to happen, and whether or not they do is not really under our or anyone's control. Someone once said about World War I that it was a series of rational decisions made by the governments involved that when added together created madness. That's where we are now. I don't think any of the world's governments want an incredibly bloody war. They all want to get their goals, whether the conquest of Taiwan, the defeat of Israel, or more, as cheaply as they can. And for them, that includes losing as few of their lives and as little stress as possible, so not having a global war. However, since they're desperate, they will end up adopting short-term strategies that, in the long term, may add up to madness and global conflict. The world's countries are all desperate, and because of that, they will make miscalculations that, when added together, could create a symphony of horror. This video will be annoying to watch.
I didn't think that he
one
would
way.
have done that.
It's since that, in many ways, this is a culmination of about 30 other videos I've made. I'm going to be making a litany of claims that may seem ridiculous, but that I've spent half an hour to an hour unpacking in a previous video. There might be certain claims where, if you're new to this channel, you might not agree with, which I'm only going to touch on in passing here. I will have the image of the video that I'm going to reference, and you can look it up and watch it in your own time. This is in many ways the culmination of my entire What If Altist career, with the amount of citations I'm about to make. If you've watched all these videos, I guess you get bingo, and I'll send you a cookie. The thing is that the scenario we are facing now is something I unpacked and predicted in multiple videos years ago. I'm making this video since I think we need an update to see what will actually happen and what did occur. However, that means that this will be more focused on the individual scenario happening here, rather than the underlying logic. Okay, the speed run of what's going on here, which I explain in further depth here, is that due to complicated demographic factors which increase inequality and lower the value of labor, almost every country in the world is seeing legitimacy crisis in which their government is barely surviving. For almost any country you can throw a dart at, whether the US, Russia, China, the European Union, Brazil, Africa, or the Middle East, they are a bad winter away from social collapse. This is something I've covered in these videos. This is a historical trend which occurs roughly every 200 years and is an entrenched historical pattern.
Oh,
the last time it played out in the Western world was the French Revolution, and the last time it reached its full global potential at the same moment was in the 17th century. In the year 1645, almost every important country in the world is having both a civil and international war at the same time. This is a video I've made comparing the modern international order to the 17th century, with which I think there are incredible similarities. When we think of war today, our only thought process is of the world wars. However, the difference between us and them is that the societies in the first half of the 20th century were unified, coherent, motivated, young, wealthy countries, which were fighting each other since they had so much energy that they needed to conquer to let the pressure out. The world wars were, as I said before, demographic ejaculations. Across the world, societies are completely divided. Most people are poor, lonely, alienated, nihilistic, and don't want to die for their country. We have cripplingly high inequality. People aren't having kids, and the entire world is facing aging. Before World War I, young men were happy to die for their countries and viewed it as heroic. Even for World War II, there was enough social discipline to carry out a draft. Imagine trying to draft a Gen Z and get them to charge a machine gun today. What would they die for? This is much more comparable to the wars that occurred in the 1600s. These countries were torn by religious differences, much like the political ones we have today. Most people were poor and barely getting by, and most people were starving too much to be good recruits. Even so, they were needed too much to be a tax base to draft the entire young male population, while the countries themselves didn't have enough legitimacy to maintain a draft. The US
I almost just want to kill this guy.
Due to a combination of obesity and mental health issues, 3/4 of Gen Z men weren't in a position to serve in the military if there was a draft. What the wars of the 1600s looked like instead were limited wars aimed at the destruction of the other country's economy, mostly done through proxies. It was fought largely through small armies of mercenaries. What ended up occurring was that countries would start external wars to keep their populations unified. Around the year 1640, almost every country in Europe was fighting an external war and a civil war at the same time. It's a pretty common strategy around history for countries to start an external war to unify their population. It works about a quarter of the time in my estimation, with the English in the 100 Years' War or the Dutch in the 30 Years' War being examples of it working. However, it horribly backfires in most cases, such as the Russians in World War I, the French in the 100 Years' War, and the Spanish in the 30 Years' War, among many more. There are a bunch of different things going on here, which I've covered through these videos. Aging is destroying a lot of countries, especially China or Russia, meaning that they have to conquer outwards before their societies collapse. As America experiences internal problems, it makes it difficult for the Americans to maintain their intercontinental empire, which means our enemies such as the Iranians, Chinese, or Russians have the best opportunity they're going to get to push their agendas. Like World War I, there are a series of independent political problems around the world that are tied together in a web. Lighting the web in one area has the potential to blow the entire system up. The international order that was established in the aftermath of World War II isn't tenable anymore, and the system is breaking down in one of 1,000 different ways. I made this map before of potential places the international order could break down.
Put your fucking troops there!
It's basically a frontier map between the American allies, which hug the coast, and the Russo-Chinese alliance, which I sometimes jokingly refer to as the former Mongol Empire, whose borders it almost perfectly mimics. I predicted for a bunch of reasons that the Middle East was the most likely place for the world order to explode for a litany of reasons, which basically boiled down to, of course it would be the Middle East. I didn't know if it would be Israel, but I knew Iran would be involved somehow. Now, let's break this down on a more regional basis. As a brief side note before the video keeps going, one of my friends has a service that's cancellation insurance, and it's a company called Pluribus, and the way it works is that if I get demonetized
I just want to kill
YouTube,
this
or
guy
this
now.
channel gets wiped out, which we all know could possibly happen, and is a very real possibility as the world gets crazy, I don't want to have to give up this channel, and I want you guys to keep making these videos, and I can't go back to college. And so the way this service works is that you pre-pledge money in case the channel gets demonetized or taken down, and then once you've pledged money, under those circumstances, it will all be pulled together to support me in case the channel goes down so I can keep doing this work and will have time to adjust. So if you have the extra money, please go on to Pluribus and support my cancellation insurance so that I'll be fine and have an opportunity to speak freely and won't have to worry about getting canceled.
Don't let this beef bar recipe be forgotten. It could save your life one day.
Known as the original protein bar, pemmican is the ideal food for explorers, hikers, and adventure enthusiasts. It can last over 15 years unrefrigerated. So what happens when you melt fat with shredded meat? You get the most famous survival food to keep you alive in a crisis. Here's how to make pemmican. Dehydrate your beef in strips. If you're using your oven, leave the door open a crack for moisture to escape. Or use a dehydrator. Once dried, place it in a food processor and grind it into powder. Render the beef tallow and pour the liquid over the powdered meat. Mix.
The Middle East is the most ridiculously complicated place in the world right now. I like to call it the Islamic 30 Years' War.
I'm just going to move this to down here.
War in Germany, which tore apart the entire region, dragging in almost every country in Europe, while killing a third of Germany's population. The other thing is that the 30 Years' War is also ludicrously complicated. There are hundreds of factions constantly squabbling, changing sides, and more. On top of this, Europe was rife with religious conflict between Protestants and Catholics, and beyond that, even between different factions inside of them. The modern Middle East is the same, torn by incredibly complicated religious conflicts. I'm going to have to simplify the Middle East to an absurd degree here, since this isn't really a video about the Middle East in the same way that if I did a story right before World War I, it wouldn't really be about the Balkans. The Middle East and Balkans are both the weak chain in the international system. As Bismarck said, if there's a war, it would be due to some damn fool thing in the Balkans. The thing I'm going to keep reminding you guys of in this video is that the number one assumption you should have is that every player in this game is desperate. Starting with Israel. Israel is much more complicated than any area the size of New Jersey deserves to be. The Jews and Arabs are in internecine conflict about who deserves the area. The Jews won militarily, but due to international pressure, can't just conquer the Arabs outright, and must have various political arrangements like Gaza being independent and the West Bank not being formally conquered. Although the birth rates have now equalized, for decades the Arabs had twice the birth rate of the Jews.
Fuck it.
This creates a large cohort of young Arab
I'm just
men
gonna slam
who are
him.
also poor
I
and
don't give a
disaffected,
fuck.
who want to push out and do something aggressive, which is the biggest fodder for war. The Palestinians have been aching for a war to find some way to win back the area. At the same time, as America is occupied elsewhere, I believe
I don't even
Hamas,
care if
the
I lose
Palestinian
right now.
rebel
This
group,
guy pissed me the
made
fuck
that
off.
calculation. Meanwhile, the Israeli parliament is in gridlock. Center-right politician Netanyahu is very unpopular and is only holding on to power by a narrow margin. Israeli politics is incredibly complicated, with lots of strange political parties that put a certain subgroup of the population's interests as their main agenda. The Haredi, a radical Orthodox Jewish group who were originally demographically insignificant, but due to them averaging 7 children per woman, have risen to become 13% of Israel's population. They've become a powerful political force on the Israeli hard right. Netanyahu has had to ally with this force, much further to the right, to stay in power to keep his coalition together. However, this has been at the expense of general support, as well as that of the Muslims. Thus, Netanyahu is in a rough position in which to keep himself in power, he needs to pander to the Israeli right, while at the same time, that alienates the neighboring Muslim populations, the global community, and the main Israeli public. You'll see a lot of catch-22s like this over the course of this video. As Hamas attacked Israel, the offensive made some impressive gains early on, but the Israelis were able to fight them back. And now the Israelis are currently in a bloody war to try to take over Gaza. Gaza is this tiny area on the border between Egypt and Israel. If Israel's the size of New Jersey, this is the size of Cape May, and I find it completely absurd global politics might revolve around it. As a side tangent, it was also pretty important during the Crusades. For complicated reasons, it's independent and is a super crowded Palestinian enclave with 2 million people. The Israelis are currently fighting through Gaza and have taken the northern half of the region. I would say from just an intuitive look, it's pretty obvious that the Israelis will win. However, I've heard the contrarian opinion from my friend Catgirl Kulak,
Love you too.
who is a Twitter influencer, who said that due to massive amounts of tunneling beneath Gaza, that Hamas actually can fight a successful resistance. And the short answer is that I really don't know. On an intuitive basis, my guess is Israel would win.
Now I lost,
but also,
give a
I've been
fuck.
surprised before. And the general trend over the last 70 or so years is that more primitive and strapped down and guerrilla forces have been consistently able to beat much more advanced industrial ones. We saw this play out in multiple Vietnam Wars, in Afghanistan, again multiple times, with the Russians in Ukraine, where the offensive abilities of industrial countries have proven to not be what people expected. And so I think there is a possibility that Gaza could just suck the Israelis in, and they're incapable of knocking them out of their tunnel network, and thus Hamas gradually bleeds the Israelis white until they give up, and they run out of money and international public support. Iran made some veiled threats towards Israel in case Israel attacks Gaza. And the way shame-based cultures, of which Persia is one, operate is that it's very difficult to say what the language is saying on purpose. And the next
I didn't
question
even give
here
a fuck about that, that guy was pissing me off so hard.
Will Iran escalate to a war with Israel over these wars going on in the Levant? When I was growing up, the idea that Iran and Israel would be such big rivals confused me because they're hundreds of miles apart and don't share a clear border. However, the reason for this is that Iran is an Islamic revolutionary theocracy, which means that it has to have some kind of enemy to unify around, and the Jews are an easy target. Iran's been having political instability lately, with the large riots that have been rippling across it over the last few years being indicative. However, the problem here is that these rebels don't have any weaponry, and Although I really don't know what's going on, it appears as if the ruling coalition has been held together, so a revolution won't succeed. This also combined with Iran's poor economy due to embargoes, which hurt their predominantly oil-driven economy, as well as the secularization of the nation, in which the average Iranian is less religious than the average American, and Iran has a lower birth rate than the United States. All means that I could see the Iranians looking to use Israel as an external threat that they could unify their population around, and especially so, also gain influence with neighboring Sunni countries where they can use the Israelis as an external force, given Iran is a Shia country. The current generation of leadership in Iran is the same one as the one which launched the revolution 40 years ago. However, they are growing incredibly old, and what's happened in Iran is, due to the extremely rapid secularization of the society, I could see a calculation being made by the leadership that they should launch a holy war as a way of reinvigorating the population so that they can maintain their power as their clique grows older, and it would be difficult to draw support from the younger generations. To understand the Iran-Israel conflict, it's important to know that Iran has a lengthy string of allies which stretches from the Mediterranean all the way to the Indus. And the thing is, this isn't an Iranian empire. The Iranians are just funding sympathetic groups. Where Iraq, you could genuinely say, is an Iranian protectorate. However, Syria is much, much more loosely so, and Hezbollah in Lebanon also very loosely so. And the Iranians have weak alliances with Pakistan as well. And what this means is that there's an arc of Iranian territory and Iranian allies which stretches to the borders of Israel itself and Lebanon. Iran's ability to organize this has been brilliant in my opinion, and is ironically the biggest side effect of the US's intervention to the region. For a litany of reasons, it seems decently plausible that Iran's ally Hezbollah, based out of Lebanon, could fight Israel. And this might be a breaking point where Iran would choose to go after Israel. With Iran, I could see that they would look at the American empire and think that due to America's internal problems, as well as Israel possibly having to fight a two-front war against Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza, that this is the moment of their lifetimes where they could most likely wipe out Israel and thus make that move. And again, the leadership of Iran has been in power for the last 40 years, so they're old men now and then been wanting to destroy Israel for that whole period, but they've been unable to. And so I might think, hey, if we're going to die soon anyway, why don't we make this die roll? We get to the issue here of die rolls, where for this to escalate from a regional war between Israel and Hamas to a global world war, you have a series of die rolls that fit together. And sometimes it's not even die rolls, it's dominoes, where one successful die roll correlates to the next one because it creates an incentive structure for the next decision to happen due to the previous decision creating more pressures upon the person making the decision. And honestly, what are the chances that Iran will declare war on Israel? And I'd frankly say not that high. I'd put it around 20%. And the reason I say that, and 20% is still a scary number that we should keep track of, is the statistical chances of war breaking out in any one given spot are pretty low. But when you add up a bunch of 20% shots, you get something like World War I, where perhaps the chance that World War I started in Bosnia were pretty low, but there were so many places where it could have started that one added up. Whether or not this does escalate into a broader war, I will treat the rest of this video as if it were to demonstrate the logic of how military escalation occurs. And even if a war does not start in this location, and again, I am not sure if we will have a world war at all, or rather a collection of smaller independent wars around the world.
He could kill me right
here. Sort of escalation that could occur here.
I shouldn't have told him that.
Starting in Taiwan or Ukraine or other
But I'm
countries.
hoping for some mercy.
I'm not here to talk about what a US-Iran war might look like. In fact, that's going to be what the next video after this is going to be about. But we're going to keep with the logic of going through each of these dominoes to see if Iran does declare war on America, could it move even further out? As we speak, the United States has been moving carriers to the Persian Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean, and moving thousands of soldiers to Israel in this entire region. And I think this is in case there is a war with Iran, but also to just cover damage that could possibly occur from the war occurring in Gaza. And the US is basically covering its ass here. And it does mean that if there were to be a war, that the pieces are already moving. And we've already seen attacks on American bases in the Levant. Due to the US's internal divisions, I think that these attacks will be ignored unless the Iranians make a move first to go after Israel. There are a handful of reasons the US might do this. One is that Israel is a strong American ally, and yes, if we're being honest, the Israeli lobby is strong in American politics, and Jews make up an incredibly disproportionate
He said it. He said it.
Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean.
Is this guy?
And moving thousands of soldiers.
What's
to
his other
Israel
videos?
in this
Is he planning on killing me? Fuck, he is. Is he gonna move into... No. Okay. What's his other videos? Huh. Alright, let's keep watching this, though.
The last few weeks have been incredible in a way that I didn't anticipate. As I'm sure you folks all know, a war has recently started in Israel. Hamas, the Palestinian rebel organization, has launched a revolt against Israel, and the fighting since has been absolutely brutal, to say the least. When everything's said and done, Israel is the size of New Jersey. It's not China, America, or a great power that will by itself change the course of history. However, the world stands with bated breath about if Israel will create a chain reaction pulling other countries into a global war. In the same manner that Bosnia itself was irrelevant, but it stood at the
Bro, I
crossroads of
hate when
history
fucking
and an interconnected
these
web of
losers just
alliances
sit
that
here and
sparked
make
World War
laughy
I.
faces after
And
they
thus,
got
the course of the
after they
20th century
lost.
that we know today. Could
It's
Israel
fucking
set us
annoying.
up for another world war? Arab men who are also poor and disaffected, who want to push out and do something aggressive, which is the biggest fodder for war. The Palestinians have been aching for a war to find some way to win back the area. At the same time, as America is occupied elsewhere, I believe Hamas, the Palestinian rebel group, made that calculation. Meanwhile, the Israeli parliament
so
is in
fucking
gridlock.
good.
Center-right politician Netanyahu is very unpopular and is only holding on to power by a narrow margin. Israeli politics is incredibly complicated.
Bro,
with
I
lots
could
of stray
still
political
win
parties
this.
that put a certain
Damn.
subgroup of the population's interests as their main agenda. The Haredi, a radical Orthodox Jewish group who were originally
I thought I was fucking over with when... I thought I was finished, bro, when that guy attacked me. But no.
graphically insignificant.
Bro,
but
that's
due
so
to them
sick.
averaging 7 children per woman have risen to become 13% of
I just
Israel's
got like a bunch of
They've
respect
become a
from
powerful
everyone.
political force on the Israeli hard right. Netanyahu has had to ally with this force, much
Ugh.
to the right, to stay in power to keep his coalition
Fucking-
together. However, this has been at the expense of general support, as well as that of the Muslims. Thus, Netanyahu is in a rough position in which to keep himself in power, he needs to pander to the Israeli right, while at the same time, that alienates the neighboring Muslim populations, the global community, and the main Israeli public. You'll see a lot of catch-22s like this over the course of this video. As Hamas attacked Israel, the offensive made some impressive gains early on, but the Israelis were able to fight them back. And now the Israelis are currently in a bloody war to try to take over Gaza. Gaza is this tiny area on the border between Egypt and Israel. If Israel's the size of New Jersey, this is the size of Cape May, And I find it completely absurd global politics might revolve around it. As a side tangent,
Why the
it was also
fuck
pretty important during the Crusades.
do they keep doing
For
this
complicated
bullshit?
reasons, it's independent and is a super crowded
It's like we were
Palestinian
homies, bro.
enclave with 2 million people. The Israelis are currently fighting through Gaza and have taken the northern half of the region.
I let him
would
take
say
that.
From just
I
an
told-
intuitive look, it's pretty obvious that the Israelis will win. However, I've heard the contrarian opinion from my friend Catgirl Kulak, who is a Twitter influencer, who said that due to massive amounts of tunneling beneath Gaza, that Hamas actually can fight a successful resistance. And the short answer is that I really don't know. On an intuitive basis, my guess is Israel would win, but also I've been surprised before. And the general trend over the last 70 or so years is that more primitive and
Oh! I love him!
forces have been consistently
I
able to
love
beat
this
much more
guy.
advanced
Oh!
industrial ones. We saw this play out in multiple Vietnam Wars, in Afghanistan, again, multiple times, with the Russians in Ukraine, where the offensive abilities of industrial countries have proven to not be what people expected. And so I think there is a possibility that Gaza could just suck the Israelis
Holy
in,
shit.
and
Fuck
they're
yes.
incapable of knocking them out of their tunnel network. And
I
thus
love
Hamas
that
practically
guy.
bleeds the Israelis white until they give up and they run out of money and international.
What
oil
was
support.
that?
Iran made.
What? Bro. Fucking true. I owe that guy, like, so much. Holy
made some
shit.
veiled threats towards Israel in case
What a
Israel
fucking
attacks
homie,
Gaza.
bro.
And the way
What
Chambers
a
cultures in
homie.
which
I
Persian
owe
and
him
Roman
so
operate is that
much.
It's very difficult to
Holy
say what
shit.
the language is saying on purpose. And the next question here is, will Iran escalate to a war with Israel over these wars going on in the Levant? When I was growing up, the idea that Iran and Israel would be such big rivals confused me because they're hundreds of miles apart and don't share a clear border. However, the reason for this is that Iran is an Islamic revolutionary theocracy, which means that it has to have some kind of enemy to unify around, and the Jews are an easy target. Iran's been having political instability lately, with the large riots that have been rippling across it over the last few years being indicative. However, the problem here is that these rebels don't have any weaponry, and although I really don't know what's going on, it appears as if the ruling coalition has been held together, so a revolution won't succeed.
Is he gonna fucking
This
attack?
also combined with Iran's poor economy due to embargoes,
No,
which
Stinky.
hurt their
No,
predominantly
not right there.
oil-driven economy, as well as the secularization of the nation, in which the average Iranian
gonna
is
attack-
less religious than the average
Is he
American,
setting
and
himself?
Iran
What
a
is
lower
he
birth rate than the
doing?
United States. All means that I could see the Iranians looking to use Israel as an external threat that they could unify their population around, and especially so, also gain influence with neighboring Sunni countries where they can use the Israelis as an
Okay.
external force, given Iran is a Shia country. The current generation of leadership in Iran is the same one as the one which launched the revolution 40 years ago. However, they are growing incredibly old, and what's happened in Iran is due to the extremely rapid secularization of the society.
Bro, he is
I could
such
see
a
calculation
homie.
being made by the leadership that they should launch a holy
Opening
war
himself
as
up.
a way of
Holy-
reinvigorating the population,
opening up
so
the
that
stack
they
for
can
me so
maintain
that-
their power as their clique
What a-
grows older.
Why is this guy here? Why is he just being such a homie to me? I don't even know if he knows this, but...
And it would be difficult to draw support from the younger generation. To understand the Iran-Israel conflict, it's important to know that Iran has a lengthy string of allies which stretches from the Mediterranean all the way to the Indus. And the thing is, this isn't an Iranian empire. The Iranians are just funding sympathetic groups. Where Iraq, you could genuinely say, is an Iranian protectorate. However, Syria is much, much more loosely so, and Hezbollah in Lebanon also very loosely so. And the Iranians have weak alliances with Pakistan as well. And what this means is that there's an arc of Iranian territory and Iranian allies which stretches to the borders of Israel itself and Lebanon. Iran's ability to organize this has been brilliant in my opinion, and is ironically the biggest side effect of the US's intervention into the region. For a litany of reasons, it seems decently plausible that Iran's ally Hezbollah, based out of Lebanon, could fight Israel. And this might be a breaking point where Iran would choose to go after Israel.
I don't
With
quite
Iran,
understand
I could
this
see
guy's
that
fucking
they would
game
look to the
plan by
American
just
Empire and
hiding
think that
himself
due to
away
America's
in
internal problems, as well as Israel possibly having to fight a two-front war against Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza, that this is the moment of their lifetimes where they could most likely wipe out Israel, and thus
I
make
don't
that
get
move.
his
And
fucking
again,
why he
the
would just hide
leadership
himself
of
like
Iran
this.
has been in power.
That's the dumbest
for
move ever.
Force on the Israeli hard right. The last 40 years, so they're old men now, and then been wanting to destroy Israel for that whole period, but they've been unable to. And so I might think, hey, if we're going to die soon anyway, why don't we make this die roll? We get to the issue here of die rolls, where for this to escalate from a regional war between Israel and Hamas to a global world war, you have a series of die rolls that fit together. And sometimes it's not even die rolls, it's dominoes, where one successful die roll correlates to the next one because it creates an incentive structure for the next decision to happen due to the previous decision creating more pressures upon the person making the decision. And honestly, what are the chances that Iran will declare war on Israel? And I'd frankly say not that high. I'd put it around 20%. And the reason I say that, and 20% is still a scary number that we should keep track of, is the statistical chances of war breaking out in any one given spot are pretty low. But when you add up a bunch
I
of
do have to
shots,
attack.
you get something like World War I, where perhaps the chance that World War I started in Bosnia were pretty low, but there were so many places where it could have started that one added up. Whether or not this does escalate into a broader war, I will treat the rest of this video as if it were to demonstrate the logic of how military escalation occurs. And even if a war does not start in this location, and again, I am not sure if we will have a world war at all, or rather a collection of smaller independent wars around the world, the same sort of escalation that could occur here could occur starting in Taiwan or Ukraine or other countries. I'm not here to talk about what a US-Iran war might look like. In fact, that's going to be what the next video after this is going to be about. But we're going to keep with the logic of going through each of these dominoes to see if Iran does declare war on America, could it move even further out? As we speak, the United States has been moving carriers to the Persian Gulf and Eastern Mediterranean, and moving thousands of soldiers to Israel and this entire region. And I think this is in case there is a war with Iran, but also to just cover damage that could possibly occur from the war occurring in Gaza. And the U.S. is basically covering its ass here. And it does mean that if there were to be a war, that the pieces are already moving. And we've already seen attacks on American bases in the Levant. Due to the U.S.'s internal divisions, I think that these attacks will be ignored unless the Iranians make a move first to go after Israel. There are a handful of reasons the US might do this. One is that Israel is a strong American ally, and yes, if we're being honest, the Israeli lobby is strong in American politics, and Jews make up an incredibly disproportionate amount of the American elite. However, also, Israel has been consistently one of America's steadiest allies, and also, they are
but
the
all we do
only
is help them. They don't do
stable
shit
democracy
for
in the
us.
region, so of course we'd like to protect them. The American establishment has a long list of wars in the Middle East and meddling there, Afghanistan and Iraq being the easiest examples. I think a decent amount of this is boomerism, in that our elite are almost all baby boomers. I think this is why Russia, although I definitely don't think they're angels, were painted as satanic in the 2016 election and the invasion of Ukraine, since our ruling class grew up when the Soviet Union was our main enemy. Even though, for me, it's been obvious for my entire life that China, which has 10 times the population of Russia, was a much bigger threat. The people leading our country and military now are the very same people who planned the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, which occurred as I was being born. I know there was a desire to take out Iran, and I think a decent amount of this is just that sentiment. Important Republican leader Mitch McConnell has already called the war going on in Israel now a holy war. I do think there is the same calculation as well, that a war might bring people together and boost Biden's popularity. Presidents who
fucking hopefully not.
Start wars normally see a significant increase in their popularity. And
yeah, it's such bullshit, bro. It's like, I don't want any wars to be started, but why is it that any country that any president who starts a war, they're the one who gets elected? It's so fucking stupid.
And this is a well-known thing in political circles, known as the circle round the flag effect. Every single president in the 20th century who started a war got reelected, which is something that I know must be on Biden's mind as we enter the new election cycle. The Middle East is also a vast oil producer. This has turned out to be less of an issue than it was before.
That's
for the
sick.
Americans. In the last 15 years, the US has become by some metrics the world's largest oil producer in the world and a large oil exporter. This has been buoyed by the Americas, with Canada and Mexico and Venezuela thrown in, are now a bigger oil producer than the entire Middle East. The US's allies such as Japan and Europe are still completely dependent upon Middle Eastern oil, however. Partly for this reason, the US has been pulling out of the Middle East since the start of the Trump presidency, and de-escalating its importance. Thus, it is pretty surprising that the US is showing such an active interest in the region now. An important factor here is that by natural design, the Middle East should be unified. If you look over the last 3,000 years, the Middle East, and especially the Fertile Crescent, have been ruled pretty continuously by giant empires since the land is so dead flat. On top of this, the transnational political identity of Dar al-Islam and the large transnational ethnic identity that is the Arabs creates a cultural force which means most people in this region actively want to be part of a large empire, rather than their shitty countries like Iraq or Syria. ISIS is the easiest example of this impulse. The Iranians have a pretty big sphere over the Middle East. If the US were to pull out today completely, there would probably be some horrible war that would kill millions of people between the Persians, Turks, and Saudis over regional hegemony. But out of it, in a couple decades, would come a unified Middle East. The Americans don't want there to be a unified Middle East, which would be an aggressive power on the scale of power of India or China. Imagine if the Ottoman Turkish Empire from 1700 was a country today. Imagine how many nightmares that would cause for American interests. Also, said country would have a stranglehold over a majority of the world's global oil market. The United States has tried to block every attempt to unify the Middle East, whether Gaddafi, Iran, or Saddam Hussein being easy examples. This is another domino. The Americans have to make an active decision to have war with Iran over this. Here's another chance that the war doesn't escalate. The outtake of this video for if we'll have a world war is I'm not sure. There are different layers where this war could be constrained on a certain geographic scale. The rest of the world will probably still have wars due to underlying serious issues that beset the whole planet in different ways, but they will be separate wars rather than being integrated into a full conflict at the same time. However, human history has shown that it is pretty common that all the dominoes do end up falling, with both world wars, the 30 Years' War, the 7 Years' War, Napoleonic, and more being easy examples. I mean, hell, for the top war I'm comparing this to over this video, the 30 Years' War, it started with some extremely complicated minutia about Bohemian politics that spiraled off into a major war that pulled in almost every country in Europe. Another factor that would keep the US from starting the war is the much greater threats of Russia and China, where the Middle East is really
hopefully they don't attack there. Maybe they will.
What this war would be like. Maybe that's a future video. I do think conquering Iran would be exceptionally difficult for the Americans.
Because I did break them, so they might break me.
Another strange cross line here is that Azerbaijan and Israel are strong allies. And so, if Iran has a war with Israel, Azerbaijan will fight on Israel's behalf. And just looking at the map, this may look like
he's gonna break him though.
Iran, because Iran's so much bigger. But Azerbaijan has a very good military, as we've recently seen with their wars with Armenia. And also, the largest ethnic minority in Iran are Azeris. And so, if the Azeris were to invade northwestern Iran, they'd be met by their co-ethnics who would probably support them. And thus,
Does
this
he not
would open
attack?
up a nasty front against Iran if they were to declare war on Israel. For the two other major powers of the region, Turkey and Saudi Arabia, I would have considered both to be strong American allies even a year or two ago. However, both are more now in the neutral camp, where they could play either side. This is due to a combination of both Saudi Arabia and Turkey wanting more strategic flexibility, but also the Americans making ludicrous foreign policy blunders to annoy them, so they don't want to work with the Americans anymore. The Saudis and Iranians used to be complete nemesis. However, recently, they've patched things up, where they're now in a more cooperative mood with the other. But that doesn't remove the factor that both, on a geostrategic basis, are rivals, with Saudi Arabia being the purveyor of revolutionary Sunniism and Iran being the purveyor of revolutionary Shiaism. And I don't know how long this detente might last, and it could fall apart at any second, but also, with both the Turks and Saudis, I see them benefiting from a regional war between Israel or America and Iran, and with both sticking out until they can join it at an opportune time to push their interests while their enemies have weakened themselves fighting each other. The Saudis, Americans, and Israelis have constructed this weak alliance of Arab countries stretching from the Gulf to Egypt of Arab countries
he is gonna
that are
break
okay
me.
with Israel. After decades of fighting them, the Arabs realized it was better
Oh,
to work
no.
with the Israelis on a pure power level. And there's a reason that none of the surrounding Arab countries accept Palestinian refugees, who are seen as troublemakers who rock the boat. A problem here is that all of these regimes are autocracies, and furthermore, not absolutely tyrannical ones like Maoist China or Nazi Germany that have complete controls over power over their population. And the ruling elite may ally with Israel for certain things, but for their majority populations, who are Sunni Arabs just like the Palestinians, they feel great sympathy for them and despise Israel. For now, Israel can count on Egypt to not rock the boat. But the problem is that for a lot of these countries, namely Egypt, which I've ranked as the country most likely to have a...
That's crazy. I think I'm probably about the same. So 90. Yeah, I think I have just as many fucking troops as him. Wow. And I literally had like no troops after I attacked the 40 against a 40.
That's too supportive, or even not antithetical to Israel in this war, they could have a
He might
revolution
run down
or
and
change
fuck
their
that guy
policies
up,
because they'll realize they'll have a
too.
revolution. So all of Israel's Arab allies are weak at best in their support of Israel. You know how if you read early modern European history, the alliances are constantly fluid because each country is supporting its own interests, not that of some transnational goal. And so if you read 18th or 17th century history, France is constantly supporting the Austrians, then fighting the Austrians, then supporting the English, then fighting the English, and these alliances are constantly twirling around. And that's the issue with the Middle East, where all of these countries are supporting their own self-interests. And so they will make radical changes on the second, which turns this entire geographic region into a bunch of wild cards, where maybe the Turks would get involved in this war if it supported their interests at that moment. But I can't predict what Turkish interests will be in 6 months. And that applies to every country in this region. Something I want to just briefly touch on is how stupid the American foreign policy in this region has been. And I'm someone who you could call a neocon shill. I support the American empire. But I look at what we've done, and the thing is, this is probably true of every country in the region.
Wait, did he just say he...
But I...
Did he
into a bunch
just say
of
that you
wild
could probably
cards,
consider him
where
a...
maybe the Turks would get involved in this war if it supported their interests at that moment, but I can't predict what Turkish interests will be in 6 months. And that applies to every country in this region. Something I want to just briefly touch on is how stupid the American foreign policy in this region has been. And I'm someone who you could call a neocon shill. I support the American empire. But I look at what we've done, and the thing is, this is probably true of every country in the region, but I'm an American, so I know about our problems. And we've done stuff like alienate the Turks over the Kurds, a group who we have no geostrategic reason to support. We've alienated the Saudis over human rights reasons. Our invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan just resulted in our enemies growing stronger, even though we won the military campaigns. Because
I still
of
have the most
actually
troops, I
maintaining
think.
a
Or
presence
pretty
in the
damn
region.
close.
And we've alienated much of the Arab world through drone striking various countries and various human rights and attacks on regions we haven't had to. Because America has no skin in the game, we make horrible decisions based off political choices back in America, and then that gradually alienates the region against us. An important factor here is that any conflict in the Middle East will spur large amounts of immigration to Europe, which will further destabilize Europe, which is struggling to deal with that immigration now. This would spark a crisis of leadership inside Europe. To pull back from the Middle East, let's start
you
with
dumb
the assumption
fuck.
that America and Iran are at war. What happens next? I, first of all, am not sure if America will be able to commit to actually having a war in the Middle East. America is in a uniquely bad place now, which I've explained in these numerous videos, where I believe America to be on the verge of a civil war. In fact, this is why all of these countries are launching these attacks, since they believe America to be too internally divided to resist them effectively, and I actually agree. American society is so divided on multiple levels that it can't do anything without serious issues. Look at COVID, which ideally should have been something which brought us
He's gonna
together,
break 'em.
but in reality just
Break 'em
pushed us
both.
further apart. Every single issue in modern America is polarized. The US is in a tremendous amount of debt already, and we barely pass budgets every few months. And this is one of those issues where each budget might pass barely, and there is a minority shot that each time the budget has an issue that it does pass. But once you add up a bunch of shots each few months of barely passing a government budget, and then you throw in an external war in a very politicized society, is I just don't think the U.S. would be able to fund that war.
This is
and
moving
trying to wage it
like
externally
so
would
good in
break
my
us
favor.
internally. As a scary point to make for the secular cycles I've talked about, neocon shill. I suppose each country is supporting its own interests, not that of some transnational goal. And so if you read 18th or 17th century history, France is constantly supporting the Austrians, then fighting the Austrians, then supporting the English, then fighting the English, and these alliances are constantly twirling around. And that's the issue with the Middle East, where all of these countries are supporting their own self-interests. And so they will make radical changes on the second, which turns this entire geographic region into a bunch of wild cards, where maybe the Turks would get involved in this war if it supported their interests at that moment, but I can't predict what Turkish interests will be in 6 months. And that applies to every country in this region. Something I want to just briefly touch on is how stupid the American foreign policy in this region has been. And I'm someone who you could call a neocon shill. I support the American empire. But I look at what we've done, and the thing is, this is probably true of every country in the region, but I'm an American, so I know about our problems. And we've done stuff like alienate the Turks over the Kurds, a group who we have no geostrategic reason to support. We've alienated the Saudis over human rights reasons. Our invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan
Should I go
just
right
resulted in
here?
our enemies growing stronger, even though we won the military campaigns, because we're incapable of actually maintaining a presence in the region. And we've alienated much of the Arab world through drone striking various countries and
I'm
various
confused on
human
what-
rights and attacks on regions we haven't had to. Because America has no skin in the game, we make horrible decisions based off political choices back in America, and then that gradually alienates the region against us. An important factor here is that any conflict in the Middle East will spur large amounts of immigration to Europe, which will further destabilize Europe, which is struggling to deal with that immigration now. This would spark a crisis of leadership inside Europe. To pull back from the Middle East, let's start with the assumption that America and Iran are at war. What happens next? I, first of all, am not
Let's
sure
see
if America
what
will be
he
able to commit
does.
to actually having a war in the Middle East. America is in a uniquely bad place now, which I've explained.
I don't know if I like what he's doing right there. Do I have a trade? No. Why did he set right there? Oh. Why doesn't he move into here? You'd get the same amount of bonuses. I don't understand.
In these numerous videos where I believe America to be on the verge of a civil war. In fact, this is why all of these countries are launching these attacks, since they believe America to be too internally divided to resist them effectively, and I actually agree. American society is so divided on multiple levels that it can't do anything without serious issues. Look at COVID, which ideally should have been something which brought us together, but in reality just pushed us further apart. Every single issue in modern America is polarized. The US is in a tremendous amount of debt already, and we barely pass budgets every few months. And this is one of those issues where each budget might pass barely, and there is a minority shot that each time the budget has an issue that it does pass. But once you add up a bunch of shots each few months of barely passing a government budget, and then you throw in an external war in a very politicized society, I just don't think the US would be able to fund that war, and trying to wage it externally would break us internally. As a scary point to make for the secular cycles I've talked about, such as the French Revolution, wars of religion, or Black Death, as I've said in too many videos, all the economic factors that predict them line up now. Also, in a truly disproportionate amount of cases, the driving event is a budget issue inside the government. I mean, that's what caused the French Revolution as an example. As I've said in my many previous videos, I think the US is on the verge of a revolution, and I'm not sure where this fits in with an external conflict. If the US does have an external problem, a problem has been that the military hasn't been able to get enough recruits for years. Also, as said before, an estimate by the military also found that 3/4 of Gen Z men aren't fit to serve due to obesity and mental health issues. To deal with these labor shortages, I could see the US military going for a draft. However, half those who are in the final eligible quarter of young men are in college, and thus of higher social class. In the classist society that is modern America, I don't think the political class could stomach a war where their children die at higher rates than the lower classes. If the US does try to have a draft, our society would completely fall apart. A point I'd make is that the only way the US could get young men, especially the tough ones that would form a core of leadership, to fight would be by pulling on right-wing values and a demographic of aggressive, heavily white young men that lean that way. They just couldn't get men to die for wokeness. That's insane. However, the problem is that the rightists they'd pull on all despise the establishment. I've said in many previous videos that modern America provides no incentive for young men to work inside the system and not reject it. If the government were to try to draft young men, what they'd be doing is free military training, weapons, providing shared leadership, and more to a group of young men.
I think I want to kill him first, and then I'm gonna try to go through and go get. Okay, he only got a 6 stack. Okay, that's what I'm going to get here. Boom. Got a 10 stack.
And who would then use that against their government. Even if it doesn't get that far, I think trying to have a draft or wage a war would cause mass social dissolution, as young men wouldn't want to die for a country or military that hates them. A war, or even a threat of war, would massively destabilize supply chains in the economy, likely causing rapid price fluctuations. The average American, and frankly, person around the world, is barely on the edge of survival now. If you make things worse, the social order just completely breaks down. You can already see the presages of this, in that it is a growing truth that the downtowns of major cities in America are no longer safe. This is a global principle and will just make things worse. I think our boomer elite, who has no idea the problems which face young men, will make a horrifying miscalculation about what they're capable of, and the system will blow up. On top of this, I could see the boomers trying to get a draft for Gen Z, followed by a vociferous, "You fuckers dodged Vietnam, go to hell." This is another one of those
purple is going to be easier to kill.
Yet to be decided. The U.S. sits in a place where it could either fall into civil war, revolution, or have an external war. This could be decided by a handful of decisions.
Should I try to kill purple right now? Next phase.
To jump to a completely different continent, the problem here, though, is that China has its own political problems, which I discuss in this video. As I've said before, I will bet good money China will have its own revolution in the next few years, due to the profound systemic issues there. Chinese youth unemployment stands at 50% now, and they experience horrifying aging, in which their youngest and largest age bracket are people turning 40, who will realize that they will never be able to retire or have children, which will drive them crazy. Their housing market is one of the most ludicrously expensive in the world, in which people are completely priced out of anything, while their economy has taken a massive hit from foreign business pulling out in COVID. China, as I predicted a couple years back, has transformed itself into a Maoist state. The Chinese have done everything they would do if they were to attack Taiwan. The Chinese elite sees Taiwan as their war they can use to unify their populations, and frankly get rid of the young men who could potentially rebel. They've had an army mass to do so for years, have been stockpiling several years' worth of food and raw materials. They also have literally said multiple times that they would attack Taiwan, and there have been several scares in which we've nearly had a war in the last few years. If the US is facing all of these issues internally, while also facing a war in the Middle East, the Chinese are in a position where they basically have to attack Taiwan. They've staked their reputation and honor on this, and have everything lined up for it. The question at this point is, can or should America even try to stop them? This is another dynamo, which, depending on a handful of decisions, could add a completely new front to the war. Finally, you have Russia. Russia has been stuck in a losing war in Ukraine for years. They launched this attack, which I also predicted years in advance, due to facing many of the same issues as China. As I've covered in this video, I also think Russia is on the verge of revolution, and launched the war in Ukraine as a sign of weakness. This is further evidenced by them losing what should otherwise be a very easy war. My friend and colleague Philippe Fabry, who does similar historical cycles as what I do in France, has created the same model as me independently, where there are strong parallels between the fall of the Roman Republic and the world today. At the same time, he has another historic cycle of imperialism. With this, Russia and China have...
And that's just to show you, even though you are losing, you can, like, you basically have lost, you can still always win. Boom. www stream. You're very welcome for the follow. Welcome to the Kick family. Thank you. Fox Warrior Gaming 4. Good work. www. You know what? Let's look up this guy. Thank you for the follow, Fox Warrior. I'll have to look you up after this stream.
At this point, to maintain internal unity. Under this model, which I think there's a shot of, is if America is facing these struggles, why doesn't Russia go for the Baltics or Poland when America is occupied elsewhere? There is a certain rebuttal to this, that Russia is so occupied in Ukraine, which has also proved the limits of the Russian military, that it would be foolish to extend the war. However, desperate people do crazy things, and I could see Putin making a YOLO calculation here. Imperial courts like Putin's also tend to promulgate delusion-making overcalculations.
Alright, I'm gonna play
like
one
this,
more
much
game of
more.
Risk, and
There's
then
a
I'll start
profound
doing
similarity
the...
here between the fall of the Roman Republic and the present, which I cover through this video. The Roman Republic was facing many of the same internal problems as America today, of collapse in values, decadence, extremely high inequality, and more. What occurred was that Rome was stuck in its own civil wars, while at the same time, Rome's enemies such as Mithridates, the Seleucids, or the Cimbrian Teutones tried to use this to disrupt the Roman international order. The Romans were stuck between fighting their own civil wars and outsiders at the same time, in a nasty series of complicated wars. This conflict is weird. It could mean one of many things. Maybe things stop here, and this is just stuck in a war in the Levant that no one remembers. Alternately, they light a series of matches which causes a world war to break out. Or something in between happens, where the conflict is managed and kept to a certain geographic region. I'd be lying if I knew what was going to happen. The only thing I can say is that there's a shit ton of dynamite everywhere, and people have been dropping matches left and right. Thank you.
Alright, gonna ready up here. Let's see this one. How?
This video was made possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description below.
Alright, what is the move here?
Where you can watch dozens of additional and exclusive full-length videos in my ongoing Nebula Modern Conflict series that covers recent major wars and crises, including this video's next part, covering the entire history of the Lebanon Civil War and the previous 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war, which will provide vital context that is very important to understanding the current conflict going on
I don't really
today.
like
On October 7th, 2023,
I do
Hamas and
not
other
like
Palestinian
this
militant
one
groups within the
bit.
Gaza Strip launched a devastating surprise attack on Israel that killed more than 1,200
I guess we do a
Israelis
slow
and took more
move
than
into,
200 more as hostages. In the aftermath of that attack, Israel
very
issued a formal
boom,
declaration of war against Hamas, mobilized more than 300,000 soldiers from their reserves, ordered the evacuation of all
And
Israeli
attack
civilians
phase,
from around the
boom.
Gaza Strip, and initiated a complete land, sea, and air blockade of the
Alright.
Gaza Strip itself that has restricted food, fuel, water, and medical supplies from getting in. From there, the war has been carried out in a series of phases from the Israeli perspective. In the first phase, the Israeli Air Force initiated a punishing 3-week-long aerial bombing campaign across the entire Gaza Strip, with the stated aims of destroying Hamas's infrastructure and giving Israel's own troops enough time to assemble and prepare for the upcoming ground invasion that was aimed at toppling Hamas's government in the Gaza Strip. Israel then ordered that the entire population in the northern section of the Gaza Strip be evacuated.
Moved south, yeah.
And on October 27th, the Israelis began the second phase of the war, a full-scale ground invasion into the northern Gaza Strip that they had ordered to be evacuated. Their strategy was to use the invasion to slice the Gaza Strip into two, push as many Palestinian civilians as possible towards the south, and attack isolated Hamas forces encircled in the north. As of this video's production, this second phase of Israel's war is beginning to wrap up, with Israeli military control largely secured across most of the northern Gaza Strip, and Gaza City itself rendered to a shattered ghost town. And
I
already,
am going
the
to
consequences
send
for the Palestinians within the Gaza Strip have been absolutely catastrophic. The Hamas
I didn't know that.
is reported that more than 14
Damn it, I thought alliances were on this one. Shit, that sucks.
15,000 Palestinians within the Gaza Strip have died since the war began. A statistic that represents the deaths of more than 1 in every 200 people who had lived there. And among those deaths include at least 5,500 children. A fact that makes the current conflict the deadliest war for children that has been fought in modern history. Around 1.5 million Palestinians, or about 70% of the Gaza Strip's population, have been internally displaced from their homes amidst the heavy fighting in the north of the Strip. And they have nearly all been pushed together into the southern end of the Strip. An area that was already, even before the war, one of the most densely populated places on the planet, and which is now arguably the single most densely packed place in the entire world, as they have nowhere else to go beyond Israel and Egypt's blockade and the Mediterranean Sea. And now, with the northern Gaza Strip largely secured by the Israeli military, Israel is contemplating when to initiate their third phase of the war, expanding the ground invasion towards the southern Gaza Strip and securing total control over the entire area. But this next phase will be fraught with incredible dangers. Hamas is believed to operate a vast and complex network of tunnels, hundreds of kilometers long beneath the entire Gaza Strip, a system that has sometimes been referred to as the Gaza Metro. Hamas's chief political leader still residing in the Gaza Strip, Yahya Sinwar, is believed to currently be hiding somewhere in these tunnels beneath his hometown of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip, along with a significant number of the hostages that were seized on October 7th. And so, in order to fully destroy Hamas and rescue all of their hostages, the two primary stated war aims of the Israelis, they will have to eventually invade the southern Gaza Strip too, and do something about all of the tunnels. But doing so in this extremely crowded urban environment is almost certainly going to get extremely ugly, and result in even higher Palestinian civilian casualties than even before as well. And when they invade the southern Gaza Strip, Israel will also become very vulnerable on other fronts. And there are already troubling signs emerging that the war could end up rapidly escalating away from immediately around Gaza and towards a greater cataclysmic Middle Eastern wide war. In many cases, the geopolitical pieces have already been put into place to fight one.
Oh, they are gonna love that one! Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James...
Let's begin by visiting the country that is immediately to the west of the Gaza Strip, Egypt. So far, Egypt has continued keeping their side of the border with the Gaza Strip sealed during Israel's invasion, and has largely refused to allow the vast majority of people across it. If this situation continues to persist by the time Israel expands their invasion into the southern Gaza Strip, then millions of Palestinian civilians will effectively have nowhere to go, caught between the Israeli army, the sealed Egyptian border, and the Mediterranean Sea. There has been rampant speculation about what Israel's ultimate intentions are for the more than 2 million Palestinians who will become trapped in this scenario. A paper published a week after Hamas's attack on the 13th of October by a department within Israel's intelligence ministry recommended that the entire civilian population of Gaza, some 2 million people, be evacuated across the border into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Shortly afterwards, the paper was leaked to the public, and the Israeli government was quick to insist that the paper has no actual basis or influence on official policy. Nonetheless, Israeli diplomats have apparently privately proposed a similar idea to multiple governments to transfer at least several 100,000 Palestinians into the Sinai as the war in the Gaza Strip continues. But Egypt's government, led by Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, meanwhile, has resoundingly rejected that this will ever happen. The Sinai Peninsula itself is largely an uninhabitable desert and is very sparsely populated, with only 600,000 Egyptian residents, compared to 2.2 million Palestinians who live in the Gaza Strip. Relocating all of them into the Sinai would result in more than a 4-fold increase in the peninsula's population, and Egypt simply doesn't have the resources or the infrastructure in place to accommodate that many people there all at once. Egypt was already teetering on the economic brink even before this new crisis started, with a debt-to-GDP ratio that has ballooned to nearly 93%, as the country continues to spend lavishly on constructing its brand new capital city just to the east of Cairo. Accepting millions of refugees in an underdeveloped part of the country, then, could obviously strain the country's troubled finances even further. Moreover, El-Sisi's government in Egypt is also staunchly opposed to Hamas as an organization. After all, Hamas was originally founded as the Palestinian offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood Organization, an Islamist organization that has its roots in Egypt, and the organization that found its way to power in Egypt briefly between 2012 and 2013, before El-Sisi and the Egyptian military overthrew them during a coup d'etat. Ever since then, El-Sisi outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and has been struggling to contain an armed Islamist insurgency opposed.
Wait, let's restart.
Been pushed together into the southern end of the Strip, an area that was already, even before the war, one of the most densely populated places on the planet, and which is now arguably the single most densely packed place in the entire world. As they have nowhere else to go.
I mean, the Gaza Strip already was probably the most densely populated place in the world. So,
beyond Israel and Egypt's blockade and the Mediterranean Sea. And now, with the northern Gaza Strip largely secured by the Israeli military, Israel is contemplating when to initiate their third phase of the war, expanding the ground invasion towards the southern Gaza Strip and securing total control over the entire area. But this next phase will be fraught with incredible dangers. Hamas is believed to operate a vast and complex network of tunnels, hundreds of kilometers long beneath the entire Gaza Strip, a system that has sometimes been referred to as the Gaza Metro. Hamas's chief political leader still residing in the Gaza Strip, Yahya Sinwar, is believed to currently be hiding somewhere in these tunnels beneath his hometown of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip, along with a significant number of the hostages that were seized on October 7th. And so, in order to fully destroy Hamas and rescue all of their hostages, the two primary stated war aims of the Israelis, they will have to eventually invade the southern Gaza Strip too, and do something about all of the tunnels. But doing so in this extremely crowded urban environment is almost certainly going to get extremely ugly, and result in even higher Palestinian civilian casualties than even before as well. And when they invade the southern Gaza Strip,
bro, so many more Palestinians have died than what happened on October 7th. Yeah.
Become very vulnerable on other fronts. And there are already troubling signs emerging that the war could end up rapidly escalating away from immediately around Gaza and towards a greater cataclysmic Middle Eastern
I see what
wide
he wants.
war. In many cases,
I got you.
The geopolitical pieces have already been put into place to fight one. Let's begin by visiting the country that is immediately to the west of the Gaza Strip, Egypt. So far, Egypt has continued keeping their side of the border with the Gaza Strip sealed during Israel's invasion, and has largely refused to allow the vast majority of people across it. If this situation continues to persist by the time Israel expands their invasion into the southern Gaza Strip, then millions of Palestinian civilians will effectively have nowhere to go, caught between the Israeli army, the sealed Egyptian border, and the Mediterranean Sea. There has been rampant speculation about what Israel's ultimate intentions are for the more than 2 million Palestinians who will become trapped in this scenario. A paper published a week after Hamas's attack on the 13th of October by a department within Israel's intelligence ministry recommended that the entire civilian population of Gaza, some 2 million people, be evacuated across the border into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Shortly afterwards, the paper was leaked to the public, and the Israeli government was quick to insist that the paper has no actual basis or influence on official policy. Nonetheless,
bro, it definitely did.
Israeli diplomats have apparently privately proposed a similar idea to multiple governments to transfer at least several 100,000 Palestinians into the Sinai as the war in the Gaza Strip continues. But Egypt's government, led by Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, meanwhile,
this guy is acting like a bot. Yeah,
happen.
he is a bot.
The Sinai Peninsula
Shit.
itself is largely an uninhabited.
I was not excited about that he's a bot. That does not help me out at all, especially since I'm going for the That's gonna make my strategy change a little bit here.
Desert and is very sparsely populated with only 600,000 Egyptian residents, compared to 2.2 million Palestinians who live in the Gaza Strip. Relocating all of them into the Sinai would result in more than a 4-fold increase in the peninsula's population, and Egypt simply doesn't have the resources or the infrastructure in place to accommodate that many people there all at once. Egypt was already teetering on the economic brink even before this new crisis started, with a debt-to-GDP ratio that has ballooned to nearly 93% as the country continues to spend lavishly on constructing its brand new capital city just to the east of Cairo. Accepting millions of refugees in an underdeveloped part of the country then could obviously strain the country's troubled finances even further. Moreover, El-Sisi's government in Egypt is also staunchly opposed to Hamas as an organization. After all, Hamas was originally founded as the Palestinian offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood Organization, an Islamist organization that has its roots in Egypt, and the organization that found its way to power in Egypt briefly between 2012 and 2013, before El-Sisi and the Egyptian military overthrew them during a coup d'etat. Ever since then, El-Sisi outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and has been struggling to contain an armed Islamist insurgency opposed to his rule that has been thriving in the geographically remote and rugged interior of the Sinai Peninsula. The various Islamist insurgents operating within the Sinai Peninsula have been able to smuggle weapons and militants back and forth with their fellow Islamists who rule in the Gaza Strip, Hamas. Which is why El-Sisi's Egypt has been so enthusiastic about maintaining their side of the blockade of Gaza. More than 3,000 Egyptian soldiers have died fighting against the insurgency in the Sinai ever since it began in 2011. And now, one of El-Sisi's most pressing fears is that if millions of Palestinians evacuate from the Gaza Strip into the Sinai, there may be hundreds or even thousands of Hamas militants traveling among them who could greatly exacerbate the Sinai insurgency all over again. Moreover, Palestinians forced out from their homes in Gaza may decide to attack Israel in the future from Egyptian territory within the Sinai, which has the potential to directly bring Egypt into conflict with Israel in the future. El-Sisi himself has expressed his concerns that any allegedly temporary evacuation of Palestinians from Gaza into the Sinai could easily transform into a permanent resettlement after the fact, which would symbolize the final liquidation of the Palestinian cause in Gaza once and for all. There have been some discussions made about Israel and/or the United States agreeing to pay off significant amounts of Egypt's government debt in exchange for Egypt allowing large numbers of Palestinians to resettle in the Sinai. But accepting
watch later. Yes, they are.
You were on the previous different show, and they asked you kind of like, hey, what do you do for your man? And I saw that clip and I thought it was a fantastic answer. Can you just reshare kind of that, and if you want to add anything, feel free.
Okay, yeah. So obviously, like I said, I cook and clean, do the laundry. That's pretty the typical stuff. But kind of like what you said,
that's good.
You want to make your house like a safe place for your husband to come home to and just make him comfortable and serve him. So every morning and every night, I literally massage him until he goes to bed. So every night I put my daughter to bed and then I massage my husband to sleep and then I go to sleep. And that's what I do because he wakes up and he works hard to provide for the family. So my job is to make sure that he gets to sleep and has a good night's rest. So that's something I do. I fully trust him. That's a lesson that I've had to learn because sometimes I've always had a strong personality and there's been times where I doubt his decision and I've had to learn the hard way that no, you need to trust your husband. And once I do and I fully trust him, I always realize, wow, he knows what's best for us. And I think that's something that men are really looking for in a woman is someone that can just fully trust them, just be led by them. You want a man that's a leader.
Yeah.
And that's what he truly is. And yeah, there's other stuff too, but yeah.
That is what a man wants in a relationship.
You know, maybe when you first started dating, you know, you're a little skeptical, you're getting to know someone. Did you ever think like this person's trying to manipulate me?
No.
Like I'm getting brainwashed?
No. I know some from the outside would think that, but no, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
What else does he do for you besides provide financially?
Well, he loves me. He loves me unconditionally.
Protects you physically.
I mean, we have such a great friendship. We are so in love with each other. I literally am someone that, in the past, I can't laugh out loud. I don't think anything's funny, but he just makes me laugh out loud so much. He helps me with my right-wing political content. He really has coached me on that. We actually met in the
Who is this girl?
Space. I don't know. We're just best friends. I would never want to spend my life with anyone else. I don't want to spend any other day with anyone else. We just drove here 8 hours and we were talking and laughing the entire time just because we love spending time together.
That's sweet.
A long drive.
Yeah, very long drive.
What you got out of that? Do you feel like you guys could get to a point where it's like we're spending every single day together? Like, maybe as a man, just considering, men are different and like they need different things. Do you ever think about like, hey, he could want to potentially be with someone else? Would you be open to that? Like having a relationship, similar to his?
No, because we do ascribe to Christianity where you are faithful to that person. My husband actually waited until marriage, so he's never been a promiscuous person.
Based.
I have not, because I was atheist before and I went to college and I lived like a lifestyle that I'm not proud of, but that's what I'm telling you girls, is you can like come out of things and become a different person, and all things in Christ are a new creation, and we do take that literally. But yeah, I'm sure over time we're gonna be like, okay, maybe we shouldn't spend 24/7 together. Sometimes he says, okay, I need a little bit of space, I need to work. Like I always want to come into his office and bring my daughter and be like, look how cute she is, and he loves it. But obviously over time we're gonna need some space. I mean, we've only been married for 14 months, but as of now we love spending all the time together.
Yeah, you
Based.
take it day by day, you know, and like how I said with the connection, like you feel that was there right away. Yeah.
You could see the connection between the two of you too. When I met him earlier, I was like, they're very cute together.
Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't meet your husband. So. I know you got something to say. Say it.
No.
You're over here like.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? I've never seen this guy before.
Testimony. I don't think that.
Who is that? Does anyone know who this guy is right here?
Is on a border. They're on a fence. When they hear your testimony, I think it'll move them to the correct side of the fence. I think there are other persons who are, very much so hunkered down in their position, and so will delay it. Like, okay, it's kind of like when you're supposed to be on a diet. You're like, okay, I'm gonna have a cheat day today, but tomorrow I'm going to abide by the diet and what's right. And so I think that hopefully you just speed people a little faster to living the right way. So I appreciate you sharing that. And you know what?
If Green was good, Green would go take this and put all of his troops up here. See, he would take this, boom, 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 put his troops up here, move those troops that are there to up there. That's what he would do.
What you said that I think was really important that most people can't deal with. Most men aren't good leaders today, especially, and most women are not willing.
The only reason why I'm doing this exterior guard is because there's a bot out here. Otherwise, I would be doing an interior guard.
But because you're a woman of faith, it makes it easier for you to put your faith into that man. But also there's the piece of you dated for marriage. So a lot of women, like, maybe they might fear being manipulated, being abused, being lied to, being cheated on, being treated poorly because they're not dating for marriage. So they end up with a lot of guys who are tricking them or just trying to sleep with them because they didn't put the guy through the proper test before they got to the marriage.
But what's a proper test? Because you don't know what someone's like when you first meet them. You have to get to know them.
Oh,
they
they're
could be
for
a
sure
really
pretending.
bad person.
Yeah, they're
But how
often
do you know
pretending.
that?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. For example, you ever dealt with a guy who was talking to you just to sleep with you?
Well, of course.
Right,
yeah,
all of you have, right?
course.
Okay, so if you don't sleep with him and you keep drawing that out longer and longer, what's he going to do?
Well,
he's either gonna leave because all he's there for is to get laid, or he could wait until marriage, I guess, or wait until if he actually wants a relationship.
He just went about things wrong, or he could get frustrated, but that's when you should get up and leave.
So if the guy's really interested in you and you're holding off sex, then he's going to stick around.
Yeah, of course.
But most guys are not interested in something real. They just want the sex. So when you hold off on the sex, they'll disappear.
Okay, that's
because you're
true.
forcing them to put in too much effort.
That's true, but there's also a lot of other characteristics that can make someone a bad person that will come out later. Even if they hold off on the sex for you, those
I've got to piss.
can come out later.
Correct. And the truth is that you take risks when you pursue good things, right?
So you can't always know when you meet someone if they're going to be a good or a bad person.
You definitely won't always
Well, that's what you were saying,
know.
kind of.
No, I definitely wasn't saying you would always know, because 100%, that'd be amazing, right? It's not 100%. The good news with business and with romance is you really only have to get it right once, right? Like, you're only going to marry one man, right?
I mean,
Or
I hope
I'm
so.
not,
I
I'm not.
hope so.
If you want to, right. So you only have to get love right the one time, but I think that if you have certain foundational things, it makes it easier, like letting the guy know your intention up front. Hey, I'm not just going to hang out with you. I want marriage. So if you're not dating for marriage, don't even start with me.
Well, for me, I'm 18, so it's a little weird if I'm just like, I'm looking for marriage, you know?
Right. But is that weird, though?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, in this culture, it is now. Like, I feel like it is way harder nowadays than it was back even 10 years ago to say that you're waiting for marriage, you know? Which sucks, but
It's weird.
it's just the truth.
It's weird today.
Okay,
it's
that's
weird
true.
today, but today is weird, though.
That's exactly what I was just fucking saying.
Who've gotten with, been with their husbands since they were, 18 years old, and
I wish I could experience that.
and they deeply regret it.
Really?
Yes. I will say I do believe, like, I do want to live a traditional life. I would like to have a husband, have kids, but I will say I think at 18 years old, who are you at 18 years old?
Yeah, no, like, I'm still
I feel like
Well, I mean, back then people also grew up a lot faster than they do now. Fucking everyone nowadays who's like 18, 19 is still like acts like a fucking child. Back then, they were like adults. They acted like fucking adults back then. So.
In college,
exactly.
all that,
Your brain isn't even developed. Like, who am I? I can't imagine, like, even, I don't know, being with anyone who I was with when I was 18.
I mean, I don't think age will determine if you can, like, feel love or not, because if you feel love, it's a feeling. That connection's going to be there, It doesn't matter if you're 18 or
I think it's a little delusional, though, when you're a little bit more delusional when you're 18 than when you're
Okay, maybe I'm a little
I think that
No, I don't know because I'm not older, you know? And if I say, like, I feel in love with someone, that's how I feel, I'm going to stand by it.
What if we're all becoming more and more crazy and immature? And I mean clinically immature. What I mean by that is 18 is when you're an adult. So in our
How is it's like I pre-watched this video and knew exactly what this guy was going to say before he said it.
our strange society we're erecting, we're saying like, oh, you're still a kid, you're so young. But are you? And the reason I say but are you is this. Number one, at age 18, you can go off to war and lose your life. So you can make a decision that would cause you to die.
That's not right.
Yeah.
And by law, you are an adult. And when you look at your grandparents, when were they having their kids? Around the age of 18.
Yeah.
So we're becoming clinically immature, and it's like we're going backward. Because the truth is, anyone start their menstruation in middle school? Yeah, start menstruation.
I feel like most women did.
Question, yeah.
Well, yeah, not to be awkward, but what does menstruation indicate?
That you're ready to have a child.
That you could be a mother, right? In middle school. So now you're 18, you're quite far from middle school. So the question is, are we staying in line with what is natural and what is like right for us as the human animal? And as we build more technology and we get farther away from that.
Although they could say that your brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25, so why would you make a decision for the rest of your life? I don't agree with that, but that's what I'm just saying that they could say. I don't know if any of them are going to say that.
Go a little bit weird. I mean,
So do you think girls should start having kids when they're 14?
No. But closer to 18.
You're saying if that's what's natural. Hey, if this is,
That's when it starts. But when things
So
start,
would you have
it's
wanted
not.
to have a kid at 18?
No, that's the girl that's it for the female. For the male, it's different, right? Because she mentioned following her man's lead, right? Imagine you're an 18-year-old girl following the lead of an 18-year-old boy. You're about to be led to destruction.
Okay, well, exactly. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
That does make perfect
sense. Like what, you
sense.
want like a 28-year-old with an 18-year-old having kids?
Because also in your grandparents.
I mean, that's kind of how it was.
Women would always date a man who's older. And
Yeah.
the reason for that is
like forever it was that way. Women always date above their age. That's normal.
all the things you
Like, I
mentioned.
feel like 5-year gap is about the normal age difference.
Security, stability, finances, leadership, experience. So it makes perfect sense that you would date a guy who's older, but if you're clinically immature, then it feels weird to date a guy that's older.
But do you think in some of those situations?
Ah, man, I was
think
hoping
some
for that
men,
kill.
Okay, you know they should lead, and some men maybe their intentions are good, but I think
What
an
the fuck?
18
Oh.
and a 28-year-old. I mean, what do you really have in common besides? I think a lot of 28-year-old men will probably see her as like, hey, she's young, she's impressionable. I may just want to manipulate this girl.
No, yeah, the
Like, do you-
oldest guy I ever talked to, he was 24. He had a 3 or a 4-year-old, and like he treated me amazing. But was he a good guy to me at the end of the day? No, because I'm 18, I'm fresh blood. You know, he knows that I haven't really had experience like that.
So you're saying he had bad intentions with you?
Well, I don't really know what his intentions were to this day because he wasn't good at communicating and things like that. But was he an older man? Did he have a stable career? Did he have a stable life?
Oh man, I have to piss so fucking bad.
Well, because I thought he was hot on the beach.
You said what?
What?
I thought he was hot on the beach.
You thought it was hot on the beach.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
Would you be okay with your 27 with your 17-year-old daughter being with a 27-year-old man?
If he intended to
Maybe an 18-year-old daughter, not a 17-year-old daughter.
marry her and stick with her.
So when she was in high
school, if she was out of high school, I think that if she was out of high school, I think it's better, but I still don't know if I'd be completely all right with that.
So still in high school.
100%.
You would be okay.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. My goal for my children is for them to have strong families, to amass great wealth, and do good in the world.
Mhm.
That's my goal for myself. That's my goal for my lineage. So if a man comes to me and he's honorable, responsible, reliable, and my daughter is interested in him, like step one, is she interested in him? If she's not interested, it's done. But if she's interested in him and she asks him to present himself to me as a father, and I don't have any kids, then yeah, you're 27, she's 17, and I don't want my daughter sleeping around. I don't want my daughter doing a bunch of things that's going to tear out her heart.
I get what
It's a
he's
bad
saying,
experience.
but I'm just thinking like nowadays, I feel like a guy who would be doing that would be a little weird. You know what I'm saying? Maybe back in the day when it was more culturally normal, I think that would be fine. But nowadays, I feel like a guy who would be doing that would probably be weird.
He's sincere.
You get?
We're within
Do you
the
get?
same
Do you
culture.
understand what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
For example, in her case, like if I'm a Christian man, he's a Christian man, my daughter's a Christian woman, and he comes in sincerity and he's going to provide her all the things that she wants, why would I deny that from her?
What if she's 14? Is there like an
That's
age?
crazy.
Okay, why is this guy?
Is there an age? I mean, she could be a
Yeah.
freshman. She
No,
could be a
needs to
freshman
be
in high school.
adult. She needs to be an
I mean,
18-year-old
I don't
adult.
think 17 is,
No.
being an adult.
Yeah,
and,
no.
and just
So she
because
needs to be-
Wait, how could? Did she just say a 17-year-old could be a freshman in high school? No, unless if she was like retarded. What?
Be an
and
18-year-old
just
adult.
another year, like just what she was saying, like we're girls.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't
we're-
feel that
we're just,
different than I did
We're
when I was
brain dead.
17.
We don't know what's going on. Like we're easy.
Yeah, but you always are that way. So, like, does it make a difference if you're 17 to however old you are now? I don't think so. I think that women just always be acting like children. So, I don't know.
Manipulate, dated older men. When I was 18, my boyfriend was 36. He was a server. He didn't make a lot of money. I was a hostess. Bless my heart. And then when I was 20, my boyfriend was also 36, a different one. And there is differences in these older men that choose to date younger. Because I would say the first one, it was just because I had no idea what was going on and it was easy. But the second one did make me feel really safe, and we did have a really good relationship, and he took care of me. And so I would say that there's differences. Sometimes it's okay, but like 18.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
All right, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
Like, are you actually pissed at Aiden other than the whole, coming after your family, doxing, and all that stuff?
Other than coming after your
Other than
family, are
everything
you upset at
important.
Aiden Ross?
Other than
No, but like,
or was the panel last night treating Aiden calling you the F so casually? It was kind of, it's hard for me to
understand that. I can understand it through a couple perspectives. One might be
calling him the F slur. Just say faggot, bro. Just say faggot. Why is everyone so afraid nowadays to say faggot? It's annoying. Just say it.
It's hard to make sense of this. Either one, it's because Aiden is super clouded in the. Is he still part of the WL community? And they don't want to like fight the WL community.
What the
Also,
fuck is the
Aiden's fan
WL
base
community?
Is, like, very active and very evil, so maybe they don't want to get on the bad side of that. So that might be one part of it. A second part of it might be them not following or knowing anything about my personal life. So when he's like asking questions about like my breakup or my ex-wife or like cuck jokes or whatever, people think that's just like kind of a meme or who cares. And then when I make the Muslim jokes on him, people think it's like the worst thing in the world because I'm like being Islamo.
I heard this and I was so confused. I was like, wait, is Aiden Ross Muslim? No, he's not. He was just talking about a friend. One of his friends, and Aiden Ross was defending his friend. I think Aiden Ross is Jewish. Maybe not like practicing Jewish, but I think he is Jewish.
Fascist, phobic,
like a
whatever.
practicing Jew.
Maybe. So they feel like him coming back on me and just like calling me like 20 times in a row. You 40-year-old. Like, Jesus Christ. Maybe they felt that was fair. I don't know.
We go anywhere in public. Nobody knows who you are. Everyone knows who I am. So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yes.
Nobody
knows who I am. Everybody knows who's that one guy that they thought was gay from Andrew Tate's stream. That's literally the only thing anyone knows about.
You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old. You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden,
you're a 40-year-old.
That was kind of wild. That was funny. He like completely fucking snapped after I poked him in like two vulnerable spots. The the Andrew Tate thing and the viewpotting thing. He like broke completely. Did you have beef with him prior to that? He was coming for you from the start? No, we didn't have any beef. Actually, our last conversation was pretty friendly, but he's like not enough of a person to have.
Is he gonna take this?
Anybody? He probably just follows the winds of his audience. So, and I'm sure Sneeko was probably texting him like, "Oh, ask Tessie about this or whatever." So like, yeah. Then he pouted like a child the rest of the podcast. Yeah, I'm guessing because I'm guessing that because of sorry. A guess. This is just a guess. I don't know. I have to, yeah. I could be making this up, but it feels like he is not used to getting pushback because so many people will suck up to him because he's a famous streamer. That's my guess. But I could be wrong on that too. Maybe he does get a lot of pushback from other people. But
pushback
like
for what?
Used to having anybody
calling someone a faggot?
As soon as I did that, he like basically lost his mind, which is kind of sad. I hate it when fucking people, especially like him, do this because it might have been like a fun convo. Like if he really wanted to go back and forth, I got a million Muslim jokes, I got a million Jew jokes for Aiden Ross, I've got a million botting jokes, 10-year-old fan joke. I got so many different jokes that I could have used. It would have been really fun to run back and forth, but it's kind of boring when the other person just calls you like a cuck like a million times. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, if you want to say the same insults over and over again, all right, you see how far them white jokes get you. we can do 8 Mile and I'll just use a whole bunch of new shit against you, yeah. But I don't know, it's cringe, I think. He said someone texted him not to talk while you were there, and then right when you left, he started talking shit again. Then after you came back, everyone was quiet again. Yeah, because I think that there were people probably texting him saying I doubt it was a manager saying don't like do this. It's not good for your brand. It was probably either Sneeko or other friends texting him saying like, hey, you look really bad and unhinged right now. You need to calm the f down and chill because you look like a clown. So he probably decided to shut the f up and chill, and then claim that it was like a sponsor or some bullshit. Yeah.
Fuck, bro. I gotta
He also had to
piss.
go somewhere, but as soon as he left,
I don't want to leave though because I don't want I don't want this to bot out and then fucking just attack the shit out of people. After my turn, I'm gonna fucking
Aiden was in
sprint.
with Sneeko? Because aren't they friends and they chat? And like these guys are always like texting each other, like all these people whenever they're on shows and shit. So
After my turn, I'm gonna fucking sprint and gotta take a piss real fast.
my word for your own safety, 10-year-old attention span is usually pretty short, but obviously I don't want to tempt it that much. XXC practically begged you to stay, but you failed him.
Oh. Whew, fuck, I gotta piss, bro.
I had other shit that I wanted to do, and also it did feel kind of weird. Again, me, okay, boundaries. So let me say this, okay, because I'm not like crying about it, but I'm literally sitting on a podcast with this loser fucking piece of shit, like smiling and grinning into his phone.
All right, I gotta
as like
hurry.
my family members are getting spam phone calls, as pictures of my kid are being posted on his community. That's not just a random community on Twitter. That is Aiden's community. He's a mod there, and he's got other mods posting like pictures of them with like Glocks or guns in their lap, you know, saying I'm gonna go and find Destiny and shit. And it's like that. It just feels weird. Like, why am I gonna sit here and play nice and pretend that like this is anything when yeah, when this is like really weird that this guy's like sitting here as his fan base of 10-year-olds are actually. And then also when I came back, he literally defended. He was like, yeah, you should get doxxed. You should, like, really, my family? That's unhinged, bro.
Oh, Aiden's community should be spam report off the internet. Yeah, they've been posting pictures of my family and my address for the past 2 hours.
That's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
Aiden's not doing shit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Aiden, come on, bro. Aiden, come on,
you're
bro.
Aiden. Aiden, you are fine. Aiden,
come on, bro.
Aiden.
I have no control over that.
Aiden, Aiden, look at this. No, listen, it's all part of the game. Listen, I appreciate it. Hey, listen, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's fine. I'm gonna be looking for the high schoolers rolling up, okay, with their pistols or whatever. That's cool. I'm just saying, you can't call me 50 times, get mad when I make one Wilson joke, then have your community try to dox me for 2 hours, posting pictures of my family, and then sit here and cry, and then say you're like a cry bull, or you don't have get some control over your life, okay? Jesus Christ. But anyway, have fun. I love you guys. Okay, now I'm going for real. Peace out.
You both.
Hold up. Let me talk on this.
All right, I'm back. Oh shit! Right in time for my turn.
MDMA.
Damn.
Nick Merckx and others echoed that Aiden got to be better than that, and then he conceded. Yeah, but I don't even like the phrasing of that. I haven't seen the clips, and I don't want to because I don't want to get like more upset than I already am about how dumb that was. The idea of them saying like, Aiden, you got to be the bigger man. Like, I'm the one that started it. Like, he's the one that got his feet in the mud first, and I just decided to roll around, you know, with him in it, and I'm fine with that. But then for them to be after, it's like, Aiden, you got to be the bigger man, bro. You got to like stand up to the, like, don't. It's like, what the fuck do you mean the bigger man? This guy's the child that already started this entire fight. Why the fuck do I care? Or what do you mean be the bigger man? He's a loser. Like, and he always has been a loser. He probably always will be a loser. But yeah.
I mean, he's rich as fuck, so he's not a loser in that aspect. But yeah, him sniffing Andrew Tate's seat was pretty fucking gay, though.
I don't know. I think it's because he's a big content creator and people are soft to big content creators. Oh, I'm getting to be a bigger content creator too, but I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. It's cringe.
Wasn't his dad rich before? What does Aiden Ross's dad do? I hate when people fucking do that shit. It annoys the piss out of me. Oh, this is about his ex-girlfriend, no. So just... All right, let's see. Lively and miscarriage is famous on the fairy tale. I'm curious. YouTube streamer become the sense of humor. No, I do not consent to Jewish parents. Yep, I knew he was Jewish. parents' jobs have not been disclosed to the media, but it's clear that his parents have an important role in exploring his dreams. Okay. I guess it doesn't say what his job is. Okay. All right. Well, I guess
I think it's cringe.
No one knows.
But I think Aiden should go take a trip to Canada. Yeah. Train did both sides start too. Yeah, because Train just wants like peace between people and shit. Yeah. Did you see the new Kanye rant that dropped? Yeah, I saw like 2 minutes of this. It's just Kanye being Kanye. I don't care that much. It's just, yeah. XQC said unleash the goons on Destiny, then later said they didn't want to mess with DGG. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. 600 comments from 4 hours ago. Wait, really? Unavailable.
Is Green gonna attack Red? Is that what he's gonna do? Or is Red gonna move that down to there and then fucking scare Green?
Okay.
I hate playing with people who obviously don't know how to play. Because then you have to play in a way that is different than you normally would, you know?
True. Fucking true. Check the clip of you apologizing and listen to the aftermath. Oh, this was 2 hours ago. Nice. Destiny apologizes to
like you
Aiden
didn't
Ross.
think that he was gonna do that?
Wait, can I apologize to Aiden first though, so that we're cool? Because I don't want to leave things bad for him.
Why doesn't?
It was fucked. I'll apologize to him. I don't know if he can hear me.
Wait, who said it was kind of fucked up? Oh, Tifu.
Okay.
Aiden, you ever muted? I don't know if this is gonna be a real one.
He should have taken that though.
Oh, okay. Listen.
Look at him acting like he's like so disinterested. He's so cool. And like fuck. I actually considered for a split second squashing it, but then like when I saw the way he was acting, I was like,
Aiden, we had that conversation, okay, before. I think the best thing we could do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you.
What the fuck?
True and based. Myth calls you a rat after you leave. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have mentioned that like his community's been doxing me for literally like the past hour or two on. Yeah, okay, I don't care.
I wonder if he's gonna go try to get in there
how do I
from
see
there.
right after? Fuck. Is there a way to go to that time in the VOD? I don't know how to do it. Sorry. Here's the clip for the after.
You might have me muted right now. I'm not
He's
sure.
not,
The best thing we could do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. Bye.
See, I sniffed it out from that. I sniffed it out from the rat. There's no shot.
Aiden, send the goons. Send the goons after him.
Weird move?
Come on, man. Listen, that shit's not gonna be real.
All right. Well, Aiden, you have full... He did say he was sorry. You have full permission.
He apologized.
Do whatever you... Yeah, that was fucked up. I did not... I should have known better, but I did not.
Bro, Train, I don't care.
This is such a pussy move. I don't like that Train, he always does this thing where he's like, oh yeah, all these big streamers would get involved. Train is just as guilty of it as a lot of other people though. Like when it comes to like...
I don't know who the fuck Train is. Who's Train? Does anyone know who Train is? Who the fuck is Train?
Up to big streamers is super cringe. It's so fucking cringe. Like everybody will treat Aiden, and I hate Aiden too. It's like pretty girl syndrome where everybody treats you with kid gloves because they don't want to like piss you off because they're trying to simp for you. It's so cringe. Oh my god.
Now I can actually talk.
I think that's just Destiny's way of just saying I love you, right?
Like look at that. Now I can actually talk. Why couldn't you talk before, pussy bitch? Like, or if you didn't want to fight with me, why the f are you like ragging on my relationships and everything? Like.
Yeah, it is.
Bro, what is...
He's a complicated guy.
That's a really good way to look at it.
Can I actually talk now?
Yeah.
You could have talked the whole time, but you were being a little fucking bitch about it.
True.
No, I actually got texts, Nick. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't talk.
No way.
Bullshit.
Him and fucking Destiny were...
Oh my god. He believes it right off the bat. I don't believe it. Jesus Christ. What a good podcast.
I kind of want to watch that.
So many clips. Don't forget you went back on after this. Oh, to talk about the doxing shit? Yeah, I don't know. And then he's like, I can't control my community. Even though he's literally the moderator of that community, which means he can literally control that community. But he's 35 running the 2008 Bill Maher playbook, or Bill Maher playbook, like a 15-year-old who just discovered atheism. This is truly incredible. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. Bro, somebody said some shit. I don't know if this is some more horseshoe.
I hate when people fucking act like this.
I thought we were atheists. I thought we hated religion. But now I'm worried that atheists didn't actually hate religion. Atheists just hated Christianity. Is that the case?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the fucking... Yeah, that's the case. How did you not fucking know that, Destiny? Are you retarded or something?
That can't be the...
Because it's the one true religion, so all these people who are, like, possessed and shit just hate Christianity.
The case from like 10 years
Obviously.
ago, right? This is the TikTok...
No, it is the case!
7th was its own attack. Oh.
Okay. Oh.
What do you plan to do this Christmas? I don't know. We'll see. Do you notice that LSF cycles between loving you and hating you? I think people's opinions of you largely cycle around who you're fighting. LSF, I believe, hates... I don't think they like any of the WO community.
Oh,
right?
yes.
They definitely don't like Aiden, right?
Yes.
Because the... I mean, they didn't like Bruce when he did his wacky shit. Like, yeah. And then you guys have been a bit more active on LSF, so...
Damn.
If I'm fighting Aiden, I'm probably going to get support there.
That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. I don't know exactly what's going to happen here. Is he going to cut up through me? I honestly don't mind that move. Oh! Okay. I thought he was going to cut up through me and go into there. I guess I wish that people would have saw that at the last game, how I just fucking attacked that guy. Then this would actually be a good threat, you know? But now he might just think that it's a bluff. Oh, I see what he did. He opened it up so that red can go boom, 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 boom. But why didn't he just go down? You idiot. What? What is he doing? Why? A 2 doesn't defend any better than a fucking... What is going... Is he a bot now? No? Okay. Thank you.
Destiny, I think there's a difference between disregarding the belief in a higher power and actively hating someone's religion as well as insulting their culture. The only reason why I don't like their culture that's garbage and beneath mine and beneath me and objectively shit is because they can't keep it to them fucking selves. And I'm getting...
You can't keep your fucking shit to yourself. You literally stream and talk about how having an open relationship is good, you fucking retard. What the fuck are you talking about? You're always trying to promote your... What the fuck? How is he this... What? How does he not get that he also does the same shit? I'm confused. How does he not get that he also is a... Like, this is hypocritical as fuck.
Increasingly irritated by this, and it's getting very hard not to generalize it more and more and more because it bleeds into the other so easily. I wouldn't have any problem with Christians if they shut their f***ing mouth and they keep their stupid shit to themselves, but they don't. They feel the need to preach it to everybody else and talk about how their lifestyles are the best and blah 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 is the best and blah 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 is the best. It's not. It lost. So we're heading towards an era of more secularism unless we...
Did it? It's the... Let me see how many atheists are in the world. Yeah, let's look this up. See how many atheists are in the world and see how many Christians are in the world. How many atheists are in the world? There's about 500 million to 750 million. All right. Now, how many Christians are in the world?
Approximately 2.38.
Are you winning, bro? Are you winning? Holy fuck! We have you fucked up, bro.
And is the largest religion by population.
Damn. We got you fucking beat by so much. What are you talking about? Are you retarded? Fucking idiot, bro. I thought that Nick Fuentes was not right about how Destiny was just stupid as fuck. And then I actually started listening to Destiny. I thought that Destiny was probably kind of smart, you know? But nah, dude, Destiny's fucking stupid. Well, that just gave Green the kill. Right? Yeah.
We get jihaded by all the fucking Muslims. Like, your religion is dated, right? It doesn't have the same explanatory powers it used to. It's a good crutch for weak people who need a big spiritual dude to guide them into the afterlife, because they can't handle the messy realities of the world. I don't know. Whatever you want it to be is fine. Yeah, I'll be an edgy atheist, but it's not like the thoughts didn't stop. We just don't want to.
Bro, being an atheist isn't fucking edgy anymore. Like, it's wrong, but it's not fucking edgy by any means. Oh, this douche. Is he not gonna kill fucking... Huh. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the kill. Next phase. Boom. Go. Boom. And attack phase. Boom.
Express them as much, but like cringe. Like, yikes, fam. Yikes.
What's cringe?
Nishi said God is dead, okay? And Nishi is like at least 50 years old, so how are we...
Bro. Motherfuckers quote that in such a wrong way. I hate when atheists quote that. It's so cringe to me. Oh.
Still arguing about this. I don't understand how DoorDashers will just like spill everything, like with the utmost shamelessness. They'll deliver you like a bag with half your drink spilled in the bottom, and it's like, why? Why? Someone asked earlier, are there specific religions you don't care much for in comparison to Islam or Christianity? Anytime you're like, if you do your own thing and you want to do your own thing and you're cool with that, then that's fine. As soon as you start like trying to dictate to me how I'm supposed to live my life.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Swap them whenever you.
Then we have major problems, and that's going to exist on a sliding scale. Don't you think it's subhuman you have to tip before you get the food? Here's a question. Can they see me tip before I get the food so they can at least do their shit better because they see that a tip is on the way? Do they do that, or? You're being a pushover? Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I'm going to give him a 3-star rating. This guy's whole career is about to be destroyed because of you guys, okay? Wow, man, he could just be having a bad day. Yeah, what if he is? What if it's just like a bad day for that dude?
You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel, and I was talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers, and I said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. She's there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick a winner.
Who the
she
fuck is the
protects
Great
balance.
Mother?
And do you know what the Palestinian and the Israelis in the room? Do you know their reaction?
What they say. They thought about it.
They
That's
nodded,
good.
and I think it was because some of them had seen Avatar.
Yeah.
You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel.
True.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I'm confused. What? I guess I haven't seen Avatar.
Okay, I buy it.
I don't understand. What the fuck is this?
Uh-oh. Oh, hi.
How's it going?
It's going okay. I just want you to know, okay?
Bro.
What?
That was the longest piss you've ever taken.
Oh, yeah. I resisted the greatest temptation this morning, okay? I hope you're proud of me. Because you left your Discord logged in on the laptop that you gave back to me, and I logged out immediately.
There is nothing exciting in my
That's
Discord.
fine, but I was tempted to sit there for 2 hours and read every single message, and I didn't. So you're welcome. I just want credit for that, okay? It was a lot to overcome.
Ooh,
If
I
would've
should've
been
went
on my
that
guidelines,
way.
I definitely would have read every single message, but I didn't, so there you go.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Also,
Alright.
if you had, it would have been a big waste of 2 hours.
Don't care.
All right, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
It was fun. I always like to knock people down a couple pegs who are arrogant as and aren't used to having people shit on them, so I enjoyed it.
So my big question about Aiden is how famous actually is he? Because I see his numbers, like for example, I go to
I think
his,
he's pretty
his
fucking
Kick.
famous.
According to Kick stats, his peak viewers in the past 30 days are 120,000 live, which I think would make him the biggest streamer in the world, would it? I mean, that is a lot, right? Close to it, at least.
On Kick, yeah.
Yeah. But I go to his YouTube channel, and he's getting like 100 to 200,000 views a video. So there seems to be a big sort of disparity there between the amount of people that are watching him live and the amount of people that watch him after the fact. And I feel like that's probably I mean, Aiden kind of alluded to this on stream as well, but is there some sort of bot thing going on Kick to this day that's like persistent?
Bot thing. Bots are on every fucking platform.
Okay. Here's a lot of issues, okay? Ready? You can figure out how to weigh these appropriately. I don't know how to weigh these all appropriately, okay? Here's a lot of things to keep in mind, okay? Number one, right off the top, there is a lot of people that bot everything. It's ubiquitous in some of these communities, especially in communities with men with no honor or integrity who are desperately looking for clout and attention. So people like Sneeko, when you go on their Instagrams and you see that they've got like 3 million followers but like 8 pictures, it's probably because they deleted every other picture and they're paying to boost the engagement on every single one so that it matches their follower count. But the followers aren't generally real. They're not really that popular, right? You're gonna tell me that these people are like
I
hitting,
need
like,
this
A-list
to
celebrity,
attach.
penetration.
Is that not a form of like fraud? Because if they're getting advertisers and stuff like let's say they do a sponsorship and the advertiser's under the impression they're going to hit that many people, and it's all bots. I mean, shouldn't these people be held legally liable if they're like just inflating their numbers?
No, because once the advertisers do 1 or 2 deals, they'll realize that it's all bullshit. Also, you can never prove that they actually botted it. They could just say, well, somebody else botted it, right?
Once again, I just don't understand the botting from like a long-term, sort of perspective. I mean, these people, Aiden Ross wants to have like a long career on YouTube or Kick, whatever.
Does he?
I assume. I mean, I think. No.
Not to sound like mean or derogatory towards young people, because I know you're a fellow young person. But for a lot of these people, right, they only see like in like 3 to 4 year horizons, right? The idea of having a career spanning 10+ years is kind of out of reach of most people. They're not even thinking about that.
Well, then
what do you mean?
Fuck with the plan B. Like, what is he gonna do with himself?
Well, when you bot, you've got bigger numbers. It looks good, right? I don't want to be some loser on Twitter with like 200,000 followers. I want to have 1 million followers. So you bottom up, you look good, and then you tweet, and then more people see you with 1 million followers, and then you create like a. Do you know what busking is?
No.
What the fuck is busking?
Sometimes you go out and play for money with a horn. You go out to the street, you play, you open your case, you throw in like $30 on your own because they want to donate.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then they do. Yeah, and I think streamers
attach
are
it.
Fake donos. That's why they bought engagement, because if you've got one guy with 1,000 viewers and another guy with 10, you're gonna watch a guy with 1,000 viewers, even if his real viewership is only 5. But like now he gets another real viewer because he's got the numbers. So a lot of people do that. I think I know a lot of OnlyFans girls that do it, a lot of streamers that do it. Yeah.
But eventually, the real viewers are just going to run out within just a few years, and they're only going to be left with the bots. They're going to be, just at the fucking bottom. I mean, even Aiden Ross, someone who, I'd say probably a year ago, he probably peaked. He seems to be kind of on a downward trend now. Once again, like, this guy is, like, way more famous than I am, right? Way more famous. His name alone carries a lot of weight. He has 4 million subscribers on YouTube. His channel is, like, doing the same as my second channel, which has, like, not even 300,000 subscribers. And I don't know if it's more difficult to bot on YouTube, so maybe that's why, but it just doesn't seem like there's as much interest in these guys. It seems like a lot of it is completely inflated, basically.
Maybe, but
go for the move.
That's one aspect, was the bottom part. A second aspect is viewership can be hyper-specific to certain types of platforms, and it's worth noting that as well. You could have somebody that legitimately has 5 million real followers on TikTok that have enjoyed TikTok things in the past, and either one, they've stopped watching because TikTok fans are very transient, they come and go, or 2, they like watching the short form content on TikTok, but when this person posts YouTube videos, they get 5,000 views. And it might just be the fact that that audience doesn't translate very well from TikTok over to YouTube.
Well, TikTok is so fleeting. So obviously that's one example. TikTok is, like a million views on TikTok may as well be like one person in a room watching it. Like most of those people probably just swipe past and clicked on your shit on accident. But if you look at the translation from, let's say, like a streaming site to YouTube, let's take someone like Asmongold, who is a pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, right? Someone like XQC, pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, and he's certainly doing way better than Aiden is. And that's across the board for all these guys. And then you have Aiden Ross, who supposedly is getting an average of 50,000 viewers live, which I think is higher than both the people I just named. And he's peaking at 120, 130,000 live, which is astronomical numbers. Like, I don't know. I don't know if most of the top streamers in the world ever hit that number. Like, he is so up there.
Yeah.
And yet you go to his YouTube and it's just fucking dead. His Twitter is popping whenever he tweets once in a blue moon. His Instagram gets a bunch of likes, but he doesn't really post there much either. But then you go to his YouTube channel, and you'd think, like, even just the name Aiden Ross in the title should be getting, like, an unreal amount of views in my mind. At least 1 million a video, right?
Yeah, possibly. But then, again, there's 2 questions. One is we don't know how much of his other platforms are botted, number 1. And then number 2, it's still hard to tell how much of a carryover there is from his audience from one platform to the next, right?
I know it's hard to tell, but I know it should be more. I know
it's possible. I wouldn't bank on that being incredibly obvious. I would say that there were a lot of streamers that had 30, 40, 50,000 viewers that put almost no effort into their YouTubes. So you'd have people with 30, 40,000 concurrent viewers, and you check their YouTubes. I just checked Mizkivs. He's pulling like 3 million views a month. That's not much.
That's fair, but Aiden's team clearly, they're putting out like a half-hour to 40-minute video once or twice a week on his YouTube channel, so it's pretty consistent uploads, and it's every single one is with like a popular person. So it'll be like Aiden Ross goes on with iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed is super famous. You'd think that would do better. Only 300,000 views in 2 weeks. Another one with iShowSpeed, 250K in 2 weeks. Aiden Ross and Tfue. That one has 120K views. Aiden Ross visits Drake's mega mansion. Okay, Drake's house. 160K. Like it just doesn't seem to add up in my mind that these are the numbers these people are getting, and so I can only assume that
Damn it.
Aiden Ross's name actually means way less to the average person than I initially thought. Or maybe just
Damn
like
it, I should have calculated out
his
his
channel was doing way
Ooh,
better.
yes,
He was,
yes.
close
Oh
to a
no,
million.
he's gonna,
All possible
he's gonna
things,
get
yeah.
it.
Yeah, and it just, I mean, maybe he's just completely fallen off, but
Well,
I was
maybe.
also under the impression that he was popular
He's going
kind
to
of,
get it.
not because of the red pill
man.
thing. I mean, he did come up with that, but, I mean, he was popular before that for, like, LeBron James' sons or whatever, playing with him on fucking GTA and all that stuff, hanging out with rappers, celebrities, you know, I don't know, maybe Ice Spice.
I didn't
torqued
see
on a little
this.
bit. So that kind of stuff probably, I mean, in my mind, he had more longevity than someone like Sneeko, who only blew up on streaming from this red pill kind of stuff.
Maybe.
And
Again,
and
all
Sneeko is like
different-
just completely shallow.
Yeah, but no. I think Sneeko has a way stronger long-term audience than Aiden Ross ever will. 100%. There's another thing that happens with Aiden Ross. All of these are factors, by the way. I'm not telling you what percentage weighs into any of them. They're just all factors I know that can influence things. Another thing with Aiden Ross you have to consider is Aiden Ross has very, 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 very high recognition because of how much time he spends like participating in other communities or like bouncing off of kind of like pop culture stuff. So whether it's with rappers or I think athletes or shit like that. So that gets him like really high name recognition, but that might not drive a lot of viewership. Another really good example of this recently might be like Nick Fuentes, you know, seeing like Donald Trump and all of that, lots of name recognition, but doesn't always translate to high viewership because people recognize the name and see you when you're like participating with their celebs, but they're not gonna ever go seek you out on their own. Another really good example of this is Pokemon. If you look at Pokemon's analytics right now, she's not really like she's kind of an okay-ish size streamer, I think, like decently big. She might still pull 5-figure viewership. I'm not sure. YouTube channel's pretty dead. Socials don't get as much engagement. I think her Instagram does okay. But when you're trying to figure out like, well, what happened to Pokemon? Why does it seem like she's like so insanely popular? It's because the name recognition is really, 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 really high, but that doesn't always translate to viewership across platforms.
Yeah, well, you're right. I thought she was like way bigger than she is. She's
I didn't
averaging
do the math right.
Yep, less than 10,000 viewers now, basically. Yeah.
There's a big difference between views and engagement.
What do you mean by that?
I learned about this after I switched into my advertising role, that like we would go after influencers with millions of followers and even millions of views, and then we would look at the actual conversions on the back end, and there would be no sales. So one thing you could kind of look at to check, Destiny mentioned this a little bit before, was how many brand deals has Aiden had in the last 6 months? I think the number is 0.
Yeah.
Well, apart from Steak, I guess.
That doesn't count. Because essentially all,
wait,
all
real
Steak,
quick. Does he even have a deal with Steak?
I mean, doesn't he gamble?
I don't know.
Him gambling is
actually, wait, yes, yeah, he does. He
Okay.
does, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Now, I do want to say, Devin, though, just to add to that, though. I mean, wouldn't you expect a streamer to have relatively high engagement relative to other people? Because
you would think so.
I mean, the audience is like the audience is like more loyal. They're all there, especially like Aiden, who's known to have like a super toxic, rabid fan base. I mean,
Let me
in
tell
my
you
mind,
a tale. Let me tell you a tale. So, we used to believe that the conversion from Twitch calls to action would be like, it makes sense, right? Like if Destiny right now shouts out my website, you would think like some people would hit it. So that's true. That'll happen, right? Like, for example, like we shouted out the website of the Scuff podcast. I think there was something like 90,000 viewers. I take issue with Kick's quotation marks view, so we could talk about that. But let's say there was 90,000. The website at that moment got 450 hits, right? So there is this initial push, and then that's what causes us to like psychologically say, oh, like we're getting way more audience on things like Twitch and things like that. But if you actually look at the distributed stats across like YouTube, Instagram, calls to action there, YouTube is on average about 18 times more effective. So if I tell you to do something in a video, like go here, buy this thing, this is the affiliate code.
All right, I will be back. In a few minutes.
18 times more likely to engage with that than you are on a live stream.
that's extremely surprising to me.
I know. I was blown away. I would not have believed that if I had not.
I would think it would be
completely
the inverse, because in my mind, like the amount of streamers I watch is so low that if I am watching them, I'm probably an actual fan of them, and I'm going to be more engaged with what they're doing, and it's more likely I'll buy one of their products. For YouTube, like I watch a lot more YouTube, and it's also more passive, so I'll watch it in the background. I'm not necessarily a fan of that person. It's just like, oh, I'll throw this on, and I thought that's how literally everyone viewed it.
Well, I think one of the things that Destiny was just saying too was the idea of a person in someone's head is different than like having a fan and being a fan of that person. So if you look at like, if you think of like an explosion, like the ground zero would be like your core base of fans. And then everything that goes out from that might be people that are like, oh, I've heard of that person, or I have like, you know, what we call impressions. Like I have an impression of that person, meaning like they're in my headspace, but I don't really know what they do. And so I think Aiden has been attached to a lot of big activations and big people, but he himself isn't like part of that core explosion. Like he does have a dedicated fan base, but like to your point and to Destiny's, I think it's not nearly as large as people think, which is the case for most influencers. Yeah.
Also keep in mind that the way that people engage on certain products is a lot different too. If I were to do an ad and I were to try to sell my audience like a backpack or something, like maybe I'll get like 100 sales or something. It depends, I guess, on what kind of backpack specifically we're talking about. But even if I don't do a call to action, and even if I don't advertise a single fucking thing, if I play like a new little indie game on my stream, I might have 500 plus fans that pick that indie game up because they see me playing it. So like the ways that audiences engage with like versus like somebody that does like a call to action on a YouTube channel about like history might say, go play Lords Mobile. I think their conversion on that might be lower than if the products are more relevant to their audience as well. But.
Right. Another question that I have, just as a follow-up to something you said, is you said you think Sneeko has a lot more long-term potential than someone like Aiden Ross. Could you elaborate on that?
Sneeko has done a really good job at building a really strong brand in terms of who he is. So he's put in the work for the past 10 years. And Sneeko, generally, from what I've seen, I haven't followed as much recently because he's a piece of shit, but it seems like Sneeko does a really good job at building relationships with
I don't really like Sneeko as much now that he's hanging out with Neon, because I don't like Neon that much. Neon just seems like a nerdy fucking douche. I don't like Neon. I don't know, what do you guys think of Neon? Fuck, why do I keep getting the first alright. Well, which one should I claim? I think I got an idea. End attack phase, boom. There we go. I think that was a good move.
Influencers or talent, and then engaging with them in a very Sneeko-like way. Whereas, and again, this is all on very, very little viewership, okay? It looks like when Aiden Ross, like, here's the difference. If I'm a huge fan of Sneeko, okay, I want to see Sneeko talk to somebody who I'm also a fan. I want to see Sneeko and Drake engage with each other because I think they're gonna have like a back and forth. I think Sneeko's gonna kind of ask questions. I think it's gonna be a lot of.
Wait, did Sneeko have Drake on his stream? What's his move here? That was a weird move. Alright, our alliance is on. Yes. Make alliance request. Yes. This is what we wanted to see. Stack these.
Of fun. If I'm a fan of Aiden Ross and he interacts with a celeb, I think he's just gonna kind of fanboy and like say nothing and be kind of retarded, and that's it. Like I don't think he's gonna grow any fan base or like drive like real engagement or interest in the interaction. That's just the feeling I get from the outside. You can tell me if you've seen difference and you feel differently. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So to me, when you say something like Sneako's built a brand over the past 10 years, in my opinion, he built like a brand for 8 years and then completely just like dropped that to do this new sort of Aiden Ross impression he's been doing over the past 2. Where he reacts to shit in like a retarded way, has no critical thinking skills, has no introspection, self-reflection, and that's like what he's done basically since he started streaming. And before that, he was building a brand that was actually cool and special, and now it just kind of sucks. And in my opinion, that brand has way less longevity because it's inherently tied, I mean, at least right now, to a political, cultural movement, whatever you want to call it, the red pill thing. That's dying. I mean, it is dying, and there's no doubt that his viewership is probably suffering as a result of it.
I don't think Sneako's tied to the red pill stuff anymore. I think he's pretty out of it now.
Okay, so then what is the appeal of him if not that?
Because he's Sneako. He's an interesting, unique character, even if he's retarded sometimes.
Is he interesting? Right? He just seems so two-dimensional.
He's pretty interesting, I would say.
Does
he was interesting.
Sneako has a very, whether you like him or hate him, bro, I hate him more than you do. I don't know how much you hate him, but I promise you I hate Sneako more than you do.
I don't hate him that much.
Oh, okay, I hate him a lot. Okay, but he's an interesting person to listen to. Like, how many other people in the red pill space, regardless of how dumb their thoughts are, how many of them would have a 2-hour conversation with Dr. K, right? But like,
I mean,
not many.
True, but I feel like when I listen to that conversation, I feel like he's going down a retard dialogue tree.
A little bit, but Dr. K did a good job at breaking him open. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm not going to sit here and say he doesn't go down retard dialogue trees and shit like that. I agree with you. But he still, like, is exploring other collabs.
I thought that was
watching
a decent...
Watching a Sneako X whoever collab is infinitely more interesting than watching Aiden pretend to be gay around another celebrity. Like,
yeah, I would say that's
I don't know
true.
why. I don't know why. Like, here's the thing. I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you would agree with me here. I can watch Sneako and go, I get why people watch this guy. Makes sense. When I watch Aiden, I have no idea. I truly don't understand. Unless the fan base is significantly younger than what I'm can empathize
I mean,
with.
I would say that I get both of them, probably. Yeah,
really? Okay, I can't, unless you're 14, I don't understand the Aiden Ross thing at all. I don't know what you're watching for.
I mean, when he sniffed Andrew Tate's chair, that was epic. That was hilarious.
Okay, well,
that was
also,
not
to be
epic.
fair, you're 20 years old, aren't you? So you might be.
Okay, with the ageism again.
Maybe you're closer. You're closer, okay? Because you're 5 years, okay, from like being 15. I'm 20 years from being, I think, 15. Yeah, so I can't.
Turkey, relax. Turkey.
Did he just say that he thinks that he's 20 years from being 15?
Relax. Thank you for acknowledging my presence, though.
You're welcome. What's up, buddy? What'd you come in here for?
I don't know. I heard a certain guy shit talking, you know, one of the greatest streamers of all time, at least in the modern age, Aiden Ross. I don't know why you do that.
Oh shit! Well, here we have a fan in the flesh. What do you think? What are like the main draws when you're watching Aiden Ross? Like, what are you watching for?
Okay, first of all, I'm not a fan. Second of all, just because I'm not a fan, I don't also ignore the shit that they've done. First of all, prior to what they're doing recently, which to be honest, every streamer that has made a lot of money has become shit content pretty much. But prior to all this shit, that guy was very much one of the best streamers on Twitch. The content that he did with all the Aiden Ross, absolutely. Back in the pandemic when he was fucking pulling.
Let's watch this. Democracy, rule of the NPC. So true, bro. Democracy is so cringe.
Everyone? Back for another episode of Not Related. I am Luke Smith, and in this episode, as promised and requested, we're going to be talking about democracy, the rule of the NPC.
I love how it has Ted Kaczynski.
A couple weeks ago, we did an episode on Joseph Schumpeter's book, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, and we talked about his views on capitalism and socialism, which if you want to check them out, you can see that episode. But in this episode, since we didn't have enough time to talk about his views on democracy, we're going to cover that. And we're also going to cover some other works since Schumpeter has died. Well, he died back in 1950. There has been an entire field to arise called public choice economics, or really political science as we know it today, which studies not just the mechanisms of democracy, but all of the innards of it that in a more scientific and rigorous way than people did beforehand. Not to downplay anyone before, but in a more formalized way. So we're going to talk about some of public choice economics and stuff like this. I also want to focus on one particular book, which I read around, I want to say I read it around 2011. And this is a book by Brian Kaplan called The Myth of the Rational Voter. Now, Brian Kaplan himself...
I have not read that book. The Myth of the Rational Voter. Huh. So is no one going for America? This is very interesting. What the fuck? No one's going for America. Should I switch and go for America? Nah, there's literally no one in my territory now. Let's see if I have it. Oh, alright. End attack phase. Very interesting.
Himself is an interesting character. He's written more recently a book critiquing education and things like this. He himself, politically speaking, he's one of these libertarian economists at George Mason. But his political beliefs aren't...
I've read a book by like a libertarian economist who about how bad democracy is. It's called Democracy, the God That Failed. It's really good. It's by Hans Hermann Hoppe. That's a really good book. I wonder if his critiques are close to Okay. Is he going to be greedy and try to take both? Because if so, that's going to...
important for what we're going to be talking about in this episode. We're more focusing on his specific mechanistic view of...
I'm glad that I'm not here because I have him here. And he doesn't seem to know how to play the South America. Trade now.
democracy. But his book, I find it very useful. Again, The Myth of the Rational Voter. You might want to check it out. I remember when I first read it, I really liked it. I think I read it in like one sitting. It was around 200 pages. It's not that long, but yeah, I really liked it. My view on it
The Myth of the Rational Voter.
Not as if I dislike it now, but...
Within a week, I was able to create a viral post, and I've engaged with 1.7 million people.
Are you finding it impossible to grow on Instagram in 2023? If you're an online creator or business...
Anyway, so in this episode, talking about democracy, I guess we should go ahead and get the awkward things out. And that is, all of us who grow up in a Western or Western-influenced society are born with a positive view of the word democracy. We are told that it is a good thing. Democracy means
everyone
freedom
thinks
and
that
smiles
democracy
and
is a
happiness,
good thing.
and
but
anti-democracy,
fuck, no,
actually everything that's not democracy, we're taught, is a totalitarian state where the soul of everyone is crushed, etc., etc. Now, in this video, I'm not going to be critiquing democracy. It's not my objective to critique democracy. If you had asked me a couple of years ago, I was very much anti-democracy back then. But, you know, as I look at it now, democracy... And this is what I think people might have struggle understanding. Democracy, when it comes down to it, is just a political method, a method of choosing policies and leaders, and you can assess the goodness or badness of that. Now, I want to separate the democratic ideology from the democratic method. And when I say democratic ideology, I mean the sense in which, you know, we have this egalitarian notion in political science that, or not political science, but in our popular culture, where we should have, you know, government by the people, by the average Joes or something like this. People should have a say in political affairs. There's an ideology to this, and this episode, I don't think we're going to focus too much on that. Rather, I want to focus on the mechanics of democracy. How does democracy actually work? Who does it benefit? What struggles happen in democracy? What are its potential shortcomings in a purely mechanistic way? And that's what a lot of public choice economics is. So I'll just say again, if you've grown up in Western society and you hear someone looking at democracy with a kind of scientific lens or any kind of formal lens, it might seem like heresy. It might seem like something vaguely blasphemous because you're ingrained with such a positive view of democracy. But I encourage you to just stay with us and
democracy is
I guess,
cringe, bro.
Put your ego aside and think about the issues as they actually exist. So let's go ahead and start our discourse on democracy at the most basic level. That is, what is the easiest critique of democracy you can possibly make? And it's something that people say all the time. The easiest critique is people are dumb. If democracy is ruled by the people, people are dumb. Therefore, democracy is ruled by dumb people. Now, of course, when I say people, I mean everyone but us, right? I mean, the fundamental conceit of this critique is, of course, oh, I know what I'm talking about, but everyone else out there, they're the ones who are misinformed, they're the ones who don't bother doing whatever, etc., etc. But we'll talk about that later. But I think everyone understands, regardless of any snide remarks I make about people who make those comments, people understand that generally when others are assessing political topics or beliefs or stances, it's not the case that they go crawling through old books and statistics to rationally, deconstruct their preconceived notions, deconstruct what is indoctrinated in them. They don't do any of this. When people are talking about politics, they are acting at a mostly non-rational level. This is just a part of life. And despite the fact that, it's something that we think of as being something important, people are not fundamentally very well informed on political domain, in the political domain. I mean, you have polls going around every once in a while that ask people in some place, for example, that'll ask Americans, who's the vice president? And a lot of times they'll be totally clueless. But again, this is the most basic level of...
Yeah, no, that is fucking crazy. Most people are just stupid as fuck.
Of democratic critique. Now, Schumpeter, of course, notes this kind of stuff. Famously, on page 262, he says, the typical citizen drops down to a lower level of mental performance as soon as he enters a political field. He argues and analyzes in a way which he would readily recognize as infantile within the sphere of his real interests. He becomes primitive again. And that, I think, is something that you see quite often. I mean, a lot of people will have friends who might be intelligent in their daily lives, but then they have some political beliefs that are just extremely basic. You know what I mean?
What is he
This is something very
doing?
common, or they have extremely reactive or emotionally manipulated political views or something like this. This is something that happens all the time, or a lot of times people are just going with their gut and not really thinking about the long-term consequences of political actions. Now, Schumpeter, when Schumpeter says this, it's part of a more general critique of his view of rationality in economics. A couple pages before that quote, he actually talks about the general problem in economics, that economists have this tendency to think that people are more rational than they actually are. On page 57, he says, economists learning to observe their...
I do think that that's a big problem with libertarianism.
Acts more closely, have begun to discover that even in the most ordinary occurrence of their daily life, their consumers do not quite live up to the ideal that the economic text used to convey. So one of the problems in classical economics is the idea that not just in a political domain, but in an economic domain, people are imagined to be highly rational, but they don't really act this way. And that's one of the initial problems that cause the arrivement, I'm just going to make up words, the origin of public choice theory. Now, public choice economics is something that comes to bear shortly after the Second World War. You can look at the specifics of what it's on. It's partially on the analysis of democracy, but also institutions, regulatory capture, the interaction between corporations and the government, stuff like this. It's a field that actually touches on a lot of things, but a lot of it focuses specifically on the mechanisms of democracy. And one of the concepts that was fundamental to the field is typically attributed to Anthony Downs, and that is the idea of rational ignorance. And in a lot of ways, this is what Schumpeter is talking about. Of course, this term doesn't exist in Schumpeter's day, but it does shortly after. Now, the idea of rational ignorance, it's almost self-explanatory, but let's explain it anyway. It's the idea that really no one is going to go searching through the Amazon for truth. That is, in real life, we are not just magically informed about things in politics. We have to go looking for them. We have to go read about them. We have to learn. We have to look at the numbers. We have to learn how to analyze statistics so we can make sapient judgments. There's a lot of cost that goes into actually learning. And in reality, people are constantly faced with the decision of, is it worth it for me to go and learn about this issue with all the cost it is worth? Now, in let's say in private domains, let's say that I am going to invest a bunch of money, or I have a bunch of money and I want to invest it in some kind of business. Now, if that's the case, I have a lot of skin in the game because I'm going to be putting my money on some kind of business and I want it to go somewhere. So I'm going to do my research. But in democracy, that is not the case. That is, if I don't know everything about some political policy,
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5.
Even adventures?
Adventures, fantasy, anything.
Okay, new plan.
And I vote in a bad way. If I vote for someone who supports policies that are bad, that is not something that's going to harm me. Because one of the ironic facts of democracy is that although we think of it often as being ruled by the people, ruled by you get to make the decisions. One of the first facts about democracy is that political power is divided in such tiny slivers in the form of votes that each vote is functionally meaningless. So your vote, whether you're voting for candidate A or candidate B, we can pretend that it's important, but it's really not. Your vote doesn't really matter as a single vote. So when your practical decision in real life is, should I invest all of this time into learning who is the best candidate? It might come at extreme cost. Or should I just vote for whoever and it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to, if the candidate I vote for is bad and he wins or he loses, my vote doesn't actually really change that. And I'm not going to have to pay for my mistakes as a democratic voter. That's the idea of rational ignorance. Now, it doesn't just apply to democracy, mind you. It also applies to things in the economic domain generally. As Schumpeter notes, it's also the case that people get a little stupid sometimes when they're dealing with things in economic life if they're in a position where they're not really paying for their mistakes. That's something that's fun. There's a point, or even if they are paying for their mistakes, there always comes a point where it's a waste of time to learn more and more. There's a point where there's no reason for you to learn more about some kind of political topic. It's just a waste of time, or economic topic, or anything else. And that's one of the realities that public choice economics brings to bear. That is, people in democracy, they are not being irrational. They're actually being very rational. But that rationality means them making the conscious, or not necessarily conscious, but the deliberate decision to not be more informed. Because being informed or not informed does not really make a big difference in their life. That's the takeaway from this. Now, at this point, you might just be like, okay, well, democracy BTFO, how will it ever recover? And there's a sense in which that is the case. That is, rational ignorance is something that is always going to be there no matter what. It's an inherent property of information existing in the world and it taking a cost for us to learn about it. We have a set amount of time. We're never going to get more time in our day to research these issues.
I'm good. How about you, Charlie? Good. What are you up to? Do you a streamer? Yeah, I am. I guess I'm a streamer. Nice. Nice. Do you stream? Fun. Fuck. Oh, this is really good for me right here. Oh, really? You're a digital artist? That's awesome. What type of art do you do usually? Do you have an Instagram or something? So that shows off your art and stuff so I can look at it? What is it? Ooh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, one sec. Let me get this kill. Next phase. Ooh, actually. Boop. Oh, damn, I might miss him. All right. Yeah, I would. How do you think that you would want to do that? Where should I put it? Where should I put it? I'm just gonna go right there, right back there. Bro, that would be awesome if you made me a channel logo and banner. That would be so sick. I would love that. You followed me on Instagram? Oh yeah, I like your stuff. That's pretty sick, bro. How much do you charge for that? I'll follow you back right now. All right. I'll hit you up after I'm done streaming, all right? Let's see if I can catch this dub. Yeah, bro, I'll hit you up after I'm done streaming. Oh, what? Oh, I don't have enough. I thought that I saw a... I'll probably stream for how long have I been streaming? Probably just like another hour.
Now, you can think of sort of band-aid solutions to this. I mean, people will, in America, we often have civics classes or something like this, and the attempt there is to inform people about political affairs, but that also can be a little problematic in that, what if we incidentally tell them something that's actually bad? What if we imply that a particular policy that is actually really terrible
I think I'm going to lose to blue here.
Well, we still have the problem of rational ignorance. In fact, it's even worse because in order to overcome that programming they have to be even more assertive. They have to put more time into overcoming rational ignorance. So there's a kind of catch-22 when dealing with this. So superficial solutions, they're a little problematic. Now, there is an argument out there that is actually common among many public choice economists and people in the public, and that is rational ignorance doesn't actually matter. Now, this is going to be the view that Bryan Caplan in his book, The Myth of the Rational Voter, is going to dispute, but let's go ahead and introduce this idea. Now, there's a book back in... Actually, Kaplan sort of wrote his book in a response
I did follow you back.
Written by a New Yorker...
I followed you back on Instagram.
Wisdom of the Crowds.
At least I think I did.
Illustrates an idea that's sort of common in a lot of people.
I swear I followed you back.
In an attempt to revitalize democracy in its idealistic form. And that is, it's the idea that people might be rationally ignorant, but in a democracy, it actually doesn't matter. And what's the idea behind this? Now, the idea behind the wisdom of the crowds, or sometimes...
Yeah, I followed you back on Instagram.
Is that sometimes you can take 90% ignorant votes and 10% informed votes and actually get extremely good policy that would be the same as if you had 100% informed votes.
Presenting Odd Pieces.
That looks so cool. What is it?
It's a new kind of puzzle.
I've played puzzles before. Lots and lots and lots of puzzles.
This is different.
We love puzzles.
Okay, here we go.
It's always the same.
Damn, I only got a 4 stack.
Make it more fun.
More exciting.
How do you
I
make
guess,
a
here
puzzle
we go.
surprising?
Let's see what's inside the box. Odd Pieces is a puzzle with original artwork and 1,000 pieces. It's a Wimbledon.
Damn
a
it.
comic
Yeah, I
book,
lost.
A treasure hunt with mysteries and secrets. Oh, and the picture on the...
How does that happen? Now, the original parable, which actually isn't a parable, it actually happened, comes from the life of Francis Galton. Now, Galton, he was, it's hard to describe.
I shouldn't have gone that fast.
We'll just say that. He was a Renaissance man. He was a scientist, actually a parascientist, too. He went into even some more occulty things. He's an interesting fellow. But one anecdote from his life is that one day he was out and about, walking around town, and he stumbled by a butcher. And a butcher had this ox, and he asked the crowd, okay, how much do you think this ox weighs? And he took an answer from everyone in the crowd. Now, everyone in the crowd might have, including children, senile people, people who didn't know anything about farm animals, would give different answers, sometimes wildly different, sometimes, it weighs 5 pounds, or, weighs 1,000 pounds, or something like this. Widely varying answers. But one of the things that Galton noticed is when the butcher took all of the entries and summed them up, averaged them,
that was a weird
the average of them was actually pretty much exactly what the ox actually weighed. So the idea here is, okay, well, somehow, despite the fact that most people have no clue about oxes or how much they weigh, they've never had to deal with any of that, there's a sense in which everyone got it right altogether. Now, how does that happen? Is that some kind of miracle? It is if you call it the miracle of aggregation, but it actually happens for a very particular reason. And that is, when you think of it this way, if you don't know how much an ox is going to weigh, or if you have no idea, you're going to give a wild guess. And your wild guess might be on the low side, it might be on the high side. And let's say you make a guess on the low side. Let's say you underestimate the ox's weight. Someone else in the crowd probably is going to overestimate the ox's weight by about the same amount. And in fact, if you take the whole crowd, even if 95% of the people have no clue and they're just guessing random numbers, even if the other 5%, all you need is the other 5% or so to know about what this ox's real weight is, and their answers become the median of all this. So all the variance that people have, it sort of cancels, it's sort of like the law of large numbers. All the statistical noise cancels out, and you actually have a very good estimate at the end, and that's something that's very nice. Now, this has been used in many other circumstances. I remember one common example people talk about is, I think the Navy, the U.S. Navy, used to use a technique where, they were looking for a ship at the bottom of the ocean or something like this, or there's some kind of lost cargo. And they actually just asked a whole bunch of people in the Navy, where do you think this is? And, they put their estimates, plotted them on a map, averaged them up, and strangely enough, it actually ended up being pretty much exactly where the lost luggage was. So this is the idea of the miracle of aggregation, or the idea of the wisdom of the crowds, is that while the crowds might be brainlets individually, if you put them all together, they suddenly become big-brained, or really the biggest brain people become the ones who define what the crowd is actually going to do. So now this is going to be the idea that Kaplan's book is a critique of. But before I talk about the specifics, I want to give sort of a personal introduction to when I read this book, which again was back in 2011, and this was during the Occupy Wall Street protests. You might remember that. It was probably before you Zoom.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. I remember when that happened though.
Numerous times. But the Occupy Wall Street protests, again, they happened pretty much in a lot of major cities. I, at the time, was in Atlanta. I was an undergrad.
That started as like a libertarian thing, and then it kind of got taken over by a bunch of left-wing people, but...
At Georgia Southern University, and I walked by the protests pretty much every day. And sometimes I had my smug anime girl face on, but I actually had a lot of friends who were, not a lot, but, a couple who were involved in this protest. Now, the ideology of the Occupy Wall Street people, or the ideas in the air, were such of radical democracy. I mean, it was your typical sort of boilerplate, anti-corporate, anti-bailout kind of stuff. But also, there was a lot of raw democracy. That is, you had these groups of people who would stand all together.
Spain,
and
South Africa?
vote in one voice. I mean, they all agree on everything. So
whoa, how did that person get a cross?
But,
what the fuck? That's dope.
Management.
I wish that I could get a cross on my...
And there was a lot of ideology of democracy.
I wonder how the fuck I can do that.
Talked about. And again, I had a couple friends who were in my economics department at the time who had been exposed to a lot of the miracle of aggregation, this kind of wisdom of the crowds mindset, where even if they disagree, well, I mean, in defense of Occupy Wall Street or any other protest, it's just inevitable that 95% of the people in it are going to be total brainlets. But the other 5% would have this view of the miracle of aggregation. That is, a lot of the people in the movement might not know what's going on, but it would be great to have democracy not just for the movement, but direct democracy for everything, because of this miracle of aggregation, because of the fact that, yes, well, people sometimes make mistakes, they are not necessarily well informed, but it's really the smart people, the people who have a systematic bias to the truth, that end up ruling democracy. All of the errors sort of cancel each other out.
See what yellow does here.
Guys, do you have nagging symptoms of low T? Low libido, weight gain, insomnia, chronic fatigue, loss of muscle mass, mood swings, and hair loss are all signs that your coveted master male hormone levels might be dropping fast.
So a lot of my friends had this view.
I thought hair loss was a sign of like having a high T. All right. Ooh, I don't want to attack a 5 feet. Oh, I thought that was a... Alright, actually, I'm just gonna go like this. Boom. Boom. And attack phase. Boom. Go right there. There we go. I'm going to shoot him an alliance request. There we go.
You at the time. This is something that a lot of people were talking about, including myself, and I ended up reading Kaplan's book.
Whoa!
I ran across it. But I think I said earlier, I read it nearly in one sitting.
Why you do that, bruh?
I had probably agreed more on Kaplan's politics back then than I do now. I reread it this week, and at the time I thought it was like just full of hot takes. Now I reread it last week, and I was like, it's not as hot as I thought before. But I still think it's very good of a book in terms of public choice. But it also illustrates Kaplan's key concept of not just rational ignorance, but rational irrationality. Now, what is rational irrationality? Okay, so it's an extension of this idea of rational ignorance.
Oh, so big, so good. So good for me. So, oh, fuck yes. Getting my revenge through this guy right here. Fuck yes. This is fucking hilarious. I'm gonna send a well played. Even though that was a dumb fucking move. That was hilarious. Because now he's going to have an enemy with green for a shitty fucking territory.
Just as a reminder, right? So in any kind of democratic system, you have no real control over what happens in politics. You have one vote, and the chance of that vote actually making a difference in an election is about the chance of you getting struck by by lightning on the way to the polls. That is basically the chance of you ever affecting an election. So you'll have no skin in the game to actually inform yourself on any particular policy. Now, the thing that Kaplan notes very crucially, and this is not just in his book, he actually put out a paper in, I think, 2001 where he came out with this concept originally. But what Kaplan notes is that the miracle of aggregation and the wisdom of the crowds, that is reliant on the idea that the errors always cancel out, or the errors are not systematically biased. Now, what Kaplan's view is, and he has a lot of very interesting statistics behind this, is that people's political errors, or the things that they misunderstand, it's not that, to use the example of the ox, it's not that half the people are underestimating the weight and half the people are overestimating the weight. It's not like the ox estimation. That is, in politics, the reality is, even if there's one good policy, there is also something that people want to be true, or there is something that they feel is true, or there's something that they are sort of brainwashed into thinking is true, etc., etc. Errors are not just random. That is, if you make a political error, it's not that you are just making a guess in the same way you would guess about the weight of an ox. You are usually following some kind of bias you already have, and those biases are systematic.
Within a week, I was able to create a viral post, and I've engaged with 1.7 million people.
Now, how Kaplan teases apart these systematic biases he alleges people have is by looking at the Survey of Americans and Economists on the Economy, the SAEE. Now, the SAEE is exactly what it sounds like. It is a comparison of the political beliefs and dispositions of the public and economists. And Kaplan's idea, he actually compares three different categories. One is the views of the general public on the economy. One is the views of PhD economists. And one, since of course PhD economists and average people don't have the same political party orientation, they don't have the same socioeconomic status. In order to tease out those variables, he creates a statistical category he calls the enlightened public. And what that means is, if you had the social class and the political orientation of the general public, but with the beliefs or the dispositions at that level for a PhD economist. So you might, of course, object. I'll go ahead and say you might object to the fact that he is using as a indicator of informed decisions or informed views on policies PhD economists, because I'm not a big fan of economics. A lot of people aren't, and there are many reasons to think that there might be systematic biases in the way that economists think or believe. Now, despite that really gets in the way of Kaplan's point. In fact, I don't.
Bro, I am playing against a bunch of fucking noobs right now.
Really think he even
except for maybe Yellow. Yellow has a big stack right there.
I'll just say that
which is good, which is smart.
The rebuttal of the idea that there is no systematic bias, the idea that there is a miracle of aggregation, is still just as troubled by the fact that there is a systematic bias in the public and in some other group, that is. So to make Kaplan's point extremely clear, the idea is, let's take one example. So one bias he gives is the make work bias, that's what he calls it. And the idea of the make work bias is that average people, as opposed to economists, have a tendency to look at the economic domain as if the objective is to provide labor, that is, provide jobs, people have to be out there doing things. So when it comes to something like technology gradually replacing workers, average people are like, no, we have to keep it so that technology doesn't replace us. We have to be in our traditional jobs or something like that. Now, PhD economists tend to not really buy that argument. They have the general idea that, well, yes, technology is going to replace jobs. It's going to put people out of work. But in the long term, that's actually going to be something good because we're going to get things produced more efficiently with machinery. That money is still going to be there. There just is going to be a movement from one job to the other. Okay, so that, for example, is one of the biases that Kaplan illustrates. Now, again, the point, whether you believe the particular arguments, the political arguments, I think, is not necessarily the point. The point is, it is not the case that either PhD economists, because they're dumb, or the public, because they're dumb, is making just random decisions. People have systematically different political beliefs based on, their disposition. So if we take back the the allegory, the parable of the ox, it's not the case that people who are less informed are just making random guesses and half of them are overestimates, half of them are underestimates. People are making systematic decisions. They vary systematically from other groups. It's not random. Now, another
Yo, what's up, One Ball?
the question that Kaplan tries to answer in some sense is, where do these biases come from? So people have systematically flawed beliefs, whether they're average people or anything else. So where do these beliefs actually come from? And he gives a couple options, and I think there are others aside from this. One, for example, an obvious one is self-serving bias. That is, people have a tendency, in the example of mechanization of a factory, obviously someone who works in a factory and is liable to be replaced by a machine is not going to like that machine taking his job. That even if you go to him with all the typical economic arguments about, oh, well, this is going to be efficient, you know, in 40 years, once the global market equilibriumizes, you're actually going to be getting a whole lot more money. This is much better for economic efficiency. Obviously, people are not going to buy this kind of argument, even if they buy it at a logical level.
Oh, dog, you're streaming too? What are you streaming on?
There's a sense in which people are going to be rationally self-serving. They do not want this to happen. In the same way that, you know, people are biased against, you know, someone like Kaplan, right? So Kaplan actually is noted for occasionally being bully-sided for his effectively
Nice.
open borders.
What's your
views on
what's your stream? What's your Twitch stream name? Were you streaming on your PC or just Were you streaming on a PC or on just on your PlayStation 5?
immigration, and he makes the same point there. He's like, oh, well, you know, later on, economists don't care about immigration because later on it's all going to be Ricardian comparative advantage. It's going to be a more efficient market, going to produce things more effectively.
Nice.
And of course,
Nice. Oh.
people who are affected by immigration or something else obviously are not going to like that. Even if you come up in their face with an argument about how it is more efficient later on or how it looks, how pretty it looks on some kind of economic diagram, people are going to be self-serving and self-interested in their political beliefs. So that is one fundamental
I wonder why
distinction
these two guys
between
haven't
your
done
average
anything with
person that's a bias
those
that
two
they
fives.
have and the PhD economist. Now, of course, you can.
Like,
again,
if I was
I'm not
green, I would have
necessarily
moved
giving any
boom,
credence
boom,
to
and then put
Kaplan's
that in
particular
there.
interpretation. You could
He's
just
also
say that an
defending this
economist,
fucking
in a way,
terribly.
is biased against the short term. That is, if there's
Yobi
there are a lot
Shinobi
of
on Twitch,
equations that
nice.
economists have, and there are a lot of variables that are not part of that equation. So don't take my saying this as an endorsement of his general political beliefs, but we'll just say that. But aside
Nice,
from
you
that,
should also
the
stream on
general idea
Kick,
still
too.
stands. That is, people have systematically different beliefs and systematically different from what reason dictates in his view. Now, you can, of course, imagine other biases that might push people's political beliefs in a systematically different way as well. Again, as we sort of alluded to earlier, I mean, especially nowadays, there is a kind of social bias that people have. That is, there are particular political beliefs which are high class, which you can say anywhere, which you get claps for, and there are some political beliefs which you can be depersoned for and fired for and stuff like this. So in any society, you know, that has these kind of social incentives for particular political beliefs, your given assumption should really be that there's a sense in which a democracy is going to be biased in the way that those biases nudge them towards. That is, if you get credit for having a particular political belief, if you get money or fame or something,
damn it,
political belief, you are more likely to believe in it. Whereas if you are fired or shamed or lied about for some kind of political belief, you're going to be less likely to believe it. And that again puts us in a dangerous position where there might be some ideas that need particular questioning that are totally unquestionable, because to nudge society in a way that is less harmful to itself would require enormous personal risk in political affairs. Anyway, so I think we're about at 30 minutes or so.
Nope. So are you gonna like stream through your PlayStation onto your PC or something, since you're gonna get a capture card?
So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to have a little lunch, and then I'm going to come back, read some donations, emails, comments from the last episode on Albion Seed. And yeah, I'll see you guys then.
Make the holidays sweeter. Russell Stover chocolates. Make happy.
I think Nacho likes having a dog in his house. What do you think?
I think Rich just wants to eat.
See what cards I got? No, nothing yet.
All right, folks, we're back. That was quick, wasn't it? So let's go ahead and read some donations, emails, and then we'll talk more about democracy and politics, etc., etc. So donations. First off, news. I did recently get. You can donate via Bitcoin now. If you go to my website, you can click on. I think there's a donate or Bitcoin thing. I did it a week or so ago, so I forget what I named it, but you'll see it. It's on the front page. I actually got my first Bitcoin donation from Miguel. He says, "Would like to thank you for your work on YouTube and the podcast. Also compliment you on your eloquence and audacity to talk about advanced topics with such ease. Thank you, the one-day sovereign Portuguese Miguel." Thank you, Miguel, for my first Bitcoin donation. So eventually that's going to be worth millions of dollars, that $15 worth of Bitcoin.
That makes sense.
So in addition, I might as well read the new Patreon people. Alrum Core joined, $10 a month. Michael K joined, $5 a month. Stefan G, $3 a month. Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and look into emails. So a couple general emails. First off, I've been getting a lot of questions about what kind of podcasts I recommend people listen to that are similar to mine. I honestly don't think there are any similar to mine. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of podcasts. I'm doing mine as really more for myself. I mean, it's not like I'm going to listen to my own podcast anyway, but I mean, it's really just an exercise just for me to get some of the stuff I've read over the years out of my head and into somewhere to make it useful for someone besides me. But yeah, I don't know if there are any podcasts of similar topics to mine, mainly because mine is on different topics every time. But anyway, some other comments. I'll sum up. I got a lot of questions on Albion Seed that are, again, Albion Seed, 4 British Folkways in America. I think that's the subtitle, whatever. You can check out that episode. Again, it's on 4 different British ethnic groups that defined American socio-political culture, how they interacted over this period. I got a lot of questions on that, some general ones. Let's see. One question that was common is, where do people in the West fit in? So, for example, where do the Mormons fit in? People of Utah and stuff like that. And I think, well, to give Fisher's general view, again, is he has a primarily assimilationist view of most immigration into the United States. And I think when it comes to westward movement, a lot of the cultures, Mormons being an example, might be thought of as a kind of hybrid of a lot of the different groups. But he's not very specific. You can check the book out, you can get the PDF and search for it. I searched myself. There are only a couple times he even mentions Utah, Mormons, stuff like this, or a lot of the other West Coast cultures. And the other thing you have to remember is a lot of the people moving out here, I mean, the West, the so-called flyover states, they're not very densely populated anyway. So a lot of these people are just particular families that moved out, and you know, they have a culture, but I don't know if it distinctly fits into one of the 4 categories, or if they're more a general, they take traits from the different ones. Other questions. So I got some questions about, what about the urban and rural divide, you know, people in the United States. So a lot of people would say stuff like, oh, well, that's an interesting theory, the 4 ethnic groups in American history. But what about just doing it in terms of urban and rural, or some kind of class distinction? Maybe it's just the so-called Puritans in the book are really just more like upper-class people, and the borderers or planters, well, less the planters in history, but, you know, the borderers tend to be lower-class people. I think that works for some things, but to give the examples that I gave, particularly of contemporary American politics, look, for example, again, at the electoral shift in the 2016 election, okay? So a lot of people who are plugged into like Nate Silver and all of this stuff, they have the idea that there was a change in educated and non-educated white voters, and there's an urban-rural divide. And the reason they think that is because those are the statistical categories that people like Nate Silver have easy access to. But if you look at it, if you look at the interface between those categories and geography, you actually see there's a huge geographic switch in the 2016 election. Specifically, you know, in the Northeast and in Michigan, Wisconsin, all of these former Puritan or quasi-Quaker places, you have an electoral shift to the Republican Party of something like 30 points. Now, you don't have this in other rural places in North Dakota or something like that. In fact, in a lot of places, since, you know, in the South, there's a lot of places where the South actually moved to the left because all of these people were already voting Republicans. So if there's any movement in any particular class to the Democratic Party, you're going to see that. So I think urban and rural do have something to do with it. I think it's all part of an ensemble. But I think that the ethnic group interpretation has a lot more weight than looking at other narrowly demographic things. And of course, the difficulty is how do you determine who's a borderer or a Puritan or something like that? You have to deal in generalities a lot of the time. But you know, those are just things to think about. Let's see, anything else about? Okay, so a guy, I don't know how he pronounces this name, but Nucleus Theet. He brought up, in reference to Albion C, he brought up Mitchell Heisman's suicide note. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy, Mitchell Heisman. He's this guy, I think he went and shot himself on Harvard, like in front of some kind of group of students or something, and he left like a 2,000-page manifesto suicide note that was, a lot of it had to do with like ethnic distinctions between the native Anglo-Saxons and the Normans in Britain and how history was a conflict between them and stuff like that. So I don't know if that has much to do with Albion C. I mean, it's similar. They have, you know, in that they deal with a lot of history in terms of ethnic distinctions. But yeah, I've never read his 2,000-page suicide note. I haven't.
Hey, we're No Compromise Gaming.
Your
ticket to lease-to-own gaming PCs
have not
for
read
people
that
with
suicide
zero or
note.
bad credit. So.
I forget when I first ran across that. I thought it was crazy at the time, but I was like, "Oh man, I'm not red-pilled enough for this. Maybe I'll look back at it. But maybe it's crazy. Who knows?"
Whose suicide note is it?
I think Urban and Rural do have something to do with it. I think it's all part of an ensemble, but I think that the ethnic group interpretation has a lot more weight than looking at other narrowly demographic things. And of course, the difficulty is how do you determine who's a borderer or a Puritan or something like that? You have to deal in generalities a lot of the time. But you know, those are just things to think about. Let's see, anything else about? Okay, so a guy, I don't know how he pronounces this name, but Nucleus Theet. He brought up, in reference to Albion C, he brought up Mitchell Heisman's suicide note. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy, Mitchell Heisman. He's this guy, I think he went and shot himself on Harvard.
Ah, you cunt. Where is it? Let's see if we can. Mitchell Heisman's suicide note. Should we read it? How many pages is it? Holy shit. Holy fuck. Bro, what? No. What the fuck? It's a suicide note that's over 1,000 pages long? Bro. How long was this guy planning on killing himself? How does it end? Okay, so that's... Okay. That's like a lot of like publishing and shit. Oh. Bro, this motherfucker fucking he fucking what? One sec. Damn it. No way. Am I gonna lose this fucking roll? Okay. There we go. End attack phase. Boom. Go like this. Boom. 18. There we go. Alright. Bro, there's a bibliography of his fucking suicide note. Did he actually... Bro, what? No fucking way. He made a bibliography for his suicide note? That's crazy. That's so crazy. What? I don't want to read. That's so long. This is longer than most books, bro. Like, a lot of books. How? There is nothing to take seriously. That's how he ends it. Bro, I kind of want to read this. This is way too long to read on stream, though. But let's, like... Put those... Put a quote at the top of it. What? Okay. I want to read this. Now, what the fuck? It has a table of contents. Bro, was this added afterwards, or was this just, like, did he write all of this? Let's see if I have any trades. Nope. That's fucking crazy. All right, how long? If my hypothesis is correct, this work will be repressed. It should not be. What? That's crazy.
Like in front of some kind of group of students or something, and he left like a 2,000-page manifesto suicide note that was a lot of it had to do with like ethnic distinctions between the native Anglo-Saxons and the Normans in Britain, and how history was a conflict between them and stuff like that. So I don't know if that has much to do with Albion Seat. I mean, it's similar. They have, you know, in that they deal with a lot of history in terms of ethnic distinctions. But yeah, I've never read his 2,000-page suicide note. I forget when I first ran across that. I thought it was crazy at the time, but I was like, oh man, I'm not red-pilled enough for this. Maybe I'll look back at it, but maybe it's crazy. Who knows? Let's see. Another question here. I got a couple of this nature.
A suicide
the
note.
Note that the Quakers used
That's that
thou
long?
to mean the singular pronoun.
Bro, honestly, that sounds a little base to write a suicide note that's that long, though. Is that weird to say? But it's like, it's almost cool.
And you as this plural pronoun when addressing multiple people. And this, of course, was common in older English all the time. I got a couple people. This guy, Mega Moore, says he is Lithuanian and asks, Lithuanian has words that are basically exactly the same, and they, like earlier English, the plural form is often used as a polite form of the singular. And he's wondering if they are coincidentally related to the English words, since they are Indo-European languages. And, of course, that is, in fact, exactly the case. They are demonstrably related through a set chain of sound laws. I'm sure you could look it up yourself. But yeah, most of the pronouns of Europe are going to come from the same origin, and, of course, you know, the other Indo-European languages of North India and Iran or wherever. They are related, and yeah, and there is a tendency, this is actually not just in Indo-European languages, but other languages, to gradually use the plural pronoun to mean the singular as a form of politeness. This is actually a common tendency out there. So that's just a little minor note for people who don't know it. Alright, that about does it for the feedback for this episode. Again, I couldn't touch on every single comment or email I got just because there's so many, but I hope those I responded to gave a decent enough response to what people were thinking. And again, if you have any questions, you can email me at luke@lukesmith.xyz. You can donate at paypal.me/LukeMSmith. That's M as in monolith. Or you could just go to my website, lukesmith.xyz, and it has everything there, including the donate to Bitcoin, or donate via Bitcoin, or with Bitcoin, or just donate Bitcoin. You know what I mean. So anyway, let's get back into democracy. Let's get back into what we were talking about earlier. Now, I've covered a lot of...
I'm glad that I didn't skip this, though, because I want to read that suicide note now. That's fucking...
More into his particular beliefs. I recommend you read his book, again, The Myth of the Rational Voter. But I want to talk about Schumpeter's take on democracy, and I also want to take another take from another writer who I strongly recommend, and that is James Burnham. Now, Burnham wrote a book a while ago. It's a pretty big-brained book that I want to read from in a bit. but it's called The Machiavellians, The Defenders of Freedom. It's a hot take, not just on democracy.
I actually
but
have heard
on
of this
politics in
book.
general.
I haven't read it, but I
first,
think
I want to talk
I
about
do
the
want
idea
to. I
that we
do
sort
want
of
to
left
read
it
that book.
off on, and that's the idea of public will and people having different interests. Now, as I said before, if you're a factory worker who is going to be affected by mechanization or immigration or something like this, you are going to have a horse in the race. You are not going to want a particular policy to be implemented, even if you logically concede that down the line there might be some efficiency bonus to everyone, including yourself. Now, aside from that, now Kaplan is mostly dealing with the difference, his view of
Artificial intelligence is creating music now that we can use in our videos. There's a website called SoundRod. I'm gonna show you how to use the website.
biases among people is that people are short-sighted. In this case, he thinks of the factory worker as being short-sighted, or he's focused too much on himself. That is his bias. But I think one thing important to remember is that there are some times where there are differences in politics that cannot be mediated by logic. And this is something that I think a lot of people have some trouble dealing with. There's a tendency nowadays, people talk about this thing that is called identity politics, right? So identity politics, whenever someone's talking about that, they're talking about it in a bad sense. Identity politics is bad. But there's some sense in which pretty much all politics in one way or another is a form of identity politics. And it might not be blatant, but there's a lot of sense in which the policies you take are often those that benefit you at a subtle level, or at least are not massively antagonistic to you. Now, one example I like to use is, I live in Georgia right now. I actually grew up in Georgia. I've been moving around, but I grew up in Georgia. And one political issue in Georgia is that we share borders with both Alabama and South Carolina. And those borders are partially mediated by rivers. Now, one political issue that has been important for all of these states is which states have the rights to manipulate the river. Where can you dump things? Where can you take water out? Whose right is it to use the river and stuff like this? Now, in the case of the factory worker who's going to be unemployed, you can take an economic bugman perspective of, well, there are two sides. There's the pro-mechanization and anti-mechanization side. But really, the pro-mechanization side, they are in the long term more efficient. But in a lot of political affairs, it is really just a zero-sum game. So if Georgia and Alabama have a dispute over how to use the river that partially separates the states, they will... There's not like a rational side and an irrational side. One party wants to be able to dump here. One party wants to be able to take water out lower on the river or something like this. This is something that happens all the time. So a lot of people have the idea when they're dealing with politics that there are rational people and there are irrational people. And the problem is we need to make people more rational, and then we could all agree on the same things. But the reality is, in a lot of places, the
Motherfuckers ain't rational.
The problem is there's no concrete thing called public will. People have different opinions. Those people might belong to different social, political, racial, economic groups that have different interests, but it's not necessarily the case that all of society has those same interests. Now, Schumpeter puts it, this is on page 251, he says there is, first, no such thing as a uniquely determined common good that all people could agree on or be made to agree on by the force of rational argument. One of the things you need to get used to in politics is that what's good for one person might not be good for another, and it's not necessarily the case that there is some rational way, even if we could convince people, even if we could convince them or make them rationally rational or rationally knowledgeable instead of rationally ignorant, even if we could transcend those informational boundaries, there's still a sense in which sometimes what's good for you is just good for you, and what's good for someone else is just good for someone else. Schumpeter also says, this is a couple pages later, he says, though a common will or public opinion of some sort may still be said to emerge from the infinitely complex and individual group-wise situations, volitions, influences, actions, and reactions of the democratic process, the results lack not only rational unity, but also rational sanction. Now, his point here is that in democratic society, what often happens is the different interests in society, again, class interests, racial interests, other economic interests, things like this, or even geographic interests in the sense of one state wanting a river and another state wanting a river, they can compete in a lot of ways. And what policies they end up making together in the federal legislature or somewhere else aren't necessarily going to be something even either of them really want. I mean, we live in a society where often you'll have a political party which starts some kind of government program, and the other party doesn't want to support it or wants to undermine it or get rid of it. And so we end up in a position where it's sort of, a prisoner's dilemma, in the sense that we have a lot of things in political affairs that are flawed because there is a difference in opinion between or incentives or interests between the two different groups. Now, this is not so much, this is not something that's going to go away. There is just a sense in which no matter how you organize your society, there's no such thing as just everyone having the same interest, even if it's just you and another guy who make decisions, quote unquote, democratically. There's no way for you to perfectly have perfectly aligned interests. It's not just that we're a multi-ethnic society, so we have different racial interests. We also have different economic interests between different classes. We also have different geographic interests, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this is often something that's not too difficult for people to understand, but it does take an extra level of introspection, I guess, to make the next leap. And the next leap is, while other people, we can look at other people in politics, we can look at our political opponents, and we can see, well, they're being irrational. They're using logic, but they're
okay,
using
then
logic
don't tell me to fucking attack
they're
Yellow, you dumb
really
bitch.
just doing what they already think is true at a pre-rational level, and we, as their political enemies, we can see through that. We can see every logical node in their decision-making might be flawed or based on bad assumptions or wishful thinking, and oftentimes it's coded in cool, calm, allegedly dispassionate rhetoric. But when we see political enemies advocating for something that is in their interest, they might adopt some kind of ideology to propose it, but we can usually see through that, right? And in the same way, they can see through our pretenses. That is, you might take some kind of deep ideological stance that has all these principles and stuff like that, but at the core, you're just defending yourself from assault or political loss or something like that. That's something that I think takes a little bit of you have to be a little self-deprecating or self-aware to be able to make that realization. Now, this is why I bring up the book by James Burnham, because I'm not going to talk about the entirety of this book. I'm going to talk about just about the first section, which I think has the powerful kernel of truth in it. And what the first section is called, I think it's Dante, Politics as a Wish, or something like that. It might be a word off, but the idea behind it is relatively simple. He talks about Dante, and this, of course, is the Dante of the Divine Comedy.
Yeah, I was about to say Dante's Inferno.
So Dante wrote a book called De Monarchia, the Latin title that means on monarchy or on the empire or something like that.
I haven't read it.
On how you want to translate it. But Dante wrote this treatise, and it's on politics. It's on a sort of, I don't want to say spiritual, but it's on his general metaphysical political views. And what it amounts to, it argues, in effect, that there must be in a sense, global empire, one imperial unity uniting the entire world, and there are particular moral reasons for this. One of the most important ones is
our mission in Coding Dojo is about redefining what's possible in our students' lives. If you are interested in getting
the crucifixion of Jesus. So in his idea, the Roman Empire, Jesus had to come during the Roman Empire, where there was a kind of global world government, in a sense, uniting all the different peoples, but at least the Mediterranean, at least the world that he's paying attention to. There had to be a global government here, because in order for Jesus to be condemned to death, he had to be condemned to death by a jurisdiction that was global in scale. For him to be, convicted, sentenced to death, to rise again, that conviction had to be universal. Okay, that jurisdiction that he was convicted in had to be universal. That's the sort of background to his view. And he has other views as well, that this kind of global monarchy that is going to be one where, since there is a political unity, there are no states to fight among each other, and the monarchy mediates, effectively causes a kind of Pax Romana. And in his view, it was the Holy Roman Empire that was the successor to the Roman Empire, etc., etc. He had very particular views on this. And he goes through a metaphysical, a spiritual, a religious rationalization, or I don't want to say rationalization yet, but a very spiritual worldview that communicates a kind of political context, or a political goal. And that political goal is one Pax Romana, one universal empire mediated by a secular state, as opposed to a divine state, because it's his view that a secular state had to be the one to convict Jesus, etc. Now, Burnham, of course, goes through all of this ideology of Dante. He explains De Monarchia, he explains the justification for it, all the arguments, and he ends up saying that nowadays we look at this, and it's a ridiculous document, right? It doesn't mean, all of this stuff, first off, most people don't believe in this kind of stuff, the universal jurisdiction. Of course, lots of people don't believe in Jesus or anything like that. They're not religious at all. It's all a bunch of hokey. So in political terms...
No, it's not.
This, of course, is utterly worthless. But what Burnham notes is that, in reality, Dante was not really putting forth a metaphysical worldview that is supposed to stand alone. He's putting forth, really, a practical rationalization of his real-world politics. Now, Burnham proposes that in political affairs, there are two different meanings to everything. There is the real meaning of things, and that is, why you actually support something, why you actually support a policy. And there's a formal meaning to things, and that means, well, this is the ethical rationalization for what you believe. So in Burnham's view, what Dante does in De Monarchia is gives a formal rationalization for his worldview, his all of this stuff about the universal jurisdiction and the universal peace, all of this stuff, there's some practical stuff in it, but most of the ethical justification is just nonsense. It's formal nonsense, it's meaningless. And what Burnham notes is that if you take this and put it in its actual context, the actual context that it's written in, you really see that Dante was not making some kind of dispassionate ethical and political judgments. He's really making a very specific political argument at his time. Now, to explain what's actually going on, so I'll be specific. During the late Middle Ages, you may have heard of this, but there were two major factions that occasionally butted heads in medieval Europe.
Weird. That was a weird move.
And that is the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. Now, the Guelphs were the party of the papacy. They supported the papal states, papal power in Italy and in other places. And the Ghibellines were the party of either the aristocracy or often the Holy Roman Empire. And these different parties, these different allegiances, so to speak, would often clash in a lot of the politics of different countries in Europe constantly. Now, for Dante, Dante grew up as a Guelph, as a pro-papacy advocate. And long story short, we'll just say that he was part of a moderate conciliatory member of a Guelph or pro-papacy group, which was exiled from his hometown. And when that happened, all of a sudden he finds himself allied with his previous enemies, the Ghibellines. And what ends up happening is that he crafts this political narrative, which is a rationalization of the Holy Roman Empire, the supremacy of secular authority against papacy. He crafts this political document, which happens to support the politics of someone like him who has converted from this papal worldview onto this, I shouldn't even say worldview, into an allegiance with the papal power to an allegiance with secular power. So Burnham's idea is effectively that, okay, well, it's cute to look at this as if it's some kind of political, like rational political worldview, but in reality, it's him providing a justification for his own particular incentives at the times. He is supporting the party which he's aligned with. And there's not necessarily any deep ethical meaning behind this. This is just how it is. The way that Burnham puts it, this is only page 19. He says, eternal salvation, the highest development of man's potentialities, everlasting peace, unity and harmony, the delicate balance of abstract relations between church and state, all these ghosts and myths evaporate, along with the whole structure of theology, metaphysics, allegory, miracle, and fable. The entire formal meaning, which is told us nothing and prove nothing assumes its genuine role of merely expressing and disguising the real meaning. This real meaning is simply an impassioned propagandistic defense of the point of view of a turncoat Bianchi, that's the Guelph faction, or the moderate Guelph faction he was a member of, exiles from Florence, specifically and more generally of the broader Ghibelline point of view, to which the Bianchi capitulated. De Monarchia, we might say, is a Ghibelline party platform. Now, Burnham is wise to use a political example of this, which is far in the past. I mean, no one cares about the Guelphs and Ghibellines. I mean, you might say they exist in some sublimated sense nowadays, but they're gone. No one cares. No one has any emotional attachment to this. But what it illustrates is something very fundamental, and that is...
Is it time to explore your treatment options? Ask your doctor if Imbruvica is right for you.
What will I become?
Fuck. In the real life, a lot of times we look at these things called ideologies, we look at these, the ideological cloaks that people wear, the justifications, the ethical worldviews that people construct that have values and morals and goods and bads, all of these things. But there's a tendency for people who are making those to make them in their own image, to create them in a way that is very convenient for their particular class or group or whoever they are advocating for. And this is one of the things that I think we have to keep in mind when analyzing politics and analyzing democracy in particular. Because a lot of times we think of democracy, well, not most people, frankly, most normies don't really think of democracy as being a battle between ideologies. Or if they do, it's at some abstract level. And a lot of times people are starting to understand politics as something between I am for this party against this other party, and you're a member of that, and we disagree. We are groups, we are fighting each other. But I think there's a tendency of big brain people to sort of deceive themselves in a lot of ways, where they get so engrossed in the logic of their ideology that they forget the fact that oftentimes that what they're rationalizing is often just something that's good for them, or at least convenient, or at least avoiding some terrible bad for them. Now, I'm not saying that all of politics is like this, but I think you have to keep in mind that in any kind of democratic politics, I mean, people, if you're trying to convince people of something, you can't just you can't create a political campaign and say, I want this because it's good for me. what happens in a democracy, what happens in not just a democracy, but even a society like Dante's world, where there are allegiances of individual people that matter, what often happens is there's a kind of self-deception that people put themselves in, where they try and rationalize their worldview, and they try and make that worldview appealing to people who it might not necessarily be the interest of to support. Now, this goes back to what Schumpeter says about the non-existence of public will. There is no such thing as one democratic interest that all people have and share and fight for and stuff like this. There's no such thing as this. People are really different, and even at the realm of logic, people are often not necessarily dealing in good faith, they're dealing in political rationalizations. They are liable to look at things with particular assumptions based on what is politically expedient for them. Now, having thrown away the concept of public will, Schumpeter creates what he calls a new theory of democracy. He contrasts that with what he calls the classical theory, which you could trace back to different people, but it's just sort of a common assumption. Now, what the difference he makes between the classical theory and his own theory is that in the classical theory, the democracy, the voters, were the active participants of creating a government and policy. They are the ones who, politicians appear, they have different beliefs, and people will pick those or pick the policies based on what they think is good, and it is them who are making the decisions. They are the active participants. Now, in Schumpeter's view, which is really just a kind of a reinterpretation, a kind of re-emphasis of the same thing, his idea is that in reality, people are just sort of stagnant. In fact, he thinks of people as being a kind of a landscape, a political landscape, which has a different geography, which, of course, people have different interests, there are different classes, groups, and all this kind of stuff. And what really happens is there's a kind of political geography, and the active participants are really the politicians. Politicians come, and it is their political goal to create government. And when I say, or Schumpeter says, that they are the active participants, it means they are the ones who, based on the democracy, are making their decisions of what policies to support. Now, in his metaphor of a literal political landscape where two armies are fighting, being two political parties, it's literally the case that, well, not literally, but you know what I mean. It's the case that, you might have, in the same way that an army might occupy a hill or a valley or some strategic location, politicians do the same thing. And their goal is gaining a particular majority, gaining government in this democratic landscape. But the democratic landscape itself doesn't necessarily change. So in his view, he uses the example of Gladstone at his time. I mean, you could think of someone else like Donald Trump or something like this, where, for a more contemporary example. But, in a lot of times in politics, you have enormous electoral shifts or shifts in what policies politicians are pursuing, not really because the public has changed its opinion, but because someone comes, like Gladstone or Donald Trump, and realize, there's a tactical position which no one is exploiting, maybe it's immigration or something like that, and he is going to go and fortify that and make his decisions based on what he thinks he can gain from it. Now, one implication of this kind of view that might, I guess, go against the idealisms of some people in democracy is the fact that for any rational party in a democratic society, it's not necessarily the case that that party is going to have one particular set of ideological stances that they're going to have constant over time. In fact, I mean, if you look at American politics, we actually sort of talked about this in the last episode when we talked about Albion Seed, but there's a lot of sense in which the two parties in the United States, or this is true in other countries as well, often will make tactical decisions of what policies to support or not support, and over time they might actually even switch places or on particular issues, or sometimes generally on their social outlook. So it's not necessarily the case that a rational party is going to be one that's going to be ideologically consistent. Now, this is very contrary to the classical assumptions of democracy. I mean, if you look at Alexis de Tocqueville, who wrote, Democracy in America, you're probably familiar with this book. You may have heard of it, maybe even only name dropped. But he has this kind of classic idealization of democracy, and he divides parties in a democratic society into what he calls grand parties or great parties and small parties. And these aren't actually descriptive. It's not actually about their size. But in his idea, grand parties, which are good, that's why they're called grand, are parties that are motivated by ideology. So in contemporary American politics, the Green Party or the Libertarian Party are grand parties, great parties, in de Tocqueville's definition, whereas a small party is one that just chooses whatever it supports at the whim of politics, whatever is most convenient. And in his definition, the Republican and Democratic parties in the United States would be small parties.
If you do that again, I'm gonna fucking wipe you out.
The exact opposite of what you would think if you're thinking in terms of size. Now, de Tocqueville's editorial stance in calling them like this is, of course, to make the point that parties should be based on ideology. But what Schumpeter sort of makes clear here is that in the reality of politics, there are so many issues to make tactical decisions about that it's not necessarily the case that even a party, well, actually, let's make it even wider. Even a party that is motivated by merely ideology might, for tactical reasons, shove aside one of its more controversial things that it supports in order to gain in all the other policies that it supports. So even if you have an ideological party that is tied to a particular worldview, it's still, in the reality of democratic politics, it still has to make particular sacrifices to get the other things that it wants. Now, as a final note on this, despite the fact that Schumpeter isn't going to believe in a public will, he does embrace the reality that while people's interests don't come together into one uniform will, it is the case that political decision-making has to be unified. And again, behind a government in the parliamentarian sense, I suppose I should say, a majority. And that is, once someone has successfully conquered the political landscape and becomes a majority, there is a necessity, or not just a necessity, it's just an inevitability that policy will be worked into one particular frame. That's to say that, well, to put it this way, a lot of people who will have colder takes on democracy will often say something like, well, you know, the problem with America, for example, is the two-party system. If only we had more parties, then, you know, politics would be more like how we liked it. Now, if you compare American politics to Australian politics or British politics or other systems where there is a voting system that is not winner-take-all in one way or another in the Congress or whatever, or the Parliament, you see that in reality this isn't necessarily the case, because while you might have, let's say we implemented some kind of parliamentary proportional representation in the American legislature, and that would mean that people could vote, if 10% of the people voted for the Libertarian Party, 10% of the representatives there in Congress would be Libertarian. Now, if this were the case, it might seem like there is more representation of libertarian beliefs, but in a lot of ways this isn't really the case. And the reason for that is, despite the fact that there might be more people in the actual legislature, there is still the reality that everything has to converge at a median of policy consensus within the legislature itself. So what you're doing, in effect, when you have a parliamentary system, you're really replacing, I mean, to put it in American terms, it would be like replacing some Democratic congressmen with Green congressmen, and replacing some Republican congressmen with Libertarians or something else, or Constitution Party or something like that. And despite the fact that there would be more diversity in the legislature, it would still have to converge on a majority, and especially in terms, if we're dealing in terms of a narrow right and left or something like that, it's a case that really, electorally, if you have more extremists, it doesn't really matter, because you'll have to get to that median point to actually decide what kind of policies to implement. And those are the only ones that are going to actually pass the legislature. So if you have five hardcore communists in your legislature, it's not going to make a big difference unless you give them some kind of particular power like filibustering or something like that. But in general, democracy is not necessarily changed by having a different representation of policy or of parties. Schumpeter makes a point that the only thing that really matters is the ability to make government or to make majority. Great, so we've gone on for around an hour or so, and there's a whole lot of stuff to talk about with respect to democracy, but I think a lot of it we're going to have to leave to some other episode. I don't know if it's going to be directly on democracy. It might be sublimated in something else, but I hope this has given you sort of an introduction, not just to the specific books, but some of the ideas that are out there in public choice and other discourse on democracy. Before we go, I do want to talk about, back to Kaplan, or more generally, how, given the constraints of democracy, given the fact that people are rationally irrational, right? They cling to their biases, and that causes political democratic harm in some sense. Given that, how can we either improve democracy, or what is an alternative democracy? Because a lot of people nowadays, I might have said this before, but a lot of people nowadays have the idea that you either live in a democracy or you live in a totalitarian state. And that's not really the case. That's something we can go into in another video. In fact, Schumpeter, I didn't note it here, but Schumpeter has nearly a whole chapter on the fact that democracy in a lot of ways is antithetical to personal freedom. He talks about the persecution of minorities and stuff, which is really a democratic thing. The aristocracy isn't necessarily interested in stuff like that, but I won't go into that too much. Read Schumpeter if you want it. But Kaplan, incidentally, sort of talks about the same thing, right? So now Kaplan's ideal, I suppose you could say, is not necessarily the replacement of democracy with something else, maybe even something bad, but it's really just the scaling back of some aspects of democracy or politics away from certain parts of American life, or, well, whatever country you're living in life. Now he says, well, I'll read a passage on page 192. He says, before the 1930s, many areas of U.S. economic life were undemocratically shielded from federal and state regulation. The market periodically trumped democracy on everything from the minimum wage to the National Recovery Administration. Unless you're a democratic fundamentalist, you have to be open to the possibility that this was all for the good. Now, of course, he's referring to the fact that during the New Deal administration, there was a tendency to further and further centralize economic decision making. A lot of times that meant the reduction or the regulation of individual people's land or property or stuff like this. So Kaplan, I think, makes a point. Again, he comes from a libertarian perspective. So, you know, he has the idea that we don't necessarily need to replace democracy with something else. But if we just got a lot of people's economic and personal decision-making out of the realm of government, constitutionality, with respect to the Constitution, we don't have to worry about whether democracy is bad or good. We can live in a society where, okay, maybe democracy doesn't produce the best results, but a lot of our life is shielded from it. Now, another option he throws out there, I don't know if he really supports this, but it's an idea that he throws out there, is the idea of double voting. So you might not have heard of this, but in the United Kingdom, he notes this is something they practiced even into the late 40s, where people who had university degrees had the ability to vote in their local precinct, and their vote also counted doubly in the place where they got their degree from. So people, in effect, had double votes if they were highly educated. And one of the things that Kaplan notes when he goes into his comparison of normal people and economists in terms of their opinions, he notes that there are a lot of demographic categories in the public for which the decision-making becomes more characteristic of an informed economist. And he says, for example, people who have been in education longer are more likely to vote like an economist. Maybe we could give these people double votes, or maybe people who are older, etc. Now, of course, there are other demographic groups that, in his model, vote better as well. For example, men vote better than women, but he doesn't want to be a bad boy and suggest that men should vote double. But his whole point here is that instead of denying the suffrage to people, you could just throw some extra votes in targeted populations that tend to have more long-sighted political economic views. But that, again, is not necessarily what he wants. That's just a band-aid he suggests if we have to live in what he calls democratic fundamentalism. His goal is simply a repeal, an increase in personal freedom at the expense of democracy. As we noted just a second ago, those are very different things, despite the fact that sometimes they get conflated. Now, maybe a more practical solution would just be a kind of decentralization of political decision-making. Now, remember that rational irrationality and rational ignorance happen when people don't pay for the direct consequences of what they vote for. Now, in a lot of respects, when we vote for someone in a federal election or a nationwide election, we have very little control of that. And that, I mean, realistically speaking, for most affairs, who the president is, what's going on in Washington, D.C., doesn't really affect you that much day to day. Now, it might seem like something strange to say, but it's true in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, what changes where you live, how you live, what you pay for what, all this kind of stuff is affected by your local government. Now, despite the fact that we don't really focus on that a lot, there is a whole lot that happens at that local level, and of course it affects the federal level as well. Now, one concept out there that Kaplan might have mentioned it, but it's common among other critics of democracy who don't want to replace it with totalitarianism or something like that, suggest what I guess you could call subsidiarity, and that's the idea that if some kind of political organization happens, it should happen at the lowest possible level ever. That is, if you it's in the United States, of course, we have this idea of states' rights, but it actually goes further than that. That is, if you have a political issue, if you have some kind of social issue to deal with, it should be dealt with at the closest level to you. Now, this isn't just a way of keeping your eggs in different baskets politically. It's not just a way of making sure that we all are not on the same sinking ship. It also serves to put the consequences of your political behavior very close to where you actually live. That is, if you make a particular decision about something financial, or something with respect to immigration, or something with respect to a social policy, or zoning laws, or any amount of political decision making, if you make those and they happen in your community and that's where your decisions affect them, that's something that affects you very greatly, and you are much more incentivized to educate yourself or be informed of the issues when you're making some kind of decision. So in a lot of ways, localizing decision making, even if you still have democracy, even if you have a much more local democracy or local rule, this gets rid of a lot of the problems because it reduces rational irrationality. People might have their biases, but they're much easier to overcome when you have that sort of Damocles over you, that your decisions in an election of 100 or so people might affect you quite a great deal, and so you have every incentive to make the right choices. Now, of course, there are plenty of other band-aids for, solutions for, replacements for, and comments on democracy that we can talk about in another episode. We've only touched the surface here. We didn't even talk about Arrow's impossibility theorem. Can you believe it? But I'm gonna go ahead and draw this to a close. Now, remember, as always, if you guys are still watching this on YouTube, you don't gotta watch it on YouTube. Go to notrelated.xyz, There's going to be the RSS link to this podcast. Get it on the podcast. I see every week more and more people are using it on the podcast and less people are using it on YouTube. So I guess that's good. Even though theoretically I'm getting money in monetization on YouTube, but whatever. It's always best to use the actual podcast RSS. It's there. Everything is nice and tagged for you. I'm such a nice guy. If you have any questions about this episode, any suggestions for what you want to see, email me at luke@lukesmith.xyz, and you can email any donations with your comments, and I will read them out at paypal.me/LukeMSmith. That's M as
Oh, is Stephen Colbert arrested?
Dear road rivals, you may have 4 wheels and a similar build, but our resemblance ends right there. Later, Toyota.
Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Skip.
In almost every corner of the world, human sacrifices, mostly based on religion, did happen at some point in history. The most treasured thing a human can give up is his life, and therefore, in the eyes of many throughout history, human sacrifice is the most valuable sacrifice someone can offer to a god or gods. However, despite the fact that human sacrifices did happen at some point throughout history all across the world, no culture brought the act of human sacrifices to such a large extent as the Aztecs did. The Aztecs were a pre-Columbian civilization living in today's central Mexico. The word Aztec is misleading, as it can refer to multiplicities of peoples and polities, but when people use it today, they mostly just mean the Mexica people, whose capital was the city of Tenochtitlan. The Mexica, by the time of the early 16th century, when Cortez arrived to Mexico, were the hegemon of a triple alliance that ruled over a large polity we today call the Aztec Empire. Therefore, we often use the words Aztec and Mexica as interchangeable, even though they're really not. The word Aztec can refer to many different people groups, like, for example,
Fuck no, I'm not attacking Yellow. You have more fucking cards than me.
Language, or everyone pertaining to the tribes that migrated from the north to central Mexico, of whom the Mexica people were just one tribe. Due to this ambiguous definition of the word Aztec, it is important to more specifically define the words that I will use in this video. I will use the word Mexica to refer to the people from Tenochtitlan who ruled over what we call the Aztec Empire. I will use the word Aztec as a catch-all word for the religion, because that's what we call it today, the Aztec religion. And also, I will use the word to refer to the polity of the Aztec Empire as a whole and the people within it. Even though, keep in mind, some of these people were not always happy to be in the empire, and they often saw themselves as different from the ruling Mexica. Lastly, I'll use the word Nahua to refer to all the speakers of the Nahuatl language, of whom the Mexica were just one peoples. Also, to confuse things even more, the Aztec Empire didn't only have Nahuatl speakers within it, and not all Nahuatl speakers were within the Aztec Empire. Therefore, if I want to talk about everyone who lived in pre-Columbian Central Mexico, I'll just say people in Central Mexico. I know it all sounds very confusing right now, but pre-Columbian Central Mexico was anything but simple. So, to understand how a civilized society could create an institution so prevalent with human sacrifices, we must first understand the religion that often drove the Mexicas and other Central Mexican people's need for human sacrifices. Due to the often dubious nature of sources we have about the Aztec Empire, its people, and their religion, there are multiple versions of various religious myths, including the creation myth. It is also probable that the people living in central Mexico, who largely shared their religious beliefs with the Mexica, had all slightly different versions of gods, myths, and rituals. Such a thing is not unusual for polytheistic religions, and we see a similar thing in ancient Greece, for example. With that said, there are two main Aztec creation myths. I will present one of them here, and you can watch the other in this TED-Ed video. The people of central Mexico believed they lived in the time of the 5th iteration of the sun. Every previous iteration of the sun ended by the destruction of the sun and the human race. The humans that are alive now, in the 5th iteration, were created by the god Quetzalcoatl. He used the bones of the humans who lived during the 4th iteration of the sun and his own blood to create the current humans. The 5th sun itself was created by the god Huitzilopochtli, who sacrificed himself to become the sun so he could nourish the world. However, Huitzilopochtli's sister, Coyolxauhqui, the goddess of the moon, hated hated Huitzilopochtli and wanted to destroy him. As such, every night when the moon rises, trying to destroy the sun, Huitzilopochtli fights off his sister, ultimately winning and creating the next day. With that said, Huitzilopochtli needs the help of humans through the means of human sacrifices, auto-sacrifice and religious rituals to keep successfully fighting off his sister every night. Whether you choose to go with this creation myth or the other one I already mentioned, or with the myriad of other variations on these two creation myths, it doesn't really matter, as all of them have certain central themes that don't change. Same goes for the Aztec religion as a whole. There might be sources with different variations on myths and gods, but the main themes largely remain the same. These main themes being: 1. The gods used their own blood to create humans in one way or another, and therefore the humans are indebted by blood to the gods. 2. The sun needs human sacrifices so that there is a next day. This does not, however, mean there has to be a sacrifice for each new day. It's not like a daily payment or something. 3. Human sacrifice is the most venerated way to show proper honor to the gods, and therefore, if you want something very important from them, like for example rain for the
This is
crops
so
from Tlaloc,
cringe.
the god of
What the
water,
fuck?
you
Then
have
you
to give
kill
him a human
someone.
sacrifice. 4. If there are no human sacrifices and no proper honor is shown to the gods, not only will the sun lose to the moon, but also the humans will be destroyed. This, for example, happened in the second iteration of the sun when Tezcatlipoca, the god of rulers, priests and war, was disgusted by the impiety of the humans and turned them all into monkeys. These main factors of the Aztec religion created the basis upon which the Central Mexican societies built their institution that normalized the killing of humans. Majority of people today, when someone talks about the quote-unquote Aztec sacrifices, picture the most common type of sacrifice, and that is the cutting out of the heart and presenting it to the gods. However,
Ew.
in reality, there were many different sacrificial rituals. Some involved drowning, others burning or forced starvation, and some even
What the
involved
fuck?
elaborate
Forced
ritualistic
starvation?
enacting
That
of
sounds
predetermined victim where
terrible.
the unarmed sacrificial victim was killed by several heavily armed soldiers. Plus, different gods and festivals, along with different circumstances like a drought or flooding, required different rituals. The victims of these rituals also varied. Most numerous were enemies captured in a war, but slaves, regular citizens, and even sometimes noblemen were also sacrificed in certain circumstances. The age and gender of the victims also mattered, as, for example, Tlaloc, the god of rain and water, required child sacrifices for the rains to come, while Toki, the mother goddess, required a female sacrifice. Before I mention any details about the quote-unquote Aztec human sacrifices, what must be said is that, unless directly specified, I'm not only talking about the Mexica here. Yes, many of the sources that talk about sacrifices in detail are about the Mexica, but my presentation of an Aztec human sacrifice is a general overview of the type of sacrifice that was conducted, as far as we know, in most of late pre-Columbian Central Mexico. We know from some sources that the various Nahuas and other peoples of Central Mexico did share very similar religious beliefs, customs, and did conduct similar human sacrifices. As one Nahua put it, before them, the gods, we kiss the ground, we bleed, we pay our debts to the gods, offer incense, make human sacrifices,
Yeah,
and live by the
offer
grace of the
incense.
gods. Therefore, it would be reasonable to think that the details we have about the Mexica human sacrifices are similar to that of the sacrifices conducted by other Nahuas and Central Mexican peoples, especially when it comes to the most common type of sacrifice, the extraction of the heart. Imagine you're a warrior, captured in a battle by the enemy who promptly brought you to their city temple to sacrifice you. This is not unusual. In fact, the society you live in has created a system of ritualistic wars called the Flower Wars.
The
One of
Flower
purposes of which
Wars?
was to capture enemy soldiers for sacrifices. The battles of these Flower Wars occurred on predetermined plains with predetermined army sizes. The point of the battle wasn't to kill the enemy, but to capture as many enemies as you can so that you can sacrifice them in your city temple. People would still die during these battles, but not as many as in an actual war. By the way, a bit of a side note, the Mexica and other Central Mexican peoples could also wage normal war. There's a common misconception that when the Spanish arrived, the Mexica lost so easily to them because they tried to fight them in the style of the Flower War and tried to capture them rather than killing them. But that's not true. The Mexica were fully capable of waging a quote-unquote ordinary war of conquest. Of course, when possible, they would capture some enemies for sacrifices, but that wasn't their goal. Their goal was to win. And as Ross Hazing states in his book Aztec Warfare, as demonstrated by the use of ambushes, circumvention of battling armies, and firing of enemy temples and cities, the Aztec leadership was not overly concerned with how victories were won in wars of conquest. If needed for victory, the Mexica were not against employing the tactics of a total war. Anyways, back to sacrificing you. You go through a series of rituals and cleansing to prepare you to be sacrificed, after which you're taken to the foot of the temple. As you're waiting at the foot of the pyramid, you're not there alone. Depending what deity you're being sacrificed for, or during which type of ceremony you're being sacrificed, there could be any number of people waiting there with you. These could be other fellow warriors captured in the battle, or some slaves bought from the market, or some local citizens that were chosen to be sacrificed along with you. For now, let's say there are some local citizens there ready to be sacrificed along with you, and a bunch of other captured warriors. Some local people walk up to their fellow citizens waiting to be sacrificed and tell them their personal stories and problems, and politely ask them to bring these issues up to the gods once they're sacrificed. The citizens ready to be sacrificed listen carefully to their fellow citizens' problems, and in return are being given great praise and admiration by their peers. Being sacrificed for your city is given great honor in your society, and the family you leave behind could even be able to move up social ranks thanks to your sacrifice. With that said, you, in your current situation, are given little honor. Sure, there is honor in being sacrificed, but there is little honor in being sacrificed by the enemy to the enemy's gods. However, being sacrificed is the nature of life for you. It is how it is, and it has always been this. And even though there's no honor in being sacrificed by the enemy, there is still huge dishonor in not being sacrificed when you have already been chosen and prepared to be sacrificed. Not being sacrificed at this point is worse than being sacrificed by your enemy to their gods. This is why when Cortez's expedition freed some sacrificial victims, they indignantly rejected the offer of release and demanded to be sacrificed. As one 16th century Nahua put it, it was never found out whether any one of those that were chosen to be sacrificed had fled. For to flee seemed a thing unworthy of men that presented such a great majesty as this idol, so as not to be held as cowardly and fearfully with perpetual infamy, not only in this land but also in his own. And so they wished first to die to earn eternal fame, because they held this to be glory and happy end. However, with that said, it is also clear that not all people viewed it this way. Dying is still dying, and some people did not want to die even if it brought honor to them and their family. That is why, when some captive lost his strength, fainted, only went continually throwing himself on the ground, they, the priests, just dragged him to the altar. But when one made an effort, he went strong of heart, he went shouting, he did not go downcast, he did not go spiritless, he went extolling, he went exalting his city. Whether you choose to go to your sacrifice at the top of the pyramid with a strong conviction and a head held high, or by throwing yourself on the ground and shouting, is up to you. But it does go to show that there were people in pre-Columbian Central Mexican society that did not want to be sacrificed and had to be dragged to the altar unwillingly. Nevertheless, climbing the very steep steps of the pyramid, which were bloodied by the corpses of the people sacrificed before you, whose lifeless bodies were thrown down the steps next to you, must have been a very daunting task even for the most devout of people. Looking down from the pyramid, you see a great gathering of people singing ritualistic songs specific to that particular sacrificial event. Many of the people in the crowd also participated in auto sacrifice, which involves the letting of blood for the gods. It must have been truly a fervent spectacle. We also know that the Central Mexican peoples used hallucinogenic drugs, and we're pretty sure they were somehow used in ceremonies, mostly by the nobility and the priests, but the exact extent of the use of drugs in sacrificial ceremonies is unknown. As one historian said, despite claims that coercive chemicals were extensively used in Aztec culture, they are very rarely mentioned in accounts of sacrificial ceremonies. Therefore, we don't really know the extent of the use of these drugs in ceremonies. With that said, keep in mind, as you're trying to climb the steep, bloody steps of the pyramid, with the bodies of the sacrificial victims before you falling down the steps, and the citizens behind you singing while bloodletting, you and the priest sacrificing you could also be hallucinating. Once you make it to the top of the pyramid, one of Cortez's conquistadors tells us the men and women who were to be sacrificed to their gods were thrown on their backs and of their own accord remained perfectly still. Again, this probably goes back to the fact that some people went to the sacrifice with their heads held high, with no fear, with the belief that they are doing the right thing. However, there most certainly were others who had to be held down on the sacrificial stone, as attested to by one source which stated that the 5 priests of sacrifice followed them. They were to hold down the feet, hands, and heads of the victims. Each prisoner they took to the sacrificial place, when they had forced him to stand upon the stone, which was the figure and likeness of the sun, they threw him upon his back. One took him by the right arm, another by the left, one by his left foot, another by his right, while the 5th priest tied his neck with a cord and held him down so that he could not move. It is clear, again, that some people had to be held down for the sacrifice as they presumably did not want to be sacrificed. Once the heart was extracted by a priest with an extremely sharp obsidian
It's the 2023 countdown to #1 at Dave Smith Motors, and your countdown is on to make the...
I've been deep in these documents, each of which is a piece of evidence that helps me piece together a very important question, which is who got rich off this 20-year war that we fought in Afghanistan?
The Jews.
But first, let me tell you what happened on August 15th, 2021. The Taliban had entered Kabul after taking over the entire country of Afghanistan. The war ended as it had begun, with the Taliban in power once again. You probably remember the scenes from the Kabul airport. Total chaos as Afghans tried to flee their country. But there's one guy who saw a business opportunity in all of this. This guy, Eric Prince, generously offered to help charter a plane to evacuate people from Kabul. The price tag, $6,500 per person. That was the market price that Eric Prince decided. But this wasn't the first time Eric Prince used the war in Afghanistan to get rich. In fact, this was one of the last of many instances where this guy profited off the Afghan war. And some of the ways he did it were kind of messed up. So after digging through the numbers, the reports, the Senate hearings, all of it, we've established a list of some of the top people who got crazy, stupid, rich off of the war in Afghanistan.
On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan.
Before we get into our list, I want to talk about an important term here, which is government contractor.
$300 million in government contracts.
U.S. defense contractor, our broken system of government contracting.
At U.S. federal contractor registration, we know that a government contract is worth more than the dollars awarded.
Here in the United States, we love the free market. I'm talking about this. So instead of having the clunky old federal government take care of all things war, we hire a lot of private companies to do it for us. This is companies that make our weapons, feed our soldiers, build our bases, fuel our tanks, and literally fight our wars. Yes, we have private armies that we call security companies that basically are soldiers for hire. What this allows the government to do is post a job out there, like we need someone to build a road in Afghanistan. And in theory, what happens is a bunch of private companies come together and they all bid on how much it would cost to build this road. And whatever company gives the best price is chosen to go build that road. It's supposed to help the government get the best price. Okay, so where am I going with this? What I want you to understand is that there is this bidding process for private companies to go do things that the government needs. But in wartime, a lot of those processes of bidding go out the window because we're in wartime. So it's like an emergency. So instead, you get a lot of situations where there is no bidding on contracts. The government needs something done in Afghanistan really quickly. This company can do it. Name your price. We'll give you whatever you need.
As a client, the U.S. government is guaranteed to have the funds to pay you and will always pay you.
And it's that very process that allowed people to take advantage of a system to let billions and billions of unaccounted for dollars be poured into private companies. All of this contributed to what a former Secretary of Defense called a culture of endless money inside the Pentagon. Okay, wait, before we go on, I need to thank the sponsor of today's video, which is BetterHelp. I've said this a bunch, I'm gonna keep saying it, which is that I'm a giant supporter of therapy. I think therapy is something that is stigmatized, and specifically for me, maybe it's because I was a guy or something, I don't know, but I never got messaging that I was supposed to go to therapy. But I've been going to therapy for 2.5 years now, and it has truly changed my life. BetterHelp is a service that tries to make therapy more accessible by connecting you, if you want therapy, to a network of over 10,000 professionals. And this isn't like a crisis line or a self-help program. This is real licensed therapists giving you therapy done securely over the internet. If you've ever looked for a therapist, you know that it's really hard. And the thing I respect most about BetterHelp, and the reason why I support what they're doing, is because they're trying to make that an easier thing to connect with a therapist. If you don't like the therapist you find, you can easily switch to a new one very easily for free. And BetterHelp allows you to connect with your therapist in between your sessions to get a timely response for whatever you're going through. So I'm a giant fan of BetterHelp. I appreciate them sponsoring this video. They're giving you 10% off your first month if you want to try it out. There's a link in my description. Clicking that link helps support this channel and gets you started on what could be a life-changing thing. I really, really, really support therapy. So check it out. Thank you, BetterHelp, for supporting this video, for supporting my channel. Let's dive back into the video. Okay, now that we understand government contractors, let's get to this list of people who got rich.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Turns out that a book is more durable than stone. It's more durable than a castle. It's more durable than an empire. You don't get away with anything. And so you might think you can bend.
You might think.
First up is Robert Stevens, the former CEO of a company called Lockheed Martin. It's a company that manufactures this helicopter, the Black Hawk. They manufacture missiles, fighter jets, bombs. They manufacture a lot of stuff that we use in war. This company gets a lot of business from the Pentagon. Like in 2020 alone, this company got $75 billion worth of Pentagon contracts. I know that like when we get into billions, it's really hard to like know what that actually means. But just to put it in perspective, the entire budget of our foreign ministry, the State Department, totaled $44 billion. For the entire State Department, all of our diplomacy, $44 billion. And Lockheed Martin alone, this one company, got almost double that to make our weapons. 90% of Lockheed's revenue comes from the federal government. Their core business, the thing that keeps them afloat, is war and security. So Robert Stevens became the CEO in 2004. This was 3 years into the war in Afghanistan. And as the war intensified, so did Robert's wallet. And I know this because this is a public company, and all of the compensation for executives is public knowledge to all of us. You may have to dig through some boring documents like the Lockheed Martin proxy statements from the 2000 annual meeting of stockholders on April 27th, 2000, but you can find it. So let's see how Robert and his war business did in the 2000s. So before the war, in the late 90s, the CEO of Lockheed Martin was making around $2 million a year. Jeez. His salary and bonus. $2 million bucks. It's a pretty good compensation. Okay, but then the war started. Lockheed started to get a ton of contracts, started making more weapons, and look what happens to the CEO's compensation. His salary stays about the same, just over $1 million bucks, but his bonus now jumps up to $3.2 million, bringing his total compensation to around $5 million. This guy's making $5 million bucks. War's doing pretty good for him. Not bad. Let's jump 1 year later. It's now 2006. And Robert Stevens, the CEO of Lockheed Martin, brought in $18 million. Wait, what? From 2 million to 5 million to 18 million. Whoa, Robert Stevens is doing pretty darn good. Okay, but let's keep going. The year after that, Robert Stevens brings in $30 million in his compensation. 31 million. $31 million.
31 million?
Plan compensation, $8 million. Holy smokes. What? $30 million in compensation. I mean, if we were to like graph that, the war starts here. We're looking at something like this, this, and this. The war was a life-changing event for Robert Stevens, the CEO of Lockheed Martin. Okay, so that's our first guy who got super rich. Let's move on to the next one. A guy named Stephen Orenstein. This guy's company, called Supreme Group, was chosen in 2005 to feed U.S. troops in Afghanistan, to provide all the food. I mean, when this guy got the contract, I'm sure the only thing that happened is that his eyes started flashing with money. Since he got the contract, Supreme Foods' business increased 50-fold. Over the course of 6 years, the Defense Department paid Supreme $5.5 billion to deliver food to the troops. $5.5 billion. And it became 90% of his business. 90% of his company was providing food to troops in Afghanistan. I mean, talk about winning the lottery. But remember what I said about emergency funding and contractors? Orenstein realized that he could charge absurd amounts of money for the meals that he was providing to troops. And he knew that no one would notice because they were just throwing money at this war. The government contracts just kept coming no matter how pricey his meals were.
There's our beef ravioli.
Orenstein was like, dude, there's no adults in the room. Like, I'm a child in a candy shop right now. Let's see how far I can take this. Not only was he charging insane prices for meals, but then he started to create fake subcontracting companies and started to win contracts that were for nothing. And the Pentagon would just pay him a ton of money for doing no work. And what did he do? He just pocketed the cash. He got super, super rich off of this, to the point where he became a billionaire. He got put on the billionaire list or whatever. But eventually he took it way too far and he got caught. And yes, we are now reading a Senate hearing from 2013 called Contracting to Feed U.S. Troops in Afghanistan. How did the U.S. Defense Department end up in a multi-billion-dollar billing dispute? I don't recommend you watch this hearing. It's very boring.
DLA had paid Supreme about $3 billion, including $1.6 billion for food and water and $1.4 billion for transportation and storage costs.
The numbers being thrown around in this hearing are insane. The Pentagon overpaid nearly $100 million just in like transportation costs, which, as one congressperson said, that is an astounding amount of money. And then to put it in perspective, she says that that amount would pay for nearly 100,000 children to have access to a Head Start program, which is an early education program in the US. But instead, this taxpayer money went into Orenstein's pocket. Nice one, Stephen. Think of the children. Come on. So what does it look like when someone gets punished for this? Well, here we are in this Senate hearing where the people who gave all of this money without checking where it was going are being questioned. And when they asked what happened, they say things like this.
The contract management efforts that we applied to this did not keep pace with the changes that we were seeing in our requirements.
Let me translate that for you. What he was really saying is, we weren't really paying attention because, war. According to this court document, Stephen eventually did have to pay up $389 million. But let's be honest, he got a little slap on the wrist, but the guy got rich off the Afghan war, which is why he's on this list. Next up is this guy, Eric Prince. This is the guy we talked about at the beginning who was like charging $6,000 to fly people out of Afghanistan.
I don't think any human being who has a heart and soul would support efforts to profit off of people's agony and pain as they're trying to depart a country and fearing for their lives.
He's an ex-Navy SEAL who inherited a bunch of money and decided to start his own private security company called Blackwater. Remember what I said, private security company really means soldiers for hire. This guy trained military and police forces. In fact, he describes his mission for Blackwater as, quote, trying to do for the national security apparatus what FedEx did for the Postal Service. Privatize, make more efficient, get rid of red tape, etc., etc. Kind of a scary thought, but okay. He got his first contract in 2000. It was a small contract, $204,000, to help train the Navy for terrorist attacks. Then 9/11 happened. An absolute tragedy for the American people, but an incredible business opportunity for Eric Prince and his FedEx for the Army. The US was desperate to mobilize their troops for this new kind of warfare, so they turned to Blackwater to help them. The US hired Blackwater to come protect their CIA compound or to escort VIP diplomats. But wait, let's just get something clear. What are these guys? Are they troops or like military? Technically, no, they're not, but they sure look like troops. I mean, look at these guys. But really, these guys are just like fancy security guards that the government hires and gives them security clearances and sends them to war zones so that they can operate like soldiers under the jurisdiction of a private company. But they're just security guards, so not like mercenaries or anything, right?
Hey, we're No Compromise Gaming, your ticket to lease-to-own gaming PCs for people with zero or bad credit. So, why are we showing this guy instead of...
By 2007, the government had given Blackwater over $1 billion in federal contracts. Let me repeat, this little company that provides a private security force went from meager contracts of $200,000 to help train troops to sending troops abroad to actually be in the war zone and getting $1 billion worth of taxpayer money within just a few years. As you can imagine, giving guns and security clearances to a private army might lead to some thorny abuses of power. And in fact, in 2007, the guards of Blackwater were in Iraq, in addition to Afghanistan, and they opened fire on unarmed civilians.
Indiscriminate shootings by Blackwater guards leading to the deaths of civilians.
In a crowded public square after a car bomb had exploded a mile away, they killed 17 Iraqis and injured 20 more. Blackwater lost their contracts. It was a huge scandal, and it was another instance where there was some accountability. And yet, Eric Prince sold the company and came out on top. Another guy who got really rich off the Afghan war. Oh, and those security guards who opened fire on innocent civilians were tried and convicted. But then, wait for it, they were completely pardoned by Donald Trump. Do we have any faith in humanity? Next up, we've got these two guys. They're nicknamed the War Dogs. There's a movie about them that I haven't seen, but I want to.
Sorry, kind of an emergency. Sorry, don't worry, I have to go first, I'm American.
But really, the best thing out there is this Rolling Stone article. These guys were ages 25 and 21 when they started an ammunition company. They bid the Pentagon and won $300 million worth of taxpayer money in contracts. And they were going to supply the Afghan National Army with guns and ammunition. I mean, this is insane. These were like early 20-year-old kids. One of these guys, David, was just a few months earlier a massage therapist, and then was like, I'm going to have a little change of career. I'm going to go sell $300 million worth of guns and ammunition to the federal government so they can fight a war in Afghanistan. These guys got super rich off of this, and soon were living a fancy life with really nice cars and expensive apartments in like Miami. But what they were doing here was buying ammo from China and then selling that to the US government, which is like a giant no-no in arms like trading. They eventually got caught, pleaded guilty, and one of them was sentenced to jail for 4 years. So this is a rare case of like, guys got rich and then they got caught and they actually got punished, which didn't happen to Supreme Food or Eric Prince. The difference is like when you're like a 24-year-old kid, you don't have a lot of money and influence, so you can't like weasel your way out of accountability. But what this story shows you is just how easy it was to get in on this culture of endless money within the Pentagon. The massage therapist who had never owned a gun before started an ammunition and gun company and got $300 million for it. Just like a gold rush. Okay, so those are the War Dogs. Next up, we have this guy, Fahim Hashimi, one of the several Afghan nationals who got super rich, part of this group called the 9/11 Millionaires. In the early days of the Afghan war, there was huge need for local fixers and translators. The people who got in early helping out US forces got really savvy to how the US was operating, and they quickly realized that they could provide a bunch more local services and make a ton of money. So Fahim started a business that eventually turned into like a media corporation with like TV stations and a construction company and even an airline. His company started racking in like $200 million a year in government contracts. There were a bunch of Afghans who got super rich riding on the coattails of all of this money being poured into the country, which is like, good for them. Their country's been torn apart by outside superpowers for decades. Let them at least get something out of it, for heaven's sake. Next up, we have our very own Congress.
Ha! No, really?
Nancy Pelosi and Ted Cruz aren't like arms dealers, but they can still get rich off of war.
Everything is gone. God!
Because if you're a member of Congress, you can buy stocks in defense companies like Lockheed Martin, and a lot of them do. At least 47 members of Congress and their spouses hold between $2 million and $6.7 million worth of stocks in top defense companies. Oh, and it's not partisan. Of the 36 House members who hold stock in military contracts, 20 are Republican and 16 are Democrats. It's almost split in half. I mean, let's get into the details here. Like, which of the congressmen have the most money invested in defense companies? Good question. The winner for this year of Who's Getting Rich Off War is Kevin Hern, a Republican from Oklahoma, who owns over $1 million in stock from defense contractors. $880,000 alone in Honeywell, which is an aerospace contractor that Congress really seems to love. And notice how well their stock has done, especially since 2009, when Obama sent a bunch of new troops to Afghanistan. I mean, this is a lawmaker who has to give approval when we go to war, and he stands to gain if we do. But wait, the conflict of interest gets worse when you look at somebody like Senator Gary Peters, a Democratic senator from Michigan, who is a member of the Armed Services Committee, which is the committee that authorizes the Pentagon's budget. Here's his financial disclosure. He's invested in a lot of things, including Raytheon Technology Corporation. Raytheon is a major government contractor for wartime things. This guy gives money to the Pentagon to do war things with private contractors, and he is invested in the private contractors. In July, this guy's committee voted to increase defense spending by $24 billion, which is more than President Biden even proposed. So in very direct terms, this guy is voting to put more money in his pocket. That is how our system works. Here's another financial disclosure of a senator who's on a committee that deals with cybersecurity and protection. She holds stock in 6 defense companies, with most of her money being invested in
I wonder
an
when
IT
someone is
contractor.
going
Do you
to
get it? IT contractor that she is invested in. Cybersecurity committee that she uses to vote to give money to the thing she's invested in. It's just like, come on. Oh. Okay, so that's our list. And let me be clear that this is not the exhaustive list of everyone who got rich. There are so many more people who got rich.
Like,
there are
you
so
can't
many more
say
people
that.
who abused the system.
That-
We will never know their names.
that's
We will
it.
never hear about them
In this
because they didn't get
short
caught.
little
In the
video.
end, the Pentagon spent $14 trillion. $14 trillion. Between 30 and 50% of that went to private companies, military contractors, companies that give huge payout, huge compensation to the top leaders. That's like $5 trillion worth of taxpayer money going to fatten the pockets of these corporations. And for what? What did we get? We now know that it didn't do much for this country and its people. 20 years later, the country is falling back to where it started. But what it did do is it made these people really, really, really rich. Good for them. Okay, I'm gonna go try to not be depressed about how our democracy works. See ya.
At Butte Auto, our customers, our employees, and our community are what really matters. Our investment extends to sponsoring local.
I'd like to pass along a true story about Donald Trump giving a Ninja Turtles video game to Michael Jackson as a gift. And some might say the game was stolen.
What?
The story comes from Donald Trump Jr.'s 2019 book Triggered. I'll read the passage and then we'll break it down. There was also Michael Jackson, who lived in Trump Tower and with whom I played video games. One day in Eric's room, my father saw how much Michael enjoyed playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with us on Nintendo, and told him he could take the game home. My game. To this day, Eric says it was his game because it was in his room, but I know whose game it was. I'd worked a summer job to pay for it. And here was Michael Jackson, probably a billionaire at this point, and he took it. So that's the story from the book Triggered by Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. also shared the same Ninja Turtle story during an interview in 2019. Here's a clip.
Michael Jackson used to come up and, like, he was our neighbor in Trump Tower, right? So I was playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
Really?
with Michael Jackson. Now, this is like, you know...
What year was this
This
done?
is early 90s. Like, this was, you know, peak Michael. Maybe even late 80s, right?
Okay.
We're playing, you know, Nintendo, and, and Michael really likes the game. And so my dad walks in and goes, well, why don't you take the game, Mike? Like, you know, so I'm sitting there like, you know,
Wait,
and my
your
parents,
dad
like,
gave
I'm
Michael the Nintendo game?
my Nintendo game. Like, my parents made us work for the things that we wanted. I think it was one of the great things they actually did for us. So it was like, that took me whatever it was time to, like, all right, like, you know, I'm pretty sure Michael could have called Nintendo and be like, hey, send me over one of those. It wouldn't have been a big deal.
I think his catalog's like $1 billion.
And he was like, he just took it.
I think this is a funny story, and I think it's great that it involves the TMNT. You can tell the story is real because, in true Donald Trump fashion, he gave away someone else's property as a gift. Only Trump would do that. Here's a picture of young Donald Trump Jr. with his dad around the time this story happened. Trump is a billionaire, and he's giving away his kid's game. And Michael Jackson is even
That's
wealthier
funny.
and like 30 years old, and he takes the
Bro,
game from Donald Trump Jr.,
what the
who's a
fuck?
child. I wonder which Ninja Turtles video
Are
game
tho-
it was. It could have been the
are
first
those
Nintendo
AI
Ninja Turtles video
generated
game, which came out in June of
pictures?
1989. Maybe
Those
young
look
Donald
like
Trump Jr.
AI
was working a
generated
summer job and bought the
pictures,
game
for
right
sure.
when it came out. But the first Nintendo video game is single player, and he makes it seem like they were all playing together and having fun. And I've got to be fair, the first Turtles video game on Nintendo isn't that fun. Maybe they were playing TMNT 2, the arcade game. It's cooperative, it's multiplayer, and it's a lot more fun and easy to pick up than the first NES game. TMNT 2, the arcade game, came out for Nintendo in December 1990. So maybe they were playing in late 1990 or early 1991, around the time Secret of the Ooze came out. This was still during peak Turtle Mania. I wish I could confirm with Trump Jr. which Ninja Turtles game it was. Maybe it was the Manhattan Project, the third Ninja Turtles video game on Nintendo. It's great to think that Michael Jackson was a Turtles fan. Michael Jackson also has another connection to the TMNT through Steve Barron, the director of his Billie Jean music video, who went on to direct the 1990 Turtles movie. Well, that's the story of Donald Trump stealing a TMNT video game to give to Michael Jackson. If you enjoyed watching, make sure to like the video and subscribe for more Ninja Turtles videos.
Ooh, they are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more
Bro, this is getting
friends
tiring.
are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jen. Early on the J's.
So there are many major corporations that are staging an ad boycott on Elon Musk's X, formerly known as Twitter right now, and that includes a lot of Hollywood studios as well. Disney is boycotting, Paramount is boycotting, Lionsgate, Comcast, NBC, Universal, and also big tech corporations like Apple, IBM. And this is all because Elon Musk vocalized agreement with a post that was deemed anti-Semitic. So no one is really quoting directly what this post was. Journalists are just doing the thing they always do, where they refer to it and say it was anti-Semitic and offensive and monstrous and all of that, but they're not going to show you the screenshot because it shows how stupid this whole controversy actually is. So Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL, posted the screenshot. Thank you for that. Elon Musk was replying to the following tweet, saying Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. And Elon replied, "You have said the actual truth." And a day later, he said that Media Matters is an evil organization. He was proven correct because Media Matters just got caught red-handed, altering screenshots of offensive posts on X to show advertisements from big corporations right under them that were not originally there, to goad these corporations, I presume, into boycotting and making public statements about X. They just hate that this platform exists. They hate that people are able to speak somewhat freely on this platform. It's the only social media platform that you're able to do that anymore, and they can't stand that. That's what this...
This week, something wonderful happened. Javier Milei, a libertarian conservative with a colorful past and a penchant for video virality, won a stunning election victory in Argentina, a country that has witnessed left-wing financial and economic mismanagement for decades. We can all hope Milei's election serves as the beginning of a backlash to the so-called pink wave. That pink wave isn't an iron wall as it was with Soviet-occupied Eastern Europe. It is popularly elected leftist governments in South and Latin America that have increasingly pursued not only economic redistributionism and nationalism of industry, but outright tyranny and anti-Americanism. For all the American press's talk of creeping authoritarianism across the globe, when it comes to America's southern neighbors, the real threat is creeping socialism, with its attendant record of poverty, human rights abuses, and threats to democracy. One major player leading this charge is the Sao Paulo Forum, or Foro de Sao Paulo, FSP. Imagine a group of right-wing parties who got together each year to plot international cooperation with each other. That would be fodder for massive media coverage, accusations of conspiracy. But that's precisely what the FSP is. The forum was created in response to the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was an attempt to rebrand socialism and communism for the new age. Members of the FSP include the current leaders of Venezuela, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, and St. Lucia.
I don't know when
Participants
this game
must
is
commit
gonna
to
end.
willingness to renew leftist and socialist thoughts, to correct mistaken conceptions, and to reaffirm its emancipating character. Countries with FSP leadership have been dominated by corruption, slowed economic growth, and represent a pink tide that threatens America's interests in our own hemisphere. There's a history and a pattern to that pink wave. The first pink wave happened shortly after the Cold War. South and Latin America were predominantly open to free market economics and more conservative governance. But, as with many countries experiencing the rough transition from centralized economics to free markets, the reaction came quickly. In 1998, socialist dictator Hugo Chavez was elected in Venezuela. he quickly transformed one of the most prosperous countries in the region, a country with massive oil reserves, into a hellhole backwater economically. Chavez's victory was followed by Lula da Silva's in Brazil in 2003 and Evo Morales' in Bolivia in 2006. They were followed in their ascension by others, including Cristina Fernández de Kirchner in Argentina in 2007. With the commodities boom ending with the recession of 2007-2008, and with the decline of China as a global economic power, the pink tide ended in electoral disaster. In 2015, Kirchner's heir apparent was defeated by a center-right opponent. Dilma Rousseff, Lula's former chief of staff, was removed from office that same year, impeached for corruption, and in 2018, Jair Bolsonaro won election in Brazil. Beginning in 2018, however, with the rise of Andrés Manuel López Obrador in Mexico, the left struck back, ushering in a second pink wave. In 2019, Argentinian Peronist Alberto Fernandez took the presidency. Luis Arce and his movement for socialism dominated the 2020 Bolivian election. In 2021, Peru elected socialist Pedro Castillo. Honduras elected leftist Xiomara Castro. And in Chile, Gabriel Boric won his election. In 2022, leftist Gustavo Petro, former Marxist guerrilla member and Hugo Chavez acolyte, became the first leftist president of Colombia ever. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, I've got a holiday gift idea that's sure to make you the hero of the season. Now, we all know the holidays can be a bit hectic.
Whoa.
Shopping, cooking, the never-ending list of things to do. But fear not, because I've discovered a gift that's not just thoughtful, it's downright transformative. The gift of Genucel skincare. From now until Christmas, Genucel's most popular package has a special discount just for my listeners at Genucel.com/Ben. Treat yourself and your loved ones to the absolute best skincare in the world. Those troubling forehead wrinkles, fine lines, skin redness, and yes, even sagging jawline will disappear right before your eyes with Genucel's most popular collection. Genucel promises immediate effect. You'll see results in less than 12 hours guaranteed, or your money back. Our favorite thing about Genucel is how clean and natural the products are. They are simply the best. My family's been using them for years. You deserve to look and feel your best this holiday season. Go to Genucel.com/Ben. Get this incredible holiday discount. Every order today is instantly upgraded to free express shipping. That's Genucel.com/Ben today. So, what have the consequences of left-wing rule been in these countries? They've been nothing short of disastrous. We begin with Venezuela. Venezuela's GDP dropped roughly 3/4 between 2014 and 2021. Oil output has dropped dramatically. Its debt burden is at least $150 billion. Hyperinflation has set in. In 2018, inflation was 130,000% and remains at 234% in 2022. Venezuelan citizens have been forced to extremes to survive, up to and including infamously eating dogs in Caracas. This is why more than 7 million Venezuelans have fled Venezuela since 2014. Brazil. In the aftermath of Jair Bolsonaro's election, the international media, largely left-wing in orientation, talked up the supposed risks of dictatorship. But it was Lula, head of the corrupt Workers' Party, who had been convicted in 2017 of bribery and money laundering. Later, the Supreme Court would vacate the case on a technicality, although the charges were never disproved. As Mary Anastasio O'Grady writes in the Wall Street Journal, quote, "During the presidential campaign last year, Mr. Da Silva benefited from an electoral tribunal that censored his critics. His new government will use speech police to shut down what it judges to be fake news and misinformation. Lula has drawn closer to Iran and Russia and Beijing. He has embraced Nicolas Maduro, calling him my compañero, and a victim of a narrative constructed against Venezuela. Argentina. Leftism is destroying Argentina's economy. Inflation is currently running at 140%. As O'Grady writes, since Argentine inflation began to take off again in 2007, total money supply grew on average 30.7% every year, according to the Ministry of the Economy, which is why in 2021, the Frente de Todos lost power in Congress. It's also why Javier Milei is now president-elect. Mexico. Andrés Manuel López Obrador, also known as AMLO, has attacked formerly autonomous agencies, attacked journalists by exposing their personal income data, violated electoral laws, used his judicial branch to prosecute his enemies. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit, Mexico is no longer a flawed democracy, it is now a hybrid regime. Fareed Zakaria, no right-winger, labeled AMLO a populist demagogue straight out of the worst pages of Latin American history. Drug cartels control large swaths of the country, including huge border areas. Bolivia. Luis Arce, the current president of Bolivia, has been trying to stave off the return of Evo Morales. This year, the police arrested Luis Camacho, the right-wing governor of opposition area Santa Cruz. He was accused of attempting to launch a coup d'etat against Morales, who had resigned in 2019 under mass protest. According to the World Justice Project's Rule of Law Index, Bolivia ranks 139th on justice, just ahead of Venezuela. Bolivia's debt problems now force citizens to line up outside the central bank to withdraw money. Gas production has dropped as well. Colombia. Gustavo Petro is the first left-wing leader in Colombia in over a generation. Petro is a fan of Venezuelan ruler Nicolas Maduro. He actually endorsed Joe Biden in 2020. He's a longtime critic of capitalism. He says fossil fuels lead to human extinction, which is strange given his state's dependence on fossil fuels. Petro's numbers are egregiously bad with his own population. 84% believe security is getting worse. 84% think the cost of living is getting worse. 74% think corruption is getting worse. His coalition is collapsing, and economic growth is down. Honduras. Honduran President Xiomara Castro, the wife of the former Honduran president, who was ousted after he attempted to violate the law by centralizing power in the state, has herself suspended constitutional rights in some areas of the country, supposedly in order to combat extortion from criminal gangs. The head of the National Anti-Corruption Council has been forced to flee the state in order to avoid threats. According to Freedom House, institutional weakness, corruption, violence, and impunity undermine the overall stability of Honduras. Journalists, political activists, and women are often the victims of violence, and perpetrators are rarely brought to justice. Nicaragua. Nicaragua has been a de facto dictatorship since the rise of Daniel Ortega in 2006. In 2020, an uprising in Nicaragua was
Alright,
put down
I'm
to bloody
done.
effect, with 300 dead and 100,000 people fleeing.
I'm so tired.
Ortega is aligned with China and Russia and Iran. Nicaragua is the